This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1376. Grommash trembled with hatred, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked repeatedly. Goddess above, this is truly horrible, this is a massacre. A complete demon, Field's crimes will be judged. My God, they were just innocent people. Field will surely go to hell. All living beings are of the same origin. With Field doing this, other countries will see the Griffin people as barbaric and cruel. He is a sinner. How can I ever travel and visit other countries again? I apologize to you all, sob. My God, I am so ashamed. How could such a brutal appear in the Griffin Empire? May the goddess open her arms to welcome the souls of the departed. Imperial officials, witnessing this scene, showed expressions of horror, pity, or grief. Many Imperial officials wept. Some astute individuals secretly observed Grommash's expression, fearing the wounded cheetah might take its anger out on them. Legion Commander Lord Finn felt a tightness in his chest, as if his heart were being choked with sorrow. Humans have emotions, and seeing this scene, even the most resilient Lord felt sympathy for the Obsidian's plight. Felder had gone too far. The Obsidian had invaded the Empire, but their slaughter wasn't as extreme as Fielder's. They only killed a few useless commoners, offerings to their goddess, while treating nobles and merchants well, even sending them gifts. Field's slaughter was merely venting his anger and feeding demons and calamities, two different things. Feeding demons, in particular, was chilling. His eyes were red as he patted Grommash's shoulder, choking back tears. Cheer up. I know Field's wickedness better than you do. The next step is to deliver a thunderous blow to Field, like a warrior. Hearing this, Grommash nodded emphatically. The pressure felt by the Imperial officials vanished instantly. All troops, advance. I will slaughter everyone in Field. Roar. Kill! 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 The Obsidian Legion erupted in chaos. Witnessing the tragic fate of their brethren, the Obsidian people roared with all their might. Even the Imperial clerks assisting them were infected by the mournful atmosphere and shouted battle cries. Only the Twilight citizens captured to serve the goddess, and some Imperial soldiers, secretly rejoiced, but dared not utter a sound. Cavalry, follow me. Riding a warhorse ablaze with green flames, the 6th-tier cavalry chosen one, Skara, galloped freely at the forefront of the army. With a roar, over 6,000 cavalrymen behind her erupted in a series of furious howls. As the horn sounded, the 80,000-strong army behind them surged forward like a tidal wave. September 25th, Griffin calendar. Having learned of Obsidian's movements, Field arrived at the central plains of the vast ocean. Whether retreating to High Fortress or staying at Thousand Lakes, both were dead ends. Only one path lay before him, to defeat Obsidian head-on and completely erase the invaders' existence. Using the repaired White Tower of Time and a small number of local troops, he protected the granaries and supply lines. Field personally led his main force of 43,000, along with 5,000 newly recruited Western recruits, over 1,000 volunteers with their own weapons, and a large amount of special logistics to welcome the enemy's arrival. Both sides had no shortage of strategists, mages, and chosen ones. Any farcical tactics were meaningless. The only option was a head-on clash. Around 10 a.m. Eshna returned personally to report. Reporting, Sir, we discovered the main force of the Obsidian Legion. The enemy seems to have detected our forces first, and has already begun constructing their camp. Their cavalry defenses are tight. No weaknesses have been found yet. Furthermore, we discovered approximately 10,000 Imperials, half military and half civilians. Send the order to deploy the camp. Field raised his hand, and coldly snorted, Come on, let's have a fair fight. At 12:15 p.m., the Nightfall Legion finished lunch. Meanwhile, the wooden camp and watchtowers were all completed. Field divided the troops into 3 ranks, left, right, and front, and ordered the mages to use earth magic to construct numerous sloping terrain sections. Aside from the corrupted and new recruit legions, Field boldly deployed his troops, with some musketeers using a sparse line formation. Nightfall's soldiers were disciplined, and with mages relaying orders, their skillful use of dispersed formations allowed them to maximize their firepower and defensive advantages. Following this, Field advanced proactively, adopting an offensive posture. He strengthened control of water sources and deployed more legions. With logistical support on his north and south flanks, High Fortress and Thousand Lakes, he had no fear of being intercepted. At 12:45 p.m. On the eastern horizon, Field, as a battle knight, with enhanced vision, could already see the moving figures. Soon, a large green banner fluttered in their sight. Dust billowed, hooves pounded, and the Obsidian Chosen, clad in wild attire, led his ferocious Obsidian Knights across the plains, relentlessly pursuing Ashina's scout wolf riders. Whoosh! Howl, howl! The wolf riders howled, barking incessantly at the enemy knights pursuing them. Some skilled riders even dared to ride on the backs of giant wolves, slapping their rear ends in provocation. Revenge. The Obsidian Knights had never seen anything like this before. Immediately, one of them disregarded formation and leaped out of the ranks. The wolfmen immediately threw ropes, lassoing enemy riders and dragging them along. We take our revenge too. Grinning maliciously, the wolf riders dragged their unfortunate victims, carving a bloody path through the ground. Some wolf riders also kept turning and firing arrows, those hit falling from their horses and shattering into ice shards. You're courting death. 6-tier divine skill, Batwing Sweep. The chosen cavalry, Skara, flew into a rage, her domain suddenly exploding. As divine power surged, it transformed into a swarm of bats, crushing towards the wolf riders. The seemingly light, green ghostly bats, with their howling winds, were 100 times more terrifying than heavily armored knights. 6-tier divine skill, Avalanche Charge. Ashina activated her domain as well, unleashing a swarm of dragon wolves, accompanied by a fierce blizzard, charging head-on. Bang! Ice shards flew, countless bats were torn to shreds, and the aftershocks of divine power exploded in layers. Amidst the surging energy, Ashina, relying on her keen senses, swiftly located Skara's location, her ice spear, carrying a tearing edge, hurtling towards her. With a loud clang, Skara revealed herself, taking the brunt of the dazzling spear strike. The two charged side by side, fiercely exchanging blows for 10 rounds. Skara's divine seal suddenly shone. She immediately sensed danger, feinting her spear's edge, swiftly turning back, and dodging into the cavalry she led. How strange, the enemy's reaction is a bit too fast. Little Sun, about to snipe at the enemy, showed a puzzled expression. Ashina returned to field side, shaking her ears with a spirited air. As expected of Obsidian's main force, the Chosen One's combat power has increased so much, but there's a strange smell about them. The quill pen didn't lie to me, Field pondered. My lord, you're not scared, are you? Small fry, small fry. Silver Eyes playfully swung her fists in the air. A glint of light flashed in Field's eyes. Scared? I'm only afraid the enemy will run away. Chapter 1377. These slippery demi-humans, each possessing 6-tier battle aura, are undoubtedly the chosen guard. Stop the pursuit, spread out your flanks. After a brief exchange, Skara seized her attack and ordered her cavalry to split. Woo! The horns wailed, and banners waved. The Obsidian cavalry, gripping their reins, split into two large groups, like a tidal wave, countless horses snorting and turning. This maneuver was to spread out the battlefield and protect the flanks, in order to drive away the enemy and protect the infantry. A vast, rolling Obsidian infantry was approaching from afar. Dare to split your cavalry in front of me? I see how many chosen cavalry you have. Field was not one to follow the rules. He wouldn't wait for the enemy's main force to arrive before uttering further words. Seizing the opportunity at the very start of the battle, Field decisively ordered, Blackfeather, lead the cavalry to charge the enemy's left flank cavalry. Ashina, lead the wolf riders to harass the right flank cavalry. Strike and retreat immediately, don't linger. Many people thought that heavy cavalry, archers, and shield infantry could be deployed arbitrarily. In reality, people traditionally hold a shield in their left hand and draw a bowstring in their right. In an army, this creates the weak points of the formation, making them easy targets for a fierce attack. Yes! The moment Blackfeather activated her domain, she shot out, her black skirt fluttering in the wind. With a single downward press, her sleeves billowed, and suddenly thousands of raven feather swords rained down on the knights below. The sword light flashed, the brilliant sword light converging to form a magnificent waterfall. Even the Obsidian man was stunned by this spectacular scene. Damn it! Just as the Imperial's intelligence suggested, the Nightfall Legion is as cunning as the steppe foxes. Scarla, who had just concealed herself in the advancing formation, twitched her brow and leaped up. The instant her spear thrust forward, divine power surged. 6-tier divine skill, screaming sonic wave. The seemingly simple spear thrust resonated with a humming vibration, transforming into layers of invisible sonic waves that rippled upwards. Clang, clang, clang. Like a cascading waterfall crashing against stubborn rocks, shattered sword lights scattered in all directions. Even so, the deflected raven feather sword flashed into the crowd, instantly decapitating several Obsidian knights, spraying large plumes of blood mist. Under normal circumstances, the knights could easily unleash their battle techniques to counterattack the chosen ones. Exchanging precious divine power for battle aura was a worthwhile trade. However, the Nightfall Knights had already charged in, preventing them from freeing their hands. Kill, brothers! The more than 3,000 battle aura knights of the Nightfall Knights formed a cone-shaped charge, advancing in waves. The heavy thud of hooves thundered like lightning as all the knights channeled their battle techniques, aiming straight for the enemy riders' waists. The Obsidian Knights were not cowards easily intimidated. Even with the fierce battle raging above, the 6th-tier chosen ones remained unmoved. Battle Aura Formation. All the Obsidian Knights unleashed powerful battle aura energy, which swirled and formed a mysterious formation. Everyone within the formation received a further boost. Kill those lowly griffins. Without any support from other armies, the Obsidian Cavalry chose to charge head-on. Throw. Countless poisoned battle aura javelins were launched at lightning speed, carrying whistling winds as they rained down upon the enemy. The Obsidian Knights were masters of javelin throwing, their strength formidable, often catching their opponents off guard. Ouch! A muffled groan rang out as several Nightfall Knights at the forefront were pierced and sent flying backward. Their horses also fell by javelins. Many knights fell horribly from their horses, disrupting the formation and causing a brief commotion. However, this ferocious cavalry only increased their speed, their galloping horses crushing the pebbles on the ground into dust. What are the enemy's armor made of? How come we can't pierce it? This thought flashed through the mind of the Obsidian cavalrymen throwing javelins as they faced the charging enemy. In the past, their javelin charges could easily wipe out an entire rank of enemy soldiers. But this time, only a few dozen had fallen from their horses. Many Nightfall Knights, with 17 or 18 javelins embedded in their shields, armor, and horse armor, remained unscathed, like porcupines. With no time to think, the two sides closed in at breakneck speed. Our turn. Fire! The Nightfall Cavalry at the forefront raised their muskets, channeling their battle aura. Bang! 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 Gravel bullets, propelled by battle aura and crystal gunpowder, rained down on the enemy cavalry. Sparks flew, blood sprayed, and a storm of metal ripped through the battle aura array, tearing apart their flesh. The Obsidian Cavalry's front rank, their most elite and ferocious elite warriors, suffered annihilation instantly. Man and horse alike were melted in an instant. A cacophony of screams erupted. No time to think. Both sides' lances gleamed as they pierced each other's bodies. Thud. Thud. The blue tide centered on the Snow Lion Knights collided violently with the enemy's green tide, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, men and horses were torn apart, and both sides fell in droves. Obsidian dogs die. For my family, you will all go to hell. The champion knight of Thousand Lakes unleashed his 6th-tier battle aura, unleashing dazzling combat techniques such as Blood Wheel Slash, Flame Demon Sword Dance, and Wave Law towards the crowd. Like a sharp blade, the champion knight wielded his battle sword in both hands, slashing left and right, cutting down swathes of enemy cavalry into pieces wherever he went. Countless Nightfall cavalry, crouching low, tore a river of blood through the air. Good. The blood rain, carried by the stench, reached Field, who roared victory. He had initially worried that the newly recruited Westerners would lack fighting spirit, but now it seemed he had underestimated them. Victory. The Nightfall cavalry, in 3 consecutive waves, pierced through the enemy ranks, throwing the Obsidian cavalry into complete chaos. Bang bang bang. Before the Obsidian cavalry could react, the Nightfall musketeers raised their muskets and opened fire wildly. The enemy's choice to charge head-on naturally brought them into their own army's firing range. Fortunately, the Obsidian's strange aura technology provided a significant boost, stabilizing their losses. The Obsidian cavalry on the left flank suffered heavy losses, leaving behind a trail of corpses and wailing wounded soldiers, and retreated, but still retained strength. Surprisingly, 2 broken Tier 3 artifacts were left on the battlefield. Even low-tier chosen gods couldn't withstand such a large-scale charge. Advanced armor and weapons slightly outmaneuvered the enemy's aura technology. The enemy cavalry on the right, lacking chosen god cover, decisively chose to retreat, pursued by Ashina, who killed over 100 of them. Ashina pursued for a while, but was then restrained by the arriving enemy Tier 6 forces, unable to expand her gains. A high-tier chosen god attacking ordinary people, is that interesting? Skara and Blackfeather exchanged rapid blows, Skara questioning angrily. Inwardly, she was startled by Field's aggressiveness. Chapter 1378. The Nightfall Legion was completely different from the Imperial Army, which followed rigid procedures, and was filled with tedious formalities. These people were no longer just fierce, but bloodthirsty. Of course, it's interesting. A 6-tier divine skill, Burial of Heaven. Blackfeather chuckled coldly, her skirt fluttering, outlining her white legs. She multitasked, maintaining the sword waterfall while her right hand suddenly lashed out with a jet-black flying sword. Hearing the mournful cry of a crow, the Burial of Heaven divine skill was unleashed instantly, striking Scarlet directly in the face. Bang! The spherical divine power impact crushed everything in its path, the terrifying cutting force shredding the surrounding soil to nothing. Scarlet groaned, set flying backward, her divine power shield shattering like glass. A good opportunity. The magic ring behind Little Sun shone with golden brilliance, ready to strike. Buzz! A straight, murky green beam, stretching for miles, struck Blackfeather's divine power shield. The green beam meandered and flowed across the shield, its intense corrosive aura causing it to explode with a series of crackling sounds. Then, the beam, like a chain of lightning, hurtled towards Ashina. Awooh! Sensing danger, the dragon wolf leaped up, its jaws snapping as it bit into the divine power. Teeth flew everywhere, and the dragon wolf grimaced in pain. Be careful of the enemy's mage. If you get the chance, kill her first. Field immediately warned Little Sunday. As the chosen of destruction, their era lacked magical energy. Therefore, the emerging magic posed a significant threat to Little Sun. Just a piece of trash waiting to be slaughtered. Little Sun arrogantly crossed her arms, puffing out her not-so-impressive rabbit-like breasts, but subtly concealed her aura, shielding Field from view. The enemy's range was terrifying. Someone had to protect the Lord. Skara seized the opportunity and retreated swiftly. The chosen cavalry's mobility was terrifying, making pursuit difficult. Thump thump thump. Soon, the vast Obsidian Legion, stretching to the sky, slowly deployed onto the battlefield, its formations impeccably orderly. The wizards waved their staffs, green light constantly flowing around them. The nature of the magic was unknown. Numbering over 10,000, they were like a vast ocean, let alone the more than 80,000. Furthermore, there were war golems, carrying magic towers and arrow emplacements, not summoned creatures, but domesticated magical beasts. Most infuriating were the Imperial Legion. They were like huskies mixed into a wolf pack, baring their teeth alongside the Obsidian army, yet instantly recognizable. Traitor. A mere lackey of the Queen. Helping outsiders oppress us. Soliciting allies with Lord Field was the best decision I ever made. We should have overthrown the Queen's damned rule long ago. The newly recruited Western soldiers were filled with indignation and curses. The Nightfall army is much harder to kill than the Imperial army. Skara glanced back at the Nightfall army. It wasn't just their combat prowess, this army possessed a chilling will. Running back to the ranks, Skara warned Commander Gromesh, "Our soldiers are angry, that's good, but don't be reckless. We saw them, or you might have been killed there." The chosen one, Solthorn, who had just sniped Blackfeather, toyed with her staff, completely naked, yet utterly unconcerned. Gromesh gazed into the distance. The ground was littered with the corpses of men and horses. On the battlefield under the cover of night, the entire force was elite. Even the most ordinary soldiers wore black robes to keep warm, and carried gleaming weapons. Dark cannon muzzles were visible everywhere on the battlefield, magical shields gleamed, and white-clad, fox-like beings were tending to wounded cavalrymen. I never imagined this rebel, Field, would become an indelible figure for the Empire. Seeing Nightfall leading the army, Lord Finn swallowed hard. In such a short time, Field has amassed such a large army. He truly is a mind flayer, capable of manipulating hearts. Thankfully, there was the Obsidian Man, otherwise, Field would have posed a significant challenge to Her Majesty the Empress's rule. May the Goddess of War protect the Obsidian Man. Lord Finn made 2 gestures to his chest. Obsidian warriors, praise the glory, the blessings, and the embrace of the Goddess. Our brethren cry out in barren lands. We have suffered injustice for generations. All we want is a peaceful homeland, to reclaim the food the Goddess has already bestowed upon us. But the demons over their slaughter, and oppress our brothers and sisters. Gromesh took a deep breath, donned his magnificent and imposing commander's attire, and rode out of the ranks, channeling his battle aura as he loudly encouraged his soldiers. The soldiers, hearing this, beat their chests in fury. The new land they had so painstakingly found, the family and friends they had so painstakingly brought, had been mercilessly annihilated by Field. How could they not hate? The mysterious goddess will protect us. Gromesh hadn't finished speaking. Boom! 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 The roar of cannons interrupted the inspiring speech. On Nightfall's side, a full 30 wind-powered cannons opened fire in a spectacular display. Emerald green wind magic traced trails through the air. The instant the shells fell, A chorus of agonizing screams erupted. Death came so suddenly that most of the dead hadn't even seen Nightfall's army. The wind-guided cannons were already beyond many people's sight. Whoosh! A soldier, his killing intent stirred by the speech, was pounding his chest in despair. He only saw a black shadow flash overhead, followed immediately by wailing and splattered blood and flesh. Turning around in terror, he saw 2 entire rows of soldiers behind him, their bodies shattered, a straight path of blood carved through them. Blood and bone fragments soaked his back. His pupils widened in disbelief. His own pounding chest and stamping looked utterly ridiculous. Crash! The shells struck the golems, the collapsing arrow towers burying swathes of soldiers. Warhorses scattered in panic, and the shields erected by mages roared under the strain. The powerful chosen ones rarely acted, they conserved their divine power. The environment of the vast ocean collapsed, and the population dwindled. The divine power expended by both sides could not be replenished in a short time. No one would waste their own strength for insignificant enemies. On the battlefield, divine power was the continuation of life. Explosions, chaos, and screams erupted from all the Obsidian army formations. Even as a third-tier, experimental cannon, the Wind-Guild cannon was incredibly lethal against densely packed infantry formations. Even firing solid shot, it could take down a long volley. Cannons, they're Nightfall's cannons. Lord Finn hurriedly reminded him, I told you before. Grommash flew into a rage, but my deployment exceeds the range you mentioned. The Wind-Guild cannon's range was far greater than that of ordinary cannons. Are all your Imperial armies useless? Grommash nearly fainted with rage. You lead the army, act as the vanguard, and charge in. Huh? Finn was dumbfounded. The Empress had told him to wait until the enemies had worn each other down before picking off the weaker ones. Chapter 1379. Finn's expression changed drastically. The Empress was too idealistic. Who gave her the courage to think she could easily manipulate the Obsidian men? He was deeply worried that if he said no, the enraged Obsidian men would be the first to chop him into mincemeat. His Adam's apple bobbed incessantly, then opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, but he couldn't find the words to refuse. Heh, I don't have time to waste with you. Grommash chuckled disdainfully, glancing at Finn with a pitying look. You should just watch the battle, don't get your clothes dirty. Phew. Finn let out a long sigh of relief. May the goddess of war protect you. Attack! Unable to endure the relentless bombardment, Grommash immediately ordered in advance. Attack for conquest! Attack for the goddess! The 3 legions, front, left, and right, marched forward simultaneously, roaring as their armor clashed. Thanks to the Imperial Army's intelligence, the Obsidian Legion had specially crafted numerous shield carts and chariots to mitigate the damage from firearms. As they advanced, various aura formations, magic, and divine power shields expanded like bubbles, constantly shielding as many soldiers as possible. Brilliant light flashed incessantly. Come, this battle will not end until death. Field, fearless, drew his holy sword with a clang and commanded, launch fire in succession. Attack the densest areas. Slaughter these bastards mercilessly. Let them tremble at the sight of us. By order of the Lord, fire in succession. Several mages shouted frantically using telepathic magic. Inging. A magical hum resounded. Facing the overwhelming Obsidian Legion, a high-ranking mage from the west raised his staff, simultaneously inscribing complex runes. The instant the runes formed a complex magical ring, they simultaneously unleashed a long-range spell, Spears of Heaven's Fall. Spears of Heaven's Fall, Tier 5, Destruction Magic, Effect. Summon spears of light to fall from the sky, striking the target area in a small-scale attack. Dozens of spears of light fell, many attacks blocked by shields, but even more light struck the enemy ranks, instantly creating large vacuum areas. Swathes of enemy soldiers were crushed to dust, their positions quickly filled by others. Blessed by a Tier 6 domain, the Obsidian warriors were fearless, heads bowed, stubbornly advancing. May the mysterious goddess protect us, may the goddess protect us. A young Obsidian soldier, head bowed, trembling, saw fresh or rotting corpses every few steps. Ghostly shells streaked past, sending dirt flying, striking his armor with clanging sounds. Field had killed too many of his own kind. He had been furious, but in the heat of battle, he only dared to pray, Goddess, protect me. Before he could finish his prayer, boom! A barrage of plasma spheres rained down, mercilessly engulfing a dozen or so men in front. Accompanied by crackling explosions, his comrades' weapons and armor sparked, their bodies dissolved by the plasma into a foul-smelling mass of burnt flesh. A mass of his comrades melted away. That was close, prayer worked. He, who had miraculously survived, had just managed to relieve smile when a blood-stained shard of metal spun and flew towards him. Thud! The young obsidian soldier, without even a scream, had half his head sliced off. Boom boom boom! The Nightfall Territory's 200 standard-issue cannons and 500 artillery bugs began to roar. Countless bouncing shells cleaved through the air, leaving trails of blood. Several chariots were directly hit by the artillery fire, sending flying planks and sheet metal flying like hailstones, accompanied by screams of agony. The railguns switched to grenades, blasting the enemy in droves. Roar! A slowly advancing elephant was suddenly struck on the head by a grenade. With a deafening boom, its head erupted in a mushroom cloud of flames. It howled in pain, its left cheek mangled, and it staggered, its body collapsing uncontrollably to the left. The soldiers beside it, unlucky enough to be caught in the crossfire, were instantly crushed in large numbers. Under the onslaught of casualties, the Nightfall Legion's main mages began a volley of exploding magic orbs, followed by volleys of musket fire and the ranged combat skills of the knights. Under the layered spells and firearms, every step the Obsidian Legion took cost hundreds, even thousands of lives. Waves of blood rippled across the plain, the falling corpses almost completely obscuring it. A dozen small military formations crumbled, their elite front ranks annihilated, leaving only a few lone survivors crawling and howling on the ground. Damn it, didn't we burn those spell books? How come the Nightfallen still possess so much magic? The Westerners must have joined them. Soul-piercing itch was itching to unleash her magical powers and blast over 10,000 people to pieces. But since the enemy's chosen ones hadn't acted, she had to restrain herself. It turned out that after the Obsidian people took control of the West, they wanted to keep the Griffin people as servants and playthings, but fearing they would steal magic, they burned a large number of the Thousand Lakes' precious documents and spell books. However, unexpectedly, many mages still escaped and joined the Nightfallen army. The Obsidian people's magical skills rely heavily on shamanic traditions and divine indoctrination. They can't learn anything from spellbooks. This time, we absolutely cannot let a single one escape. Soulthorn was extremely frustrated. That's for sure. The Nightfall mages are far more numerous than during the Battle of Morningwind. Thin's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched the cannonballs and orbs flying everywhere. Field, a demon devoid of chivalry. Normal noble commanders value the army's offensive capabilities and revere knightly bravery. Only cunning and treacherous mercenaries would favor crossbows and other insidious weapons. This field is even more treacherous than mercenaries. The Westerners are a bunch of lunatics. Why do they keep opposing the Empire? Then jumped up and down in anger. They helped the hero king, and now they're helping Field. Isn't the queen good to them? They only been starving for a few days. They're a bunch of lowly commoners with no sense of the bigger picture. Arriving within our legion's firing range. Continuing to advance, the Obsidian officer finally let out a long-suppressed shout. Fight back. Fight back hard. Grommash commanded through gritted teeth. The bowstrings creaked and groaned, and the Obsidian wizard began chanting incantations. Countless arrows and orbs whooshed into the air like startled birds. Shields up! The little fat dragon thought, and the corrupted demons at the front raised their massive shields. Clang, clang. The sound of arrows piercing shields echoed continuously. Arrows posed no threat to high-level lifeforms, let alone corrupted demons clad in 3 or 4 layers of armor and wielding shields. Sparks flew as arrows struck the musketeers, most of them bouncing off. Despite the sheer number of arrows, many musketeers fell with muffled groans. Boom, boom! Various spells, magic, and combat techniques exploded across the Nightfall army. The Obsidian's extraordinary power was equally devastating. Chapter 1380. The two sides exchanged fierce fire. Arcane orbs flew, cannon fire returned. A rain of arrows, a hail of bullets, rained down on the enemy's ranks, the blood splattering into the sky. Even the dark clouds seemed to turn crimson. The once ferocious magical beasts, faced with the human army's frenzied killing intent, trembled like docile rabbits. In the exchange of fire, Nightfall territory unsurprisingly held a significant advantage. Firstly, almost every soldier in Nightfall territory's army possessed ranged weapons. Even the lowest-ranking musketeers had guns and a magic scroll. While these were low-level scrolls, unlikely to kill ordinary people, the sheer number of people possessing them was a qualitative change. Add to that the dispersed formations and the ramps constructed by mages, and the firepower reached an unprecedented level of terror. Bullets rained down, countless lightning bolts flashed, and flames shimmered within the enemy ranks. Obsidian crossbowmen and archers fell one after another like wheat being harvested. In the past, they were all skilled archers capable of hunting lions and leopards. On the battlefield, those who could fire 3 arrows were truly blessed by lady luck. Countless named warriors died meaninglessly, like wild dogs. The obsidian-built shield carts initially worked well, but soon encountered a problem: too many corpses. Field only killed without burying, resulting in a battlefield littered with carcasses and debris, severely hindering the cart's advance. Soon, magical and aura shields began to shatter, and even powerful mages began to suffer casualties. On the Nightfall territory side, artillery positions were also hit, and exploding cannons burned like fireballs. Order the archers of the 7th, 8th, and 9th regiments to return to the rear and rest. Send more corrupted legions and aura infantry to the front lines. The enemy's holy light power will struggle to even break through their defenses. Field boldly commanded the legions. Cavalry, right flank, stand by to prevent enemy cavalry attacks. Woo woo woo. A desolate horn sounded as the obsidian army, having reached the infantry's charge range, sounded their charge. Tear open the enemy's heart. For obsidian, for the goddess. The obsidian infantry, trampling over the corpses of archers, raised their bullet-riddled shields and roared forward. Suddenly 5 or 6 chosen ones, simultaneously unleashing powerful divine strength, led their warriors in a charge. Like a dagger, they suddenly pierced towards nightfall. Phew. Finally, a chosen one has made a move. The little fat dragon, Ophelia, his eyes brimming with autumn water, suddenly blazed with killing intent. 5th tier divine skill, sapphire dragon transformation. The corrupted demons in the front row, like an iron wall, simultaneously unleashed a brilliant blue light, their originally jet-black armor suddenly covered in dazzling blue scales. Roar! They all stood up in unison, drawing their weapons from the earth, transforming from a kneeling position into an attack stance in the blink of an eye. Woo-woo. The central command horn sounded urgently. Field ordered his soldiers to issue the pre-rehearsed special command, instead of having the corrupted army countercharge. The enemy's cone-shaped charge was met with crossfire from their own firearms. There was no need for a direct confrontation. The obsidian vanguard that charged out was like an ant ball whose outer layer was burned away layer by the flames. Despite the heavy casualties, they stubbornly charged towards the front row of Nightfall territory. 5th tier divine skill, Flower Blade Dance. 4th tier divine skill, Demonic Vine Entanglement. The 3rd and 5th tier chosen ones, who had been hiding in the army, suddenly leaped out and made a high-profile attack. The enemy's intention was clear: to use their elite forces to create a breakthrough. Tearing through the night to lead the charge, or forcing a 6th tier warrior to expend divine power, would be a huge gain. 7 or 8 divine skills rolled in, slamming into the corrupted legion. Bang bang bang. Divine skills remain the most authoritative force. Instantly, hundreds of corrupted demons, armor and all, were vaporized, and the ground cracked. Warriors, charge! The obsidian chosen shouted excitedly. However, having just unleashed their divine skills, the chosen were exhausted. Die! Suddenly numerous gaps appeared throughout the corrupted legion, revealing cannons. The cannons and muskets, loaded with grapeshot, roared in unison. Bang bang bang. Smoke rose, and the obsidian's charge abruptly halted. Countless valiant soldiers, as if crashing into a city wall, were blasted into mincemeat by the violent grapeshot, leaving numerous gaps in the legion. Even the chosen ones suffered a significant blow. Their divine power shields rippled, and their divine power was rapidly depleted. Cough cough. The officer commanding the charge wiped his face, smeared with splattered blood and flesh. After wiping away the blood, the horde of corrupted soldiers, wielding battle axes, great swords, and even shoulder-mounted cannons, was already upon him. Charge! Charge! No mercy. Nightfall's warrior infantry, mixed with the corrupted army, launched a countercharge. The clanging of metal suddenly rang out. Amidst the flashing blades, lives were slaughtered like meat grinders, blood gushing forth in a frenzy, accompanied by screams of agony. Immediately afterward, the infantry on the left and right flanks also clashed together. The enemy army's close combat ability is much higher than I imagined. In just a moment, Grommash was shocked to find that the vanguard army, composed of 8 chosen ones, could not break through the enemy's front line at all, and was even being pushed back at a rapid pace. Demon, die! Die! Nita, the obsidian tier 3 chosen one, thrust his halberd out like a venomous snake, wreathed in purple light, shattering a shield and piercing through the armor of a demon, embedding itself in its body. The unexpected obstruction caused his expression to change drastically. Something was wrong. His opponent was merely a tier 4 life level weakling, someone he should have easily killed, yet now the obstruction was immense. Tough. The Nightfall army not only had long range, but their toughness was also bizarre. Roar. Gripping his halberd tightly, the corrupted demon swung its battle axe, slamming it against Koda's divine power shield. Behind the demon, two Tier 3 aura infantrymen raised their cannons, shoving them into Nita's face. After a loud bang, Nita staggered back, horrified to find that all his guards were dead. Get out of my way. Nita swung her halberd, sending the corrupted demon flying. She raised her left hand, divine power surging, and slapped another man far away. But the next moment, something shocking happened. The aura-wielding infantryman, his chest caved in, staggered to his feet, ripped off his helmet, and coughed up blood as he pulled out 3 syringes from his waist, injecting them directly into his neck. Sacred Lily of the Valley Healing Potion, Berserk Potion, and more Berserk Potion. Obsidian Trash, die. The Berserker infantryman, his pupils bloodshot, frantically channeled his fighting technique onto his long sword. Forbidden fighting technique, Death Curse Kill. The Berserker technique crackled and tore through the air. The power of this attack even moved the Chosen One. The sword, imbued with fighting technique, struck Nita's divine power shield with a low sonic boom, the ear-piercing cutting sound causing excruciating pain. Bang! The sword of the Chi infantryman was annihilated layer by layer, and his right arm bone was directly broken due to the reaction force, with the broken bone piercing through the flesh. Chapter 1381. Ha! Ha! Nita's pupils dilated, her heart pounded in her chest, and she quickly let out a dry laugh. How could a third-tier battle Chi Knight possibly break through the defenses of a third-tier Chosen One, even after being exhausted multiple times? Crack! The sound rang out again. Her divine power shield hummed and trembled violently, cracking open like a mirror. What? Nita took 2 steps back in disbelief. Ha ha ha! Kill all the invaders. More soldiers and corrupted demons around her unleashed various battle techniques, raining down blows that shattered Nita's divine power shield into dust. Nita turned her head in panic, trying to call for soldiers to cover her retreat, but was horrified to find herself completely surrounded. Weapons piercing from all directions quickly overwhelmed her. The vanguard was swiftly repelled. Even with 2 5th-tier Chosen Ones holding the line, they still showed signs of rout. Heads rolled at their feet, blood pooling in pools. The Nightfall infantry's advance was unstoppable, like a torrent. Although the Church and the Empire had donated large quantities of holy light potions, for some reason, the corrupted creatures were all heavily armored. Even their robes were extraordinary equipment, more completely covering them than the knights. Weapons tainted with holy light potions couldn't penetrate their armor, and naturally, couldn't purify the corrupted creatures. Not to mention the support of aura-wielding infantry and musketeers. The battle line only remained stalemated for half an hour before it began to creep towards Obsidian. No, the enemy is too elite. If we let them attack freely, we might not be able to utilize our numerical advantage, and will be slaughtered. Grommash quickly mobilized his troops to fill the gaps in the battle line. Watching his trusted men being slaughtered like pigs and dogs, his heart bled. He gritted his teeth. Filder, with his army gaining the upper hand, dared not let the 6th-tier troops attack. This means the enemy's 6th-tier troops are their weakest link. All 6th-tier troops, attack! With that, from the distant Obsidian army formation, for overwhelming auras erupted simultaneously like pillars of fire. Lord Finn, watching the battle, and the Imperial soldiers' pupils constricted to pinpoints. Even with prior preparation, seeing 4 6th-tier troops attack at once still shocked them with the Obsidian's power. Such strong auras, each one significantly stronger than a regular 6th tier. Fielder is finished. What a pity for Fielder's Chosen One. Captured by the Obsidian, he'd probably be tortured to death. How could an army composed of lowly bloodlines and rebels possibly be a match for a great empire? The Imperial clerk, Fly, rubbed his hands together, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. It's good if more Chosen Ones die on both sides. A 6th-tier Chosen One of the Empire sighed inwardly. Don't forget, the Obsidian people are also enemies of the Empire. That's right, Her Majesty the Empress is truly wise. Lord Finn came to his senses, marveling at the Empress's shrewd strategic vision. Sending him to pick up the scraps was indeed the right move. The Obsidian people had only mentioned it casually before, without forcing him, probably fearing he would betray them. Field was also secretly surprised. The aura of the enemy Chosen Ones was on a completely different level from the Obsidian Chosen Ones they had previously eliminated. Of course, if they didn't have that strange, dried-up substance on them, they would at least show some divinity. Field, you will pay a heavy price for slaughtering my people. Solthorn hovered above the Legion, completely unconcerned about the few pieces of cloth covering her. The instant her gaze fell upon Field, she struck without hesitation. Her staff flashed through the air, countless divine starlight condensing and transforming into streaks of light that hurtled towards the ground. But the next instant, 1,000 black flying swords streaked through the air, shattered all the falling starlight. Raven feathers swirled in the air. Black Feather, sword in hand, floated out, her snow-white legs gracefully hovering in the air. Her face was slightly youthful, but a hint of calamity emanated from her. She was destined to be a scourge to the nation. Immediately afterward, a mountain wolf engulfed in icy flames rose from the ground. Ashina's robes fluttered, her aura as unyielding as ancient ice. The biting frost hadn't even had time to startle Obsidian. Buzz! Golden destructive domains exploded layer upon layer, instantly suppressing the 6 domains on the field, hovering high in the sky. Layer upon layer of shifting, evolving magical domains were breathtakingly awe-inspiring. Phaedominized robes billowed, rising with the elegance of an emperor. That's... The Imperial Army soldiers watching nearly popped their eyes out. After the last battle of Morning Wind, Nightfall territory had lost 2 main forces, yet they still have 3 6-tier warriors available. Who are they? We never heard of these powerful figures. How did Field manage that? Whatever they want, I can give them too. The Imperial Army soldiers' hearts pounded wildly. Even with the 7 domains repelling and annihilating each other, the terrifying shifts in divine power making them dizzy just to look at them, they couldn't control themselves, their eyes glued to the sky. 7 6-tier warriors simultaneously engaged in a life-or-death battle. Many people would never witness such a thing in their entire lives. The calamity of destruction spoken of by the mysterious goddess. A ruthless monster capable of destroying the world. Gromash's face twitched uncontrollably, his left cheek torn open, disgusting tentacles writhing. Like a starfish with its mouth agape, a fang-encased eyeball protruded from his left cheek. Ha ha ha, the calamity must be destroyed. Let the world be happy again. Chosen space. Almost instantly, the Chosen Ones simultaneously activated their thoughts, pulling each other into the chosen space. Of course, they still retained some of their senses. If another 6-tier being were to appear at this moment, they could still be pulled in. Die! The instant they entered the chosen space. As Solthorn retreated violently, his staff tore open a dark rift in the air. Countless green venomous snakes, writhing, squeezed out from the rift. What appeared to be venomous snakes were actually terrifying divine techniques, incorporating poison, magic, and weakening attacks. The swarm of snakes had only just emerged. Buzz! Countless beams of dazzling light, as thick as buildings, rained down from the sky. 6-tier divine skill, stellar matrix. 6-tier divine skill, solar bombardment. While it's true that Fiona is countered by magic, before being attacked, she could simply wipe out the enemy, magic and all. Golden light flashed in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it slammed directly into the head of the Obsidian Chosen. Boom boom boom. Thunderous roars echoed, and terrifying heat waves, carried by the beams, surged like a burst dam, instantly distorting the chosen space. The newly unleashed serpent divine skill was shattered into dust by the beams, appearing utterly ridiculous. The 4 Obsidian Chosen's pre-battle defensive and buffing measures exploded layer by layer. Watch out! Fortunately, they hadn't slacked off before the battle, and had encouraged each other by maximizing their buffs. The 4 transformed into streaks of light, rushing out from all directions. Each of them wore a look of astonishment, and their divine power shields were cracked to varying degrees. Chapter 1382. Such a powerful area of effect attack. Solthorn cursed. What was even more disgusting was that the sun bombardment didn't stop, creating a large bombardment zone that disrupted the Force coordinated attack. The Obsidian Chosen share the same faith, and can assist each other. The Nightfall Chosen contradict each other on a fundamental level. Ideally, Black Feather's previous use of the Sword Skeleton Annihilation Divine Technique could have immobilized the 4, allowing them to be thoroughly bombarded. But in reality, the Sword Skeleton Divine Technique was prioritized for destruction by the Sun Bombardment, making coexistence impossible. I have 70 or 80,000 warriors providing buffs, I'm not afraid. 6-tier Divine Technique, Mysterious Holy Scripture. Obsidian Giant. One of the Obsidian Chosen roared, countless sharp black gems flying from between his brows, driven by divine power, directly piercing into various parts of his body. Obsidian Giant, General Type, Obsidian Human Exclusive, Abnormal Type, Consumer. Each stone requires a human to be tortured and refined by a monstrous creature. General Type. This divine skill is not unique and can be learned freely. As if a mountain were hanging upside down, a 6-armed giant, blotting out the sky, rose from the ground. Its hands were enormous, and its head was a ball of burning divine power, radiating terrifying killing intent with every move. With its 6 arms waving, the obsidian giant, in a twisted posture, pounced towards Philomi. Awoo! The sanctified dragon wolf spewed out a sky full of icy flames. Dark streams of light meandered and flowed across its body, the divine power runes on its body rapidly dissolving under the icy flames. But the obsidian giant, undeterred by the domineering posture, charged out of the icy flames, its 6 fists slamming down simultaneously. A deafening roar resounded, as if a mountain had collapsed. The dragon-type wolf howled in pain, its ice armor shattered, and its massive body was blasted hundreds of meters away. Amidst the smoke and dust, the obsidian giant charged forward. 100-foot-long hand roared as it slammed towards Philomena. Watching the ever-growing giant hand, Philomena's skirt billowed in the rapid hurricane, outlining her exquisite figure. She sneered contemptuously, and seeing the giant hand only 30 or 40 meters away from Philomena, Black Feather almost couldn't resist intervening. The surrounding divine power suddenly drained away. A magical ring unfolded behind Philomena, and she raised her hand, tearing through space. A terrifying beam of light erupted like a volcanic eruption. Boom, boom, boom. The arm, composed of divine power gems, exploded section by section, annihilating into dust. Even the raven feather swords and ice spikes that swirled around were shattered by the terrifying impact. 6th-tier divine skill, Annihilation Aurora. The entire chosen space trembled and roared because of this dazzling divine skill. This divine skill had no other use besides its immense power, which only increased with time. After crushing its arm, Philomi slowly moved the beam of light, unleashing a terrifying divine skill that traversed thousands of miles, diagonally slicing through the obsidian giant's right arm while simultaneously beginning to sever its body. It all happened in just 4 breaths. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and the obsidian giant collapsed in sections, the divine skill showing signs of crumbling. Forget dodging the divine skill, even raising a hand to defend was difficult. Mysterious Holy Scripture. Obsidian Giant. The other 3 obsidian chosen ones, sensing the danger, immediately intervened, all using the same ability. They didn't transform, but instead released a massive amount of gems from their divine seals, flowing into the obsidian giant's body like rivers into the sea, repairing it. The obsidian beings had done their homework for this war, bringing a vast amount of resources. Most impressively, they could repair the giants without being distracted, still able to fight fiercely against Black Feather and Ashina. 6th-tier divine skill, Stone Fortress. The chosen one controlling the giants also expended a massive amount of divine power, activating a defensive skill to resist. Philomena chuckled twice, the sound incredibly pleasant, but her actions showed no sign of stopping, continuing the destruction. The obsidian giants maintained by the 4 simultaneously were simply not enough for Philomena to cut through. The destructive power of the Calamity of Destruction had exceeded everyone's expectations. 6th-tier divine skill, Qualitative Change. Mind-stealing divine art. Soul Thorn was the first to notice the problem, her face turning cold. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly used her strongest offensive divine skill. In contrast to Philomena, when she used her strongest divine skill, her staff didn't even flash, as if she had unleashed a trivial reconnaissance skill. A dim white light shot towards her at lightning speed. There's a strange fluctuation of divine skill. Philomena glanced at it indifferently, intending to intervene. Awoo! The dragon-type wolf leaped high into the air, like a spoiled pet biting a frisbee, catching the transformative divine skill with its mouth. A muffled thunderous boom resounded, and before the dragon-type wolf could even groan, its upper body abruptly collapsed, compressed into a speck of light by the divine skill. Blood mist splattered. The dragon-type wolf, whose vitality was no less than that of a chosen god of the same rank, was mercilessly annihilated. Buzz! The wolf's soul transformed into a stream of light, flying towards Soul Thorn. Could it be a death rattle skill? Why is it coming towards me? Soul Thorn raised its hand to cast over 100 defensive spells, only to be horrified to find that frost had quietly formed on its divine power shield. Wait, this is a 6th-rank divine skill, Armor-Piercing Thrust. Ashina's ice spear suddenly attacked from behind Soul Thorn. The spear's light danced like fireflies, moving with incredible speed, arriving in an instant. The divine power shield shattered like ice, and Soul Thorn was pierced in the right heart by the ice spear. She endured the excruciating pain and retreated rapidly. At the same time, Obsidian Chosen Skara arrived to provide support, repelling Ashina. What bad luck. Possessed by the wolf spirit, Ashina's aura grew even stronger, but she cursed her bad luck. If the dragon wolf had exploded a little later, granting her the dissociation buff, Soul Thorn probably wouldn't have noticed her, and this attack would have struck her heart. The battlefield is ever-changing. No one can predict the next moment. I can't hold on any longer. Goddess above, please think of something. The obsidian giant cried out in panic. This woman is a monster. I can't take it. Dispel the status effect first, then reassemble the giant later. Soulthorn clutched his chest, frantically blocking the incoming raven feather sword, or interrupt the enemy. I'm held back by her divine skill. I can't dispel it. The energy turbulence caused by the annihilation aurora affected the duration of the attack. In a stalemate, rashly dispelling one's own divine skill could easily result in being caught in the aftershocks and torn to pieces. I'm just a 6-tier enemy with slightly higher damage, Skara roared. With the protection of the mysterious goddess, I can't even handle you. She charged forward at lightning speed, activating her screaming sonic wave divine skill, unleashing layers of sonic waves in an attempt to interrupt Philome's attacks. Just 2 enhanced 6-tier beings, how could they expect me to leave empty-handed? Philome sneered, unleashing countless heavenly bird soul flames that repelled Skara while simultaneously channeling immense divine power. Buzz! The power of the annihilation aurora grew increasingly terrifying, like a raging galaxy, shattering the obsidian giant's defenses and crashing down upon the chosen one. Oh! Disintegrate. At the moment of impact, the obsidian chosen one's disintegration artifact was still devoured by the annihilation aurora, turning to dust. Chapter 1383. The annihilating aurora, sweeping across the heavens and earth, remained undiminished in its power. After crushing the enemy's chosen ones, the beam of light plundered the land for thousands of miles, scorching and distorting the entire space. No! Soul Thorn screamed in disbelief. She had thought that dismantling the artifact would solve everything. But the sudden death of her sister horrified her, to the point of her eyes widening in horror. Looking at the giant's remains, blasted apart by phenomena, and the deeply torn ravines in the earth, even the 3 members of Obsidian, all 6-tier combatants, felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes filled with panic. The formidable combat power of the Nightfall Chosen Ones completely exceeded their expectations. That woman is too dangerous, Skara said, frantically mobilizing her divine power to reinforce her divine power shield. Even as her divine power consumption increased dramatically. Even with the protection of a mysterious goddess, they can't withstand the damage. Soul Thorn was terrified. What was even more distressing was that Black Feather and Ashina were dangerous individuals, and they hadn't even managed to force out their opponent's trump cards. How could they possibly fight like this? Wait. Hero Queen Audrey suddenly narrowed her eyes, a sickly smile appearing on her face. I received the goddess's blessing. She told me the way to victory. Huh? What's wrong with you? You're just a lowly soldier, used as a toilet. Soul Thorn instinctively tried to shut Audrey up, but was surprised to find that Audrey's divine seal had become the same as everyone else's, even emitting an eerie light. She then suddenly remembered that Audrey had received special treatment from the goddess, forcibly boosting her to 6-tier combat power and granting her additional special abilities. These abilities were something even they didn't possess, making them the envy of many. 6-tier divine skill, parasitic shield. Extending her long, snake-like tongue, Audrey licked her lips eerily. A strange divine power surged, and she convulsed violently as if electrocuted, letting out a piercing scream. Stop her! Ashina sensed the danger, thrusting her ice spear forward and charging towards the group. Philomena also wanted to attack, crushing the enemy, but having just slain a 6-tier opponent, she suffered a severe backlash. Her vision blurred, Philomena bit her thin lips, forcibly maintaining a dignified expression, not wanting the enemy to notice any weakness. Audrey's divine skill was cast with absurdly fast speed. Buzz! Her abdomen writhed rapidly, and a swarm of disgusting-looking flying insects swooped out, each emanating a powerful fluctuation of divine power. Audrey herself aged considerably in an instant. Her once beautiful figure became dehydrated and withered. The swarm of insects rapidly multiplied, transforming into a dense insect shield that enveloped Obsidian and his companions. Parasitic shield, abnormal type, description, a type of parasite that, through special means, penetrates the body and, when combined with a divine skill, forms a special divine power shield. Effect, provides a biological shield that can be repaired through strange behavior. Special, this divine skill has been deliberately modified by certain beings, resulting in a pure life force. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were surrounded by the spherical swarm of insects. Philomena shook her head, her hair fluttering, forcibly mustering her strength to attack. You should rest for a bit. Watch us. Having studied abnormal divine skills for a long time, Ashina and Field were increasingly wary of him. While advising Philomena, they quietly conjured a piercing spear. Blackfeather, use your flying sword to reduce the density of the insects as much as possible. Okay. Blackfeather nodded obediently. A flicker of reluctance crossed her stunningly beautiful face, and Philomena reluctantly nodded. If she attacked rashly, destroying a swarm of insects would backfire on her, and she didn't want to faint again. As the strongest damage dealer in Nightfall territory, she was at a loss for words. Come on, come on! Aren't you all so powerful? Seeing this, Soulthorn laughed maniacally, his staff unleashing a barrage of magical orbs. Simultaneously, he silently cast special buffs on his allies. A shower of magical orbs, a mixture of magic and divine power, rained down on the 3 Nightfall territory members. Blackfeather activated his mind, replicating a massive number of raven feather swords to exchange fire with the enemy, while simultaneously trying to annihilate the insects. Bang bang bang. The sky was filled with sword light, and the orbs exploded, dazzling and spectacular, like a grand fireworks display. Come forth, heart-shaped needleworms. Audrey summoned another strange insect, about 40 centimeters long, with an oddly shaped form. The insect, barely released, swarmed towards Scarla, piercing her with a needle that struck the area where everyone could stare in disbelief. Oh, I feel power. Heh, and you, without the protection of calamity, are nothing, only fit to be torn to shreds. Scarla, enraged, rolled her eyes back and immediately unleashed the advantage of being a chosen cavalry, her toes barely touching the air as she charged forward like a train. 6-tier divine skill, desperate charge. There was no sign of turning, but this simple charge gave Ashina an intuition that it was impossible to dodge. Blackfeather tried to intercept, but was held back by Soulthorn and Audrey, unable to concentrate. Buzz! A sonic boom cloud approached. Ashina didn't hesitate. With a flick of her sleeve, a rapidly spinning ice needle shot out, quickly enlarging in midair before slamming into Scarla. A deafening bang rang out, like shattered glass. The piercing spear, exploding with power, drew its energy into Scarla's divine seal. Divine skill, reversal divine art. Effect, reverses negative status effects and reduces damage from one divine skill. Divine skill, hard needle. Effect, significantly increases the power of divine skills. There is a chance of being parasitized by a hard needleworm, resulting in loss of combat ability for the next 3 months and the depletion of lifespan, potential, and sanity. Special. Using this divine skill requires consuming 1 mature hard needleworm. Soulthorn cast the spell prematurely, providing a buff to her teammates. Therefore, the originally slowing Winter's power now accelerated. Scarla's charge speed increased instead of decreased. In the blink of an eye, she was about to collide with Blackfeather. Almost barking in shock, Ashina suppressed her confusion and swiftly flashed to cover Blackfeather. Don't even think about it. Audrey and Soulthorn exchanged a cold glance, their plan already in place. They simultaneously unleashed their ranged attacks, blasting towards Ashina. If all 3 divine skills hit, Ashina would likely be reduced to a hockey wolf. Get lost, both of you. At the critical moment, Philomena unleashed a cross-shaped beam of light, blasting Blackfeather away in midair. Simultaneously, a solar bombardment descended upon Ashina. Boom boom boom. The divine skills of Soulthorn, along with numerous magic orbs, were annihilated by the solar bombardment. Blackfeather and Soulthorn were blasted off their desperate charge trajectory. A slight, almost imperceptible hint of smugness appeared on Philomena's beautiful face as she secretly praised herself. Watch out! Ashina, flying backward, quickly warned. Scarra swiftly dodged, covering 100 miles in an instant, and slammed heavily into Philomena's divine power shield. A deafening bang suddenly echoed through the sky. Philomena let out a muffled groan, her figure retreating rapidly, her divine power plummeting. Chapter 1384. Are you alright? Ashina, startled, activated her ice storm, clearing away the dust, and rushed to her aid. Fortunately, Philomena wasn't seriously injured, only her shield was damaged, and her divine power was diminished, but she herself wasn't even dirty. Ah! Scarra, on the other hand, looked dizzy, her hands gripping her spear tightly, her thumbs torn, blood dripping from the artifact. Hard, too hard. Logically, shouldn't a dark mage with such powerful divine skills and long range be as fragile as paper, dying at the slightest touch? Moreover, her own divine skill was incredibly powerful. But the radiant woman before her only let out a muffled groan, instead revealing an angry expression, her face full of displeasure. "What are you angry about?" Skara almost shouted, a tidal wave of rage raging within her. "That scared me to death. Our teamwork wasn't good enough." Ashina let out a long sigh, revealing Black Feather behind her. Black Feather's eyes were slightly closed, and a domineering crimson flying sword hovered around him. It was the starting stance of the Sword Skeleton Divine Skill. Ashina had originally planned to show off her skills, feign and obstruction, allowing Black Feather to use the Sword Skeleton Divine Skill to control and instantly kill Skara. This tactic had been discussed by the Chosen Ones and Field. Everyone knew about it, except for Philomena, who was sleeping and wouldn't listen. Her not listening wasn't a big deal, after all. She always acted alone and didn't care about the lives of others except Field, as long as they didn't interfere with her during the battle. But she hadn't expected it. The usually aloof Philomena actually displayed team spirit, managing to blast the two apart and taking all the damage herself. A true little glutton. Ashina thought to herself, what kind of medicine did Lord Field give Philomena? It's given the most ruthless calamity a team spirit. It's our turn now. 6th-tier Divine Skill, Sword Bones Annihilation. Black Feather let out a delicate snort, and a streaking sword light shot out rapidly. The sword strike, though its aura was concealed, contained overwhelming killing intent. Skara, retreat quickly. Soul Thorn's eyelids twitched wildly. Seeing that she hadn't been able to kill the enemy mage, she hurriedly called to Skara, telling her to get away from the enraged little son. The crimson sword light, however, shot towards her. It came too suddenly, neither of them could react. How could this be? The enemy's counterattack was too fast. Could all of this have been part of the enemy's plan? Soul Thorn was so frightened that her underwear almost flew off. Thankfully, she hadn't been wearing the kind of equipment for convenience. Buzz! A crimson sword light exploded, and countless rings of runes formed a chain, firmly binding Soul Thorn and Audrey, preventing them from moving an inch. Damn it, we can't break free. Soul Thorn and Audrey were horrified. They hadn't expected that even with all-around enhancements, they still couldn't escape. A hideous giant sword descended from the sky. Dreamworm. At the critical moment, Audrey released a giant worm, which tightly enveloped the two of them. The sword fragments crashed down, unleashing a devastating, violent sword light that swept and crushed everything around them. Everyone's domains were torn to shreds by the powerful sword fragment Divine Skill. A large portion of the chosen space collapsed. Philomena and Ashina weren't idle either. One chased after Scarla, hacking away, while the other secretly aimed. Even though Scarla had broken free of her divine weapon, she fought and retreated. After a swift 10-round battle with Ashina, most of the insect shield protecting Ashina was destroyed by the ice storm. Humph, annoying ants, shut up. Philomena seized the opportunity, unleashing a deliberately weakened primal annihilation attack that pierced through the insect barrage, blasting Scarla's entire left abdomen. Blood splattered, and a piercing scream filled the air. Since even the artifacts have been disintegrated, let's not kill them yet. The Lord said they still have value. Ashina's snow-white toes touched the air as she pounced on her enemy like a ghost. With a single, swift grab, she conjured an icy claw of winter's divine power, gripping Scarla tightly. The instant she was grabbed, divine power seeped into her body, its dazzling brilliance sealing off her fighting ability. It also froze the wound, preventing Scarla's death. Done. Ashina manipulated the thrust, encasing Scarla in an icicle, leaving only her face exposed, shivering like a child. Meanwhile, Black Feather also blasted away the worms, severely injuring the two and forcing them to dismantle their divine artifacts. The two had just emerged when 6th-tier Divine Skill, Black Raven Burial of Heaven. The Burial of Heaven Divine Skill was unleashed in an instant. Caught off guard, Soul Thorn's body exploded like a watermelon. The Chosen One, commander of the Obsidian Expeditionary Force, perished. Just a moment ago, they had the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, one was killed and another captured alive. Ha ha! The surviving hero queen, Audrey, watched her three masters fall one after another, and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Truly a bunch of executioners, a bunch of barbaric, foolish, inferior creatures. Especially you two idiots, clearly not calamities, yet you embrace calamities, resisting evolution. Floating in the air, Audrey pointed at Black Feather and the other. Kuroba pointed to himself with a blank expression, his beautiful eyes brimming with wisdom, blinking rapidly. Audrey burst into laughter, as if giving up, spreading her hands. Do you know why I'm doing everything I can to help the Obsidian people settle on the Moonmark continent? Who cares? I can't be bothered to listen to your barking. Whoever the Lord commands me to kill, I kill. With a charming snort, Ashina tossed her long hair and charged forward with lightning speed, swiftly drawing her spear. Clang! A startling scene unfolded. The moment Ashina's ice spear pierced Audrey, it vibrated and hummed like a knife striking steel. What's going on? Ashina hastily retreated, vaguely seeing a thin green light shimmering around Audrey. Hee. Audrey's lips curled into a strange smile. Actually, I died long ago. It was the Great Observer who gave me a second life. However, the three from Nightfall territory, unlike Field, were not filled with curiosity. Let me try. They didn't care what the other said at all. Philomena unleashed a shower of starlight, a black feather sword waterfall crashing down, striking Audrey's face. Faced with the three idiots, Audrey was speechless. A dark green light shone on her left cheek, tearing it open to reveal an eyeball encased in sharp teeth. It was like the final curse of the dead. Truly unexpected, our original plan was thwarted by a local small force. God will descend to bring you unparalleled happiness. A faint whisper echoed in the space. The entire chosen space was rapidly distorting, turning a filthy color. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the three Nightfall leaders, the chosen space tore apart. Is the Sixth Order decisive battle over? The sky ripped apart, and the figures of the chosen gods were expelled from the space. Seeing that his three were still there, Field breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease, followed by a surge of wild joy. The Obsidian men, seeing that most of their chosen gods were gone, erupted in chaos. The most bewildered were the Imperial Army. Chapter 1385. The Chosen of Nightfall have actually killed three Chosen in such a short time. Lord Finn's eyes widened, completely losing his composure. He cursed in shock and nearly fell off his horse. How can we fight like this? The Obsidian army still had a numerical advantage, but the number of Chosen was vastly different, and defeat was inevitable. Faced with this catastrophic situation, the Obsidian commander, Gromesh, remained completely calm. Instead, he laughed heartily and knelt down devoutly. It's over. The Obsidian people are terrified. Times are changing. Field's military strength is stronger than we imagined. By the goddess, are those damned rebels destined to rule the Empire? Good heavens, this is a nightmare. Everyone cheer up. The Obsidian people are a bunch of backward barbarians. Defeat is perfectly normal. Imperial officials were all horrified. Two officials, staunchly loyal to the Queen, were so angry they pounded their chests and stamped their feet, as if they wanted to vomit blood. But many more Imperial officials, bewildered and disoriented, unconsciously retreated. Then, we must retreat immediately. Preserving Her Majesty's strength is what we should do, the Imperial Chosen urged Lord Finn hastily. The Obsidian are worthless, there's no need to help them now. Oh right, you're right. It wasn't like they were attacking. If the Obsidian wanted to fight, let them die. As if waking from a dream, Finn wiped away a cold sweat, his lips pale, and waved his hand, shouting, retreat. Let's go back and warn Her Majesty. Field, on the other hand, was full of enthusiasm, slashing his sword in the air, about to order the army to launch a full-scale attack. Audrey, who had flown out, gave a sinister smile, her body trembling slightly, and then an extremely terrifying aura surged forth. Buzz! An invisible veil enveloped everyone present, suppressing the heavens. Ugh, my head hurts. The Imperial Army soldiers felt dizzy, and their heads buzzed. Their vision distorted rapidly. Even the sixth-tier chosen ones of the Empire showed signs of pain. The Nightfall Legion was only slightly affected, but this strange power interrupted their charge. They retreated like a tide, regrouping. Be careful. I sense a strange power fluctuation very strong. Philomena frowned, floated back to Field's side, and coldly reminded him, take care of yourself. Don't die. Yes, you all be careful too. Field nodded cautiously, gazing at Audrey in the distance. Ha ha, so beautiful. I see happiness, eternal happiness. Audrey giggled, the few pieces of clothing she wore slipping off her body. She appeared like a ghost in the middle of the battlefield, her arms outstretched in an embracing gesture. A green light shimmered around her, and from within it, wriggling tentacles emerged. Damn it, what is that? It won't shake my faith. The chosen mark of the Imperial War God flashed incessantly, and she couldn't help but unleash a divine technique at Audrey. Like tofu hitting a stone, the divine technique vanished the moment it touched Audrey. Don't waste your energy. I have already dedicated everything to the goddess. The goddess's true form is descending upon the world. Any blasphemy is meaningless. When the strange power descends, she will be in a projection state, so there's no need to worry about being harmed. Audrey smiled, and in a resounding tone, slowly addressed everyone. The Griffin Empire, no, the entire world, has too much sin and suffering. My pathetic parents forced me to learn etiquette, knowledge, and dogma, madly suppressing my nature. The powerful and wealthy hoard all the beauty of this world, yet are bound by countless tedious obligations. The common people are even more ignorant and wicked. They are willing to live in numb toil for mere sustenance. Calamities sense our suffering and descend upon the world in turn, endlessly creating apocalyptic tragedies. This world is constantly in a cycle of suffering. Until I found the path to salvation, pleasure, utter immersion in happiness. Audrey revealed an expression of enjoyment. The Obsidian people have allowed me to experience happiness, to be unbound, truly free, truly joyful. I want to liberate everyone from their constraints, and let them embrace happiness. What? What is she talking about? Field's lips twitched. So, Audrey, in alliance with the Obsidian people, invaded to corrupt the people of Moonstar continent. Little son, is this really a way to save the world? Field asked, a question that seemed to pierce the soul. Tholomi spat lightly, coldly saying, if you're talking about not wearing clothes and mingling haphazardly with those strange things, I'd rather kill you. Fine. Audrey suddenly changed her tone, pointing directly at Field. And you, short-sighted and foolish scum, keep obstructing the Obsidian's salvation. You are a sinner against life. I will avenge the brave, life-loving Obsidian. Come! With that, Audrey's body erupted with green light, her form rapidly twisting into a giant eyeball monster, the very creature the Quill had described, the fallen spy. A strange divine power completely coalesced. The Obsidian people's sacrificial methods aren't limited to commoners. Even the chosen ones can use them. Field's brow twitched wildly. Ah! The Imperial soldiers were so frightened their underwear flew off, and they were about to flee. You, come and embrace happiness. The spy appeared before the Imperial chosen one as if by magic, radiating an eerie light. The two exchanged only a glance, and the Imperial chosen one, who had been trying to escape, had their chosen mark shatter, revealing a dazed, seductive smile. A single glance lasting a lifetime. In her hallucination, she saw her beloved, bravely confessing his love to her. They weren't stopped by the royal family, instead, they received blessings. The two loved and understood each other, embracing passionately. However, in reality, to everyone else, it was a dignified six-tier warrior willingly throwing himself at a monster, being wrapped up like a dumpling by tentacles, emitting unspeakable screams. What? Lord Finn's head nearly exploded. This is what Audrey meant by happiness. Kuroba covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. Ugh, her primordial divine power is being absorbed. What happiness? Just kill. Thelomia flicked her sleeve haughtily, her eyes devoid of emotion, and unleashed the primal annihilation. Kill. 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 Boom. A beam of light crisscrossed the sky, precisely striking the spyinger, igniting a massive burst of fire, and countless tentacles exploded. Thelomia sneered, finally revealed its physical form. I kill even a god for you. Behind her, the world-destroying ring shone with golden light. Countless heavenly bird soul flames mixed with cross-shaped starlight, bombarding the spyinger with overwhelming firepower. Bang! 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 In the dazzling explosion, the spyinger dragged the Imperial Chosen into its eyeballs. Its figure flashed several times in the air, rapidly advancing, the spyinger attacking with unstoppable force. Chapter 1386. Ashina slapped the obsidian popsicle scarab beside her, tossing it into the Nightfall army's ranks, and hurled her piercing spear. Black Feather unleashed a dense waterfall of sword energy, simultaneously unleashing the Burial Heaven divine technique to intercept the spy. Boom boom boom. Amidst the explosions, the spy's divine power shield roared incessantly, its speed undiminished, relentlessly crushing forward, its eyes once again releasing eerie beams of light that enveloped the heavens and earth. Its illusions weren't single-target damage. The chosen of gods, including the entire Nightfall army, were all enveloped. Holy crap! Field's heart skipped a beat, and he cried out in shock. The Nightfall army was also terrified. A joke, anyone who wasn't nervous in this situation would be a god. However, after the green light faded, everyone was surprised to find themselves completely unharmed. With her eyes tightly shut and her hands waving twice in the air, Black Feather muttered, "It's all fake." She then secretly opened her eyes and found herself on a battlefield. The mark of the goddess of Rampage shone brightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Ashina patted her chest. Luckily, I'm already very happy. Nothing can shake my will, Philomel said nobly, tossing her long hair. Kill this disgusting thing as soon as possible. It's an eyesore. Not only was the chosen of Nightfall confused, but even the spying man himself was equally perplexed. reaching out a tentacle to scratch his head. Although the Imperial Chosen was infected because of Soul Thorn, who had secretly poisoned her, weakening her resistance. But an ordinary Chosen should at least be briefly stunned when attacked by him. 6th-tier Divine Skill, Annihilation Aurora. The Lamina's divine power surged, unleashing a torrent of black beams that slammed into the spying man. The fierce beams crashed against its eyeballs, causing its divine power shield to hum. Blood seeped from the spying man's enormous eyeballs, propelling it backward through the air. Ashita's wolf ears perked up. She knew she couldn't be mind-controlled. Her previous wariness transformed into rage. She charged forward with incredible speed, her ice spear, imbued with deadly intent, thrusting straight at the spying man. With a whistling sound, the ice spear pierced the eyeball, creating a large layer of crimson ice that shattered crisply. Roar! The spying man howled in pain, its tentacles flailing wildly, attempting to grab its enemy and absorb them. These wretched monsters, I annihilate them all. Countless dazzling sword lights flashed in the air, black feathers severing countless tentacles. The spying man, meanwhile, continuously unleashed magical orbs, fighting 3 against 1 with overwhelming power. The 3 fought a bloody battle with the spy, unleashing a flurry of dazzling divine skills. Trying to play as a minotaur, huh? You, Phil, only know how to bully others. Seeing this, Field laughed heartily, drew his long sword, and roared, "Warriors of Nightfall, we are protected by the goddess." The Nightfall army was roused. Previously, Audrey's invulnerability and eerie demeanor had indeed terrified many, making them believe a goddess had truly descended. Now it seemed that Lord Field was the goddess's true son, and perhaps even her husband. Kill! Countless cheers erupted as the Nightfall army, in neat ranks, charged forward with overwhelming force. The 2 armies clashed, swords slashing and spears flying. Both sides fell in droves, the blood and the sounds of battle pooling together in the gray, rainy sky. Damn it! Even the avatar of the mystic goddess can't stop the enemy? Grommash gritted his teeth, a flicker of wavering crossing his face, even contemplating retreat. They, the Obsidian people, were indeed followers of the mystic goddess, but they were also his own people. Grommash didn't want his comrades to be slaughtered by Field. He, Grommash, my servant, do not be swayed by calamity. This is not all I have. This wretched world, these 2 wretched chosen ones, cannot contain my immense power. I need pure flesh and blood as the vessel for my birth. The voice of the seer echoed in Grommash's mind. It is time to let more people bear hope. They have already been controlled by me. They will not resist. Yes. Great mystic goddess. With a chilling resolve, Grommash maintained the battle line, while coldly ordering, "Men, kill all the Griffin people." Soon, the cavalry, who had been holding back their strength, drove 5 or 6,000 Imperials to the left side of the battlefield. Those are Imperials. Damn it, that vile Empress, why does she have to help the Obsidian people? Field stood on the watchtower, watching the massive crowd appear, his right hand gripping his sword turning white from the strain. These men and women were all victims of the Griffin Empress's power struggles. They came from the Twilight Province, originally pitiful people used to transport supplies and appease the army, but now they had become sacrifices. Kill them in front of Field, ha ha ha. Grommash's eyes burned with scorching light as he laughed heartily. Field, I want you to watch your own people being slaughtered like pigs. As the horn sounded, the Obsidian cavalry laughed and began a frenzied slaughter of the Imperials. Swords and spears clashed, hooves trampled. Screams echoed through the sky. Although they had expected it, seeing the enemy's triumphant display still filled Field with rage. My lord, I'm willing to lead the cavalry to rescue our people. His cavalry commander, Silver Claw, angrily rushed forward to volunteer. The enemy isn't far from us, I go too. Numerous knights volunteered. Even artillerymen, disregarding everything, opened fire on the enemy cavalry. It's useless. Have any of you ever seen anyone who, when hacked down, wouldn't budge an inch? Field grew increasingly furious, yet remained calm. These people are already controlled. Your reckless rescue will only result in more deaths. Maintain the army's formation. Rescue was far more difficult than slaughter. Field didn't want to sacrifice his own soldiers to atone for the Queen's mistake. Sigh. The officer sighed helplessly. Bring our prepared allies to the front too, Field sneered. You think I wasn't prepared? Just as Field expected. Seeing that the Nightfall Legion hadn't come to their aid, Grommash ordered his mages and archers to attack, quickly slaughtering the refugees. Buzz. A strange divine power surged. The spies' divine power erupted, and the slaughtered Imperials, summoned by the divine power, their flesh and blood transformed into crimson streams of light, converging towards it. Ha ha ha, this is the price you pay for stopping us. Grommash was incredibly pleased, unleashing his battle aura and roaring, Field, you better pray to your god not to lose. If you lose, this scene will be repeated countless times in your territory. However, Field's cold laughter came from afar. Lose? Sorry, I can't afford to lose. If I lose, no one will win, I make the whole world pay. Field waved his hand, his banner waving. Horns blared urgently. The fierce Nightfall Knights, leading a horde of obsidian warriors, arrived. Rosalia, corrupt them. Chapter 1387. Goddess above, I want to go home, I want to go home. Wha? Please spare me, I'm innocent. Lord Grommash, please save us. The people of the Empire are all madmen demons. The Nightfall cavalry drove the horde of obsidian people like sheep to the plains on the right. This echoed the enemy's previous slaughterhouse. Even more terrifying, the number of obsidian people captured far exceeded those killed by Grommash, approximately 10,000. What? What is he going to do? Grommash's smile froze, his pupils dilating sharply. Even with his mind strengthened by the power of the outer gods, his lips trembled. The fact that the enemy had driven the crowd onto the battlefield was obvious. Even a fool could tell what was about to happen. But Grommash, as one of the highest-ranking commanders of the Obsidian, was concerned for the development of his people. He channeled his full fighting spirit, roaring at Field in a trembling voice, Stop! Stop right now! The usually rational Field, now like a demon, grinned savagely, his eyes bloodshot. You killed one of my kin, I kill 100 of yours. To hell with tolerance, mercy, and forgiveness. I don't care. I make you pay with blood, 100-fold. Rosalia lifted her skirt with delight, and the goddess mark bloomed, landing on the ground. Simultaneously, her gluttony greatsword swept out horizontally. 5th-tier divine skill, endless slash. The sweeping wave of sword energy plowed through like a harvester, blood and screams rising into the sky. To gain primordial divine power through corruption, mere slaughter is useless. It requires utilizing local life forms, drawing out the life essence accumulated in the land over the years, and then corrupting it. A combination of fertile land and a large population is the key to advanced corruption. Countless drops of flesh, transformed into blood streaks, flowed into the gluttony great sword. Simultaneously, a thin mist of gray fog and a few wisps of primordial divine power rose from the ground. This plain, ravaged by war, had long been reduced to wasteland. The mere presence of primordial divine power was solely due to the sheer number of people. No. I only hoped the Obsidian could find habitable land and live a peaceful life. Why? I'm sorry, my brethren. Grommash, overwhelmed by the immense shock, wept uncontrollably. He's gone mad. Field has gone mad too. Isn't he afraid of bearing the mark of calamity? My god, openly corrupting living beings. The Imperial officials were dumbfounded. Both sides had completely lost their humanity. Lord Finn, recovering from the shock of being captured by the Chosen Ones, saw the enraged Obsidian around him, seemingly intent on killing him. He instantly forgot his hatred and decisively joined in, angrily cursing Field. Commander Grommash, sacrificing some people was merely to appease the goddess. It was a desperate measure during wartime. You slaughtered the innocent, simply to vent your anger. You demon, a sinner against history, a tyrant. After hurling the insults, Lord Finn quickly offered an awkward, apologetic smile to those around him. Venture my anger? I wasn't venting my anger. Field's gaze burned. Obsidian people, you want our land, our wealth, and our women? We destroy it all rather than give them to you. Warriors. Field roared, this battle, we will not retreat. Even if I die, even as a rotting corpse, I will fight to the very end. I will never be a slave to a destroyed nation and exterminated race. Field brought the Obsidian refugees not simply for venting his anger, nor for any small gain. If this battle is lost, corruption is far more appealing than the bizarre. Kill! Seeing this, the Nightfall Legion's men all showed resolute expressions, their battle cries echoing through the air. Each legion launched a frenzied attack, surging like waves against the enemy. Amidst the deafening roar, metal clashed, flesh tore apart, and agonizing screams filled the air. Die, you dog! Silver Claw, braving a hail of arrows, led 300 cavalry, attacking the enemy formation from the side. Spears and barricades blocked the enemy cavalry charge. Obsidian's officer hastily ordered his soldiers. However, the soldiers at the angle were already few in number, and only a handful raised their spears. Bang! 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 The Nightfall Legion's cavalry met the enemy with a volley of fire. The spearmen in the front ranks were riddled with bullets, like tattered rags. Before the new defenses could be stopped, a thunderous rumble of hooves echoed, as warhorses clad in armor rolled into the enemy ranks like tanks, instantly unleashing a chorus of screams. Silverclaw's eyes were bloodshot, his crescent blade flashing in and out, his battle aura surging, felling every infantryman and rider who stood in his way. Soon, his charge was too aggressive, and he was targeted by reinforcements of battle aura infantry. 3 of them simultaneously thrust their spears. Nay. The warhorse suddenly lurched low, and Silverclaw tumbled to the ground. Kill him! 2 battle aura infantrymen stepped forward, their spears aimed at Silverclaw's face. He quickly dodged, a spear piercing his helmet, slicing along the armor and sending sparks flying. Damn it! A cold sweat broke out on his brow. Without hesitation, Silverclaw lunged forward. He drew his waist sword from behind, imbued with fighting spirit, and thrust it diagonally into the enemy's inner armor. The armor and swordsmanship of the Nightfall territory were far superior to those of the Obsidian. With a single slash, Silverclaw cleanly and swiftly cleaved through the armor, slaying the enemy. More Obsidian warriors howled and charged, their swords and spears clashing fiercely. Silverclaw's protective aura rapidly crumbled. Bang! A human heavy cavalryman crashed into the enemy ranks, tearing through the crowd. Let's fight our way out. Knight Tom stretched out his blood-stained hand. Get on your horse. Silverclaw hesitated, suddenly realizing what his lord meant by a sense of belonging. Haha, I'm not that delicate. Laughing, he slapped Tom's hand away and roared, Brother, let's fight our way out. The two, on foot and on horseback, tore a bloody path through the enemy lines. That's when the two, covered in blood, emerged from the enemy ranks. The scene before them stunned them. The corpses of the Imperials previously slaughtered were all gathered before the observers' eyes. A twisted, grotesque laugh echoed in the air. We will eventually become one, and there will be no more pain in the world, only supreme happiness. Flesh and blood transformed into a cocoon. The observer, originally resembling an eyeball, was instantly enveloped by countless corpses, transforming into a gigantic blood cocoon. Of course, Field recognized what it was at a glance. Thump thump! A throbbing sound came, and within the blood cocoon, an infant and a verdant scroll could be vaguely seen. This is... Philomena raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion in her eyes, and exclaimed in astonishment, the aura of a kind? No, the aura of a living being, what is it? The confusion vanished in an instant, and Philomena unleashed over 100 cross-shaped beams of light at the blood cocoon. However, the next moment, a hurricane, a destructive hurricane filled with the power to annihilate everything, suddenly arose, and the world changed color. Bang bang bang. More than 100 cross-shaped star rays, as well as the flying sword waterfall, were all torn apart by the hurricane, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 1388. A verdant hurricane swept through, engulfing the dark clouds and drizzle of the vast sea, creating a terrifying scene of natural disaster. Rumble. The hurricane tore through space, emitting a painful wail. Field was stunned. This aura, could it be a hurricane? Thump thump. Accompanied by the sound of a heartbeat, a powerful, pure force brimming with life flowed into the hurricane. The infant within the blood cocoon rapidly transformed into a young woman, and then into a mature woman. Break. A sword light flashed, tearing the blood cocoon to shreds. A stunningly beautiful figure appeared gracefully, with an ethereal air, jade-like legs, and a deep green wind mark between her brows. Most captivating were the woman's fluffy fox tail and her bouncy, playful animal ears. These features reminded Field of his former friend, Wind Chime. However, upon closer inspection of her face, he was immediately disappointed. It was an unfamiliar face. While pretty, it was miles uglier than Wind Chime. A strangely flowing, dark green dress, unsettlingly eerie. A wind-swept scroll, held horizontally behind her waist, looked incredibly stylish. Buzz? The exclusive magic ring of destruction and calamity bloomed behind her, along with the phantom of the spying machine. As if lording over all living beings, Wind Chime floated in the air, basking in the terrified gazes of countless onlookers. Field was dumbfounded. Wind Chime. Holy crap! It's a life form created by the spying machine from flesh and blood. Wind Chime. Why are you naming your enemy? The Quill's lazy voice suddenly rang in her ears. To be able to inherit the power of destruction, how interesting. I'm really curious how it does it. Field quickly turned his head and saw a small, chubby gray bird, its head adorned with feather ornaments, looking ethereal and adorable. This is just my magical illusion, my true form isn't here, the Quill explained. It's not over yet. You soon find out why I made you go all out. You send a bird? That's so unreliable. Field's face turned green. Besides, did the spider capture Wind Chime? That is, Wind Destroyer, and create this thing? Wind Destroyer is long dead. The enemy used the flesh and blood of the Imperials to create a vessel. The quill asked strangely, why are you so concerned about this? I'm just worried about Wind Destroyer being captured and having a lot of babies. Field gestured with his hands. At a time like this, still thinking about these things. Ha, you big pervert, living beings are truly inferior. The quill spat disdainfully, then suddenly shouted urgently, it's here, the world will. With that, a surging tide of primal divine power converged upon the Wind Disaster, along with the aura of the world will. The Wind Disaster enjoyed the primal divine power, its aura beginning to surge rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it rose to an incomprehensible level, 7th rank, or 8th rank. It was completely imperceptible. The world will. Field exclaimed in shock, the enemy's Wind Disaster, could it be that there's no backlash? Of course, it's a legitimate living being, and it even received a blessing. The quill nodded, preserve your forces, don't let the Wind Disaster wipe you out. Field almost vomited blood, utterly speechless. Is the world will an idiot? Even his own little son, fighting a corpse, was suppressed by the world will. The person opposite is clearly a beast, yet they receive a favor. Ha ha ha, lowly ants. Wind Calamity's long hair fluttered, her slender white hand casually tracing a path through space, leaving deep sword marks. Become a part of me obediently, enjoy happiness, isn't that good? What are you? Phyromena's eyes were fixed on Wind Calamity. You appear to be one of our own, yet you possess the aura of a living being. Me? Wind Calamity grinned coldly. Of course, you are the savior, descended to save living beings from calamity. You possess a scent I like. The calamity of destruction cannot capture living beings, but your scroll is somewhat useful to me. Die. Divine power surged, a violent domain of destruction suppressing the entire sky. When the domains of the two calamities of destruction touched, the laws rapidly merged, forming a gigantic ring. My dear sister, the law of paradox dictates that only one can survive. Wind Disaster made a hugging gesture, and I am flawless. Enough with the nonsense. Philomi was unfazed, stubbornly insisting, die. Thousands of heavenly bird soul flames swarmed towards Wind Disaster. Weeping Wind slash. Wind Disaster extended her white wrist, domineeringly waving her sleeve, an invisible sword aura sweeping away everything. Bang bang bang. The heavenly bird soul flames were sliced and annihilated in midair, not even able to touch the hem of Wind Disaster's clothes. Fantastic. Praise be to the mysterious goddess. Grommash and the other obsidian beings jumped for joy upon seeing Wind Disaster's immense power. I almost forgot about you all, come and embrace happiness. Wind Disaster casually waved her hand towards the obsidian army, a strange aura surging forth. The smiles on the obsidian members vanished instantly, replaced by wailing as their bodies tore apart, transforming them into grotesque creatures. What? No! Grommash's chest exploded, tentacles sprouting from it. Fortunately, the Nightfall Legion had already reduced the enemy's numbers, otherwise, they would be facing a monstrous ocean. Field was drenched in cold sweat, his mind in turmoil. If I had known, I should have gone all out to behead Audrey. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Even better than I imagined, Field, you did a great job. The spying machine, without the blessing of the world's will and complete condensation, cannot cause substantial damage, let alone kill it. Then what's your plan? Field asked urgently, wishing he could grab the quill and, like an angry bird, smash it directly into the face of the storm. The chubby bird conjured by the quill quickly dissipated. Of course, trust you, and trust me, let's beat her to a pulp. Far away in Tier City, the quill no longer concealed its presence. 8th tier divine power erupted without restraint. The chaotic threads that had been laid across the moon-marked continent, Dragon Tower, and other locations surged towards the feather pin. The feather pin hovered in the air, her black skirt billowing. She slowly raised her hand, conjuring an extremely domineering black bow, its string woven from endless chaotic threads. The instant the black bow appeared, the overwhelming pressure of divine power turned the world into a chaotic hue. Around the Empire, the chosen demonic beasts controlled by the worlds will fled in terror. Although I am no longer the executor of world destruction. But, tremble for me, worlds will. The feather pen laughed maniacally, her left hand gathering a stream of black light, which she plunged deep into the heart, drawing out a crimson stain. 8th tier divine skill, world-destroying transformation. Chaotic Heart Curse Arrow. Chaotic Heart Curse Arrow, Racial foundation level description. Consumes chaotic blood, life, and primal divine power to condense an arrow, causing terrifying damage. Chapter 1389. Effect 1. Extinction Curse. One-time effect. Weakens enemies' all attributes by 40% for 7 days. Effect 2. Beautiful Shattering. Shatters the target's divine shield and inflicts all abnormal statuses. Effect 3. Temporal Chaos. Freezes the enemy for a period of time, preventing them from mobilizing any power. The freeze time is affected by the target's combat power. Featherpin beautifully raised her eyes, her heart's blood transforming into an arrow. Her original languid temperament suddenly transformed into surging killing intent. Divine power surged from her exquisite body like a tide. She drew back the black bow, and the surrounding space turned inky black. The crisp sound of the string vibrated, and the chaotic threads that made up the bowstring shattered in large numbers because of this strike. The heart curse arrows suddenly shot out, traversing thousands of miles. Even though Field was separated from Featherpin by an entire province, the heart curse arrows still arrived in the blink of an eye. Like a black and red comet, dragging a dazzling tail, it struck the wind disaster hard. The Chaos Calamity is the most insidious of calamities. Their attacks are utterly insidious, completely undetectable. Even Field hadn't anticipated the divine reinforcements arriving in the blink of an eye. Boom! Just as she assumed a fighting stance, Wind Calamity was struck precisely. A powerful energy explosion erupted, and in the instant it exploded, everyone heard a crisp bang of shattering. A shower of stardust, as romantic as the Milky Way, swirled. Wind Calamity shattered divine shield. The violent energy surged wildly through her heart. What? The aura of chaos. Wind Calamity's pupils constricted sharply. The Chaos Calamity detected my presence immediately. No. Field is a pawn of chaos. This battle is a trap laid by chaos. Realizing this was futile. From the exploding heart curse arrow, a massive amount of curse seals surged forth, transforming into layers of curses that branded onto Wind Disaster's fair skin. Wind Disaster's momentum plummeted, frozen in midair. A good opportunity. Field was overjoyed, knowing it was Quill's doing, and immediately shouted, "Quick, kill her!" Okay. 6 sharp ice spears, almost instantly, shot forth, with fierce energy, merging in midair into a giant spear like a siege engine. 6th-tier divine skill, Avalanche Charge. With her wolf spirit blazing, Ashina pushed the ice spears with both hands, slamming them hard into Wind Disaster's temple. The ice spears exploded into a shower of ice shards upon impact, leaving a pinhole-sized wound on Wind Disaster's forehead, with a faint trace of blood. Such formidable defense. Ashina exclaimed in shock, yet her attacks continued relentlessly thrusting her ice spear at Fengzai's eyes, throat, heart, and indescribable areas, but with minimal effect. A sudden idea struck her. She tried to snatch the scroll of destruction from his back, but found it completely immovable. Watch out for the aftershocks. Blackfeather shouted a warning, simultaneously activating her divine skill, 6th-tier divine skill, Heavenly Punishment Sword Monument. 100-meter-long sword monument, gleaming with inscriptions, tore through the sky, falling magnificently and slowly. Each sword monument provided a top-tier combat power boost. A massive amount of power surged into Blackfeather's body, and she flung out a purple flying sword. Sword Abyss. The purple sword cleaved through the sky, tearing a crack in the obsidian army formation. Wha? Countless obsidian figures plummeted into the abyss, annihilated by the sword energy. Within the low sonic boom, countless sword beams rose, soaring into the sky. The terrifying sword abyss enveloped Fengzai, and every inch of Fengzai's skin was subjected to the sword energy strikes. Philomi also unleashed her divine power, bombarding the heavens with various divine techniques without restraint. Gazing at the sky, a continuous barrage of explosions, like the end of the world, ensued. The Imperial army was utterly stunned. In a battle of this magnitude, they were being ordered to pick off the weak points. Their empress was sending them to their deaths. Can attacks of this magnitude really kill the enemy instantly? Field snapped out of his daze, slapping his forehead and shouting hastily, "Blackfeather, come back quickly. Fusion with the little scorpion is the priority. In crucial moments, you still have to rely on me." Disha stood confidently with her hands on her hips, eager to try. Okay. Blackfeather quickly retreated, her snow-white toes barely touching the ground. A cold female voice echoed from the sky. "Is that all? You dared to attack a god? Very well, you lost your chance to beg for mercy." A gust of wind swept through, and Wind Calamity swung his sleeve, shattering Sword Abyss with a single slap, revealing his slightly ferocious face, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Despite being attacked with full force by 3 chosen ones, and even with their divine power shield shattered, Wind Calamity only suffered minor damage to his clothes, revealing some suggestive tears. The shattered divine power shield merely gave everyone a chance to inflict damage. It didn't mean that the chosen ones were vulnerable after the shield collapsed. Unpredictable Wind Flower. Wind Calamity's right hand moved like a flower, gracefully grasping at the air. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, transforming into a magnificent long sword adorned with flower petals. At peak speed, Wind Calamity teleported before Ashina, unleashing a dazzling sword strike. The sword pierced the sky, cleaving a deep, straight chasm. Disintegration. Ashina felt no threat of death, but based on her combat experience, she knew perfectly well what was happening. If she took a hit, she'd be dead. The instant the ice spear disintegrated, Ashina unleashed her piercing spear without hesitation. Before she could even see the explosion, the sword light enveloped it. Clang, clang, clang. The piercing spear, enhanced by double disintegration, shattered into dust upon contact with the sword light, shattering into countless sharp sounds. The straight sword light, relentlessly crushing everything in its path, poured down on Ashina's divine power shield. It only lasted 3 seconds before Ashina's divine power shield shattered. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ashina was pierced through the heart by the sword light. Fortunately, the double disintegration provided a huge boost, and combined with the weakening effect of the quill pen, Ashina managed to cling to life. Damn it. I absolutely cannot fall. As blood gushed from Ashina's mouth, she desperately squeezed out all her divine power, condensing a mountain-like, ghostly blue wolf soul, and slammed it fiercely towards Wind Calamity. He's still alive? Damn Chaos, you got some tricks up your sleeve, reducing my strength so much. Wind Calamity sneered, unleashing another sword strike, mercilessly crushing the wolf's soul. The sword's residual power remained undiminished, aiming again at Ashina. At the critical moment, a nimble black shadow flashed past. It was Disha, fused with Black Feather. She arrived with lightning speed, rescuing Ashina. The mist sword beam struck the distant plane. Boom! Dust billowed, the earth cracked, and the chaotic sword energy annihilated everything. Solar bombardment. To prevent Wind Calamity from pursuing allies, Pyromina ripped through the sky, countless beams of light raining down. 8th tier divine skill, Gentle Breeze. Wind Calamity's flowing waterfall like hair swayed slightly. A gentle breeze swept over her, quickly forming a perfect divine power shield around her. At the same time, the rain of falling beams dissipated and vanished without a trace 100 meters from the Calamity. My sister, you're just another one-hit wonder. Chapter 1390. By Goddess. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Wind Disaster's terrifying combat power completely exceeded everyone's expectations. No, even if we sent Little Scorpion from the start, we still wouldn't stand a chance. Field's heart pounded. Given Wind Disaster's displayed strength, Little Scorpion wouldn't have enough time to suppress him before being killed by a single sword strike. You see, even the Feather Pen's divine skill only managed to control the opponent for less than 10 seconds. Without Little Scorpion weakening the enemy's level, everyone would be wiped out. We need to deplete Wind Disaster's divine power and stamina before sending Little Scorpion. Wait. A bold idea flashed through Field's mind, and he hurriedly urged Silver Eyes, quickly send that sword monument away. This place is sealed off, and the sword monument is too far from Black Feather, it might become ineffective. Silver Eyes shook his head repeatedly. Then protect the corrupted sword monument. Field hurriedly urged the corrupted Black Crow to relay the tactic to the Little Scorpion. The windstorm's fox tail swayed, its mocking eyes fixed on Philomena, before it transformed into a gust of wind, suddenly appearing before her. Die. A clear, melodious voice rang out. The sword light slashed down, tearing through Philomena's thick divine power shield like a hot knife through butter. Come on, sister, I will definitely kill you. Philomena's cold, beautiful face, reflected in the windstorm sword light, was filled with fanaticism. Seed of heavenly destruction, disintegrate. Without hesitation, Philomena decisively disintegrated the divine artifact. Enveloped in the radiance of the sun, her entire body radiated golden light, her aura surging. The magic ring behind her bloomed to its fullest extent, unleashing countless beams of light that bombarded the windstorm head-on. However, the dazzling beams of light, striking the Wind Disaster's unique divine power shield, were all deflected, untouched by any magic. It's time to end this. Just obediently become my collection. A scroll would be much better, no worries at all. The Wind Disaster unleashed a sword light, cleaving through the light barrier like waves, closing in and delivering a stunning thrust at Philomena. The Little Scorpion rushed forward, blocking Philomena's path. Whoosh! A hurricane flashed, and despite only one sword strike, the little scorpion was pierced by countless sword lights. The violent wind pressure instantly killed the little scorpion. Philomena's pupils trembled, and she subconsciously bit her thin lips. The little scorpion was Field's only chosen one that he could directly control. Could it be that Field sacrificed her to save her? Her mind was in turmoil. Windchime's lips curled into a mocking smile, laughing wildly. This is what happens when you block my way. But the next moment, the corrupted sword monument in the distance radiated an eerie light. Corrupted sword monument. As long as a small piece of flesh remains, it can rapidly revive, restoring the user to its peak condition. In the past, Black Feather couldn't use the sword monument's abilities well simply because she wasn't skilled enough. But Field knew the sword monument's true value, a top-tier divine skill, utterly insidious and unpredictable. Countless crimson streams converged, and Little Scorpion's beautiful figure reappeared on the battlefield. Phew, that scared me to death. Little Scorpion patted her chest, still shaken. Even someone as powerful as Wind Disaster showed a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. With her senses activated, Wind Disaster immediately located the Destruction Sword Monument. Just a little trick. Without the slightest hesitation, Wind Disaster waved her sleeve, 8th tier god. A streak of black and red light ripped through the sky. The Chaos Heart Curse arrow struck Wind Calamity first. The quill pin, sacrificing its life, unleashed a second Heart Curse arrow, pinning Wind Calamity to the spot. Simultaneously, it shattered Wind Calamity's newly formed Divine Power shield. Miss Philome, let us handle this. Protected by the sword monument, the little scorpion fearlessly charged forward, its god-slaying tail aimed straight for Wind Calamity's neck. Squeak! The tail barely penetrated the skin. The little scorpion relentlessly channeled its power, frantically dissolving the opponent's divine power. The aftershocks of divine power dissipated layer upon layer, and Wind Calamity weakened extremely slowly. Field wasn't idle either, urging Nightfall to lead its army in a frenzied attack. After Wind Calamity's bizarre transformation, her domain received the Legion's blessing. Each obsidian golem destroyed brought a new life. In just over 10 seconds. Get out of my way. Freed from his immobilization, Wind Calamity slapped the little scorpion to death, his gaze locking onto the corrupted sword monument at the edge of the area. 8th tier divine skill, Great Annihilation Wind. A colossal tornado connecting the entire heaven and earth swept out with a crushing force, its destructive sword light swirling around a green wind core, tearing everything in its path apart. The large numbers of Obsidian and Nightfall troops engaged in battle nearby were instantly annihilated, not even a single piece of armor remaining. A natural disaster, a pure natural disaster. By the goddess above. The morale of the surrounding Nightfall troops plummeted to rock bottom, scattering and collapsing. Block the divine skill. Under Little Fat Dragon's command, the remaining 4,000 or so corrupted legions bravely resisted, rushing towards the hurricane like moths to a flame. The corrupted legions were wiped out in one strike. The Great Annihilation Wind swept through, only slightly slowing its speed and consuming some divine power. Quack, how can we possibly win this? Silver Eyes nearly screamed in terror, but its actions didn't falter. Transforming into a mithril dragon, it disintegrated its divine artifact while propelling the corrupted sword monument to dodge rapidly. To make matters worse, the Great Annihilation Wind divine skill, manipulated by Wind Disaster, came hurtling towards it from a curved path. Die! Die! In its disintegrated state, Philome and the little scorpion attacked fearlessly, causing Wind Disaster to momentarily lose focus. The Great Annihilation Wind grazed Silver Eye's tail, but even so, it severely damaged the dragon. A layer of its beautiful mithril scales was torn off, revealing horrifying flesh. Even the exposed bones were covered in sword marks. Unbelievable, this was Wind Disaster after being greatly weakened. Roar! Silver Eyes screamed in agony. Seeing her divine skill fail, and with a bunch of weaklings interfering, Wind Disaster lost interest in showing off, 8th rank. The moment she activated her divine skill, a black and red light, trailing a dazzling tail, precisely interrupted her divine skill. The divine power shield exploded for the 3rd time, and Wind Disaster was once again suspended in midair. Whoosh! Far away in Tier City, Featherpen's left hand and chest were covered in thick blood, and small snakes of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Hee, Destruction Calamity, World Will, is nothing more than this. Wind Disaster broke free of control again, casually swatting the little scorpion to death. She was horrified to discover that her divine power level had completely plummeted to the 7th rank. A powerful passive divine skill had been sealed by the little scorpion. Worse still, the interruption of the divine skill by chaos caused a significant backlash, disrupting the flow of her divine power. Damn chaos calamity, it always attacks when I unleash my divine skill. I see if you can stop me every single second. Wind calamity activated his mind, unleashing a dense barrage of invisible wind blades. Bang bang bang. The woman trying to block him was severely injured, and all the surrounding sword monuments were shattered. Fortunately, little scorpion Disha reformed before the corrupted sword monuments shattered. Of the Nightfall territory's 6th-tier combat power, only Disha remained, still able to fight with difficulty. Just then, the sound of chains clanging echoed from the corrupted ground at the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 1391. Dense, net-like gray-red chains pierced through the gray mist, enveloping the battlefield, while red roses fluttered in the air. A 6th-tier domain, a new 6th-tier domain is forming? Sir Finn of the Empire chuckled, finding it absurd and laughable. What a joke, Field has 6th-tier combat power. The corrupted 6th-tier divine power, no longer restrained, spread in all directions from the gray mist. The earth cracked, and the howls of corpses echoed. Thump, thump, thump. Huge footsteps resounded. The next moment, a domineering figure, riding a mountain-like corrupted dragon, emerged from the gray mist with awe. Beneath the tattered dragon wings, resembling rotting corpses, emerged a large number of corrupted obsidian golems. Their bodies were festering, emitting low growls yearning for flesh and blood. It's not over yet. With me here, Nightfall territory will never be defeated. Rosalia brandished her gluttony great sword, her magnificent noble gown billowing. Come, let me have a go at you. Great, finally advanced. Field hadn't allowed Rosalia to advance before the battle, not because he didn't want to, but because there wasn't enough rich land, population, or time. He'd basically given her all the experience she could. These 10,000 obsidian people were left to build the corruption land and replenish troops. Finally, some new fodder I can command. The corruption legion had been completely wiped out, leaving the little fat dragon a lone commander. Now, sensing the newborn corpses emerging from the gray mist, he quickly activated the orb in his hand. Invisible energy surged, and the corpses that had just roared out of the gray mist were immediately controlled and added to our army, filling the gaps in combat power. The corruption army, as long as it's backed by the gray mist, is inexhaustible. Over 1,000 scavenging, rotting corpses charged wildly towards the obsidian army. Both sides had become monsters, and the moment they clashed, a bloody battle erupted. Claws lashed, teeth gnawed, the most primal form of combat, yet countless sprays of blood splattered everywhere. The previously collapsing Nightfall army, supported by the rotting corpses, began to regain its footing. Ha ha ha, very good, let them fight like dogs. I need to immediately allocate points to Rosalia, giving her full combat power. Without delay, Field opened her personal panel. Besides receiving a comprehensive boost to her physical attributes, Rosalia also gained a point allocation opportunity. Choose a divine skill. Field decisively selected a divine skill. An invisible soul link caused Rosalia's chosen mark to glow faintly. Amidst the astonished gasps of countless onlookers, Rosalia's aura surged dramatically. She herself became even more divine, her shimmering ornaments radiating magnificent light, yet appearing dim beneath her radiant countenance. Oh, I see. Rosalia's eyes lit up, instantly understanding many new combat techniques, and her domain suddenly bloomed. Domain, Buried Rose Land. Description, enhances the life force of surrounding rotting units. This domain generates chains of divine power, continuously absorbing surrounding life force to gradually strengthen its own combat power. Special, universal for corrupted gods within the domain's range, creatures blessed by the world's origin will suffer additional damage. Note, do not use on your own territory. Whoosh. Chains shot out in all directions, piercing through the clouds and the earth, their crimson divine seals shining brightly. The land, which normally yielded no divine power, suddenly emanated divine energy that surged towards Rosalia. My child, destroy corruption. My child, destroy corruption. The wind calamity, currently pursuing the little sun Disha. In Rosalia's domain, at the moment of its bloom, the voice of the worlds will urgently commanded the wind calamity to slay Rosalia. The calamities of the previous 4 eras, no matter how powerful or cunning, were merely grasshoppers stubbornly resisting, long since obsolete. The corruption calamity, though seemingly foolish, can truly kill. Shut up, you're just a tool I use, you dare to. The wind calamity shook its head in frustration, trying to sever the distracting thoughts in its mind. Obey the commands of the world's will, do not disobey. The phantom of the watcher behind it, its tentacles writhing. The world's will's blessing can bring enormous benefits, but it can also be manipulated. This is especially true for magical beasts and puppets made of flesh and blood. TCH. What a nuisance. Spitting, Wind Calamity abandoned the pursuit and turned to the corrupted ground. Just a newly formed 6th-tier cultivator, one strike and she's dead. Although her combat power had been weakened from the early 8th tier to the 7th, she wasn't afraid at all. 7th tier divine skill, Eye of the Wind. A vortex subtly swirled in Wind Calamity's emerald eyes. The newly formed corrupted ground, even from a distance, was rapidly distorted simply by Wind Calamity's gaze. A chilling sword intent swept in with the force of the wind. Whoosh! 7 or 8 vortex-shaped storms slowly emerged. The gray mist, the rotting corpses, and Rosalia's chains were all swept up and shredded into dust. Fortunately, this attack was slow to form, and Rosalia, controlling the corrupted dragon, managed to escape the attack range. Naive. A light laugh rang out, and the next moment, Wind Calamity vanished, flying out from the eye of the storm and appearing behind Rosalia. With a buzzing sound, Rosalia was caught off guard and engulfed by the overwhelming sword light. That's it? Wind Calamity casually twirled his sword, arrogantly looking down upon all living beings. Despair? Before he could finish speaking, a massive amount of blood surged forth from the gluttony, rapidly coalescing into a stunningly beautiful figure. Rosalia, a sickly smile playing on her lips, flashed away, radiating a fierce killing intent. The horrific injuries granted the bloodstained throne a massive stat boost. Think you can do whatever you want just because you have the world's will's blessing? Humph, I challenge the world's will. Facing the powerful windstorm, Rosalia charged forward, her snow-white hands gripping the sword hilt simultaneously. Seeing your arrogant attitude, I've been annoyed for a long time. You get what's coming to you. 6th tier divine skill, Stars United. 6th tier divine skill, Blood Scissors. The gluttony greatsword ripped open from the middle, countless lines of blood gushing out, continuously lengthening the blade, while chains continuously emerged from the hilt. The corrupted dragon exploded, transforming into a river of starlight, ribbons enveloping and swirling around the gluttony greatsword. In an instant, a gigantic, ferocious divine skill scissors formed with lightning speed. The aftershocks of the divine skill caused the earth to crack. The wisp of world will attached to the wind disaster sensed an unprecedented threat. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The world will frantically issue commands, giving the wind disaster a terrible headache. A battle raged in her mind between her own will and the world will. This lady dares to bully my field. Rosalia unleashed her full power, her blood scissors rising like a mountain, slashing down with overwhelming force. Where the blades sliced, dark cracks appeared in space. The wind disaster had already fallen for Rosalia's trap, and couldn't dodge for the time being, nor did she intend to. With her repaired divine power shield, a mere 6th tier divine skill probably couldn't even scratch it. A 6th tier dares to face me directly? Laughable. Instead of retreating, the wind disaster thrust forward with a dazzling sword strike, 7th tier. Chapter 1392. A black and red comet, trailing a blood-red streak of light, struck Wind Calamity squarely. Bang! Wind Calamity's divine power shield shattered, the broken shield a beautiful sight. The brutal blood scissors pierced through the fragments of the divine power shield, striking Wind Calamity squarely in the waist. New divine skill, Blood Scissors, corruption exclusive, judgment type divine skill, description, links all abilities, divine skills, artifacts, and environment to form an unparalleled scissor strike. Power depends on the link skills. Effect, deals terrifying damage and severs the infusion of will to the greatest extent possible, e.g., world will, manipulation will, etc., especially effective against puppet, summoner, and other classes. Special, the shattered will transform into pure divine power and soul power, with the soul power feeding back to the Lord. Born to strangle the world will, judgment type divine skill, corruption calamity, guaranteed at tier 6. Buzz. The blood scissors technique exploded, slicing open 2 bloody gashes across Fengzai's alluring, slender waist. Immediately, an unparalleled explosion resounded, shearing a lone tree in the distance in 2, carving 2 massive furrows into the plain. Crack. Fengzai faintly heard the sound of shearing. As if something extremely precious had been lost, Fengzai's mind trembled violently, a look of confusion appearing on his face. The phantom of the spy behind him suddenly faded, and the urging of the world's will immediately ceased. The world's will and the spy's will both suffered a brutal blow. Primal divine power dissipated wildly, and Fengzai's aura plummeted. He actually fell to the peak of the 6th rank. Meanwhile, Field felt his mind clear, an indescribable sense of comfort washing over him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's awesome. I wonder if it's just my imagination. The minimap seems a bit zoomed in." "Oh!" Catching her breath, Disha exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling. "It actually has my ability. It doesn't seem like it." "Never mind." Without watching the spectacle, Disha's slender hands flew, inscribing incomprehensible runes. 6th-tier divine skill, Law Seal. Layer upon layer of shackles formed by laws surged forth, merging into Fengzai's body. Ugh. Fengzai vomited a mouthful of blood. His core divine skill, 1,000 layers of wind and waves, was directly sealed. Without this divine skill, his destructive power dropped by more than 5 or 6 times. The sudden change in the situation caused even the all-controlling observer to show a look of shock, a solemn expression flashing in their eyes. He really shouldn't have acted rashly. Obsidian was just a pawn. If he lost, he could find another way. As the player, he shouldn't have personally intervened. In any region of this world, hidden schemes may lurk. Truly surprising. Field is just a small power, yet it harbors such a grand scheme of chaos. If only I could. Heh, never mind. Struggle, the more you struggle, the more delicious you become. The richer my harvest. Embrace happiness, my loyal children. The spying man gently touched the obsidian in the distance. Over 1,000 obsidian figures exploded into a blood mist, the shed flesh and divine power repairing the spying man's body. Previously, it had tried to prevent the windstorm from instantly killing the Nightfall army or absorbing the obsidian figures. This was because of the existence of the world will. Killing the army first would alert the world will, hindering its plans. Now that the world will's gaze has weakened, killing is no longer a problem. As the spicer repaired itself, Wind Calamity showed signs of strengthening again. Damn it, you bunch of trash, how dare you hurt me? The wind surged, Wind Calamity's long hair flew wildly, and he completely went berserk. Get out of my way. Dense wind blades flew, and Rosalia was instantly stabbed dozens of times, fiercely pushed back, but managed to withstand the injuries. She could no longer instantly kill the Chosen One, but her combat power remained formidable. Even if I fall into the 6th rank, killing you is still as easy as playing around. Wind Calamity wielded swords with both hands, his left and right hands displaying completely different sword techniques as he fiercely fought Rosalia. Sword light flashed, various fast and slow sword techniques combined with his peak swordsmanship, stabbing Rosalia 62 times. Wind Calamity raised his long, snow-white leg and kicked Rosalia to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless wind blades fell like a storm. How dare you kick me? Ugh, what an annoying scoundrel. I get my revenge. Bloodlines rapidly healed her wounds. Rosalia stubbornly braced herself against the wind blades, supporting her great sword, and staggered to her feet. Roar. A massive horde of obsidian-formed monsters surged forward. Wind Disaster sneered, wanting to savor the sight of Rosalia being besieged and tormented by these monsters. So many blood packs, give me more, haha, endless slash. Rosalia unleashed a horizontal slash, a curtain of sword energy plundering the ground, instantly slaying 1,000 monsters. The bloodlines replenished Rosalia's depleted life force. 6th-tier divine skill, Blood Scissors. What? She's clearly exhausted her divine power. How can she still use this move? Wind Disaster was dumbfounded, a tidal wave of shock washing over her. She'd never seen anything like this before. Busy with defending herself, Wind Disaster had no time to pay attention to Disha. Disha seized the opportunity, flashing to the side of the little sun and stabbing with her tail. She dispelled the divine power from the heavily injured little sun, freeing it from the constraints of the decisive battle, and allowing it to revert to its moon form to recuperate. Eek! The second calamity of destruction in Nightfall territory, the Great Thunder Dragon, no longer concealed itself. She condensed a lightning spear, crushing the frozen Skara into dust with a single strike. The goddess's mark shattered, and pure primordial divine power flowed into the Great Thunder Dragon's body. Finally, it's my turn to act. The Great Thunder Dragon's divine power level surged, rapidly breaking through the peak of the 5th rank and beginning its next breakthrough. I curse this world. Sensing the emergence of a new 6th rank, even the mastermind behind the manipulation of Obsidian, the control of the Hero King, and the manipulation of everything, the spy, broke down. Is this ever going to end? A small force that appeared out of nowhere. Those creatures that should have been kicked to death by their own toys were now teeming with 6th-tier combat power. The swiftly dodging windstorm barely evaded Rosalia's Blood Scissors divine skill, but the aftershock still severed its slender ankle. Crack! The Blood Scissors' judgmental strike transmitted to itself. The spy's body trembled like ripples, further weakening it. It could only continuously absorb the obsidian golems. The enemy is at their last gasp. Kill every warrior who can move. Field keenly sensed the change in the battle situation, leaped onto his warhorse, and personally led the army in a charge. Reclaim our homeland. Protect our lord. Charge. Seeing this, Field's guards dared not let their lord lead the charge, and they pushed forward like madmen. The Nightfall Legion's central army surged forward. Mages and Aura Knights, once within range, unleashed hundreds of skills, hurling them at Windstorm in the sky to weaken its combat power. Protect the adults. Even if we die, we can't let the adults get hurt. Mother, your son is not a coward. Whether intact or routed, the legions, seeing the central banner moving forward, went berserk, charging forward in a frenzy. Chapter 1393. The Nightfall Legion charged forward like a tidal wave, crashing down on the enemy lines. With a deafening bang, blood sprayed, metal clashed, and screams of agony filled the air. Give me back my family. A soldier from the west, bayonet plunged into an enemy's chest, drew his long sword, and began hacking wildly at the surrounding monstrous creatures. The monsters lunged, their hands conjuring bone spikes that pierced his chest. Seemingly oblivious to pain, he pounced like a beast, hacking and biting, wrestling and grappling with the monsters. The entire battlefield was a scene of carnage. What do we do? Lord Finn of the Imperial Army, watching the carnage, was utterly helpless. He cursed everyone, sweating profusely. The windstorm and strange forces sealed off the battlefield, preventing escape. This, I don't know either. An Imperial official was dumbfounded. Form ranks on the outskirts. Protecting me is paramount, Lord Finn decisively ordered. Obsidian and Field have both suffered heavy losses. Perhaps we have a chance to carry out Her Majesty the Queen's orders. Kill the obsidian monsters. Since joining the Imperial Army, I haven't had enough to eat, just constant humiliation. The obsidian people slaughtered the Westerners, and then sacrificed us Central people. I think Field is our true lord, and the Queen is just a useless sycophant. What's so great about the Griffin family? They're still human, they can die too. Brother, you should have said so earlier. I wanted to rebel, when that eyeball monster was slaughtering everyone. Then had only given the order for less than 30 seconds, when he suddenly heard a commotion from behind, which grew increasingly louder. He turned back in astonishment, only to find his own army in utter chaos and turmoil. The Imperial soldiers were human too, they had feelings. They had witnessed the obsidian men slaughtering their people, and they had seen Field fighting to the death against monsters and foreign enemies. Their anger was at its peak. What's going on? Lord Finn exclaimed in shock, ruthlessly ordering his officers, quickly suppress them. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the Queen, kill them. A fat, burly Imperial official reined in his horse and charged at the soldier, angrily whipping him. Shut up. Who do you think you are? You dare question the Queen's orders? How dare you shout like that? The Imperial official, his fleshy jaws bulging, pointed at the agitated soldiers and ordered, I now order you to attack Field's army, or else. Humph. Humph my ass. The Imperial soldier thrust his halberd forward with all his might, plunging it into the officer's stomach with a powerful shove. Ouch. The Imperial official screamed and collapsed. Lord Finn's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight. His hands trembled as he cried, It's over. They've been controlled by Field's magic. Kill! Brothers, comrades, slaughter those damned obsidian men. Rebellion? Rebellion? Lord Field is our true lord. The Imperial Legion suddenly turned against them, chasing after the officials who tried to stop them, hacking and slashing. Soon, the flames of resistance engulfed the entire army. Even noble warriors, mages, and Air Force personnel volunteered to join. Various combat techniques and magical orbs flew wildly at the obsidian army, creating a rain of blood. The right flank was thrown into chaos. The obsidian monsters, attacked, roared in fury and charged at them. Suppress them quickly. Without a chosen one to control the army, Lord Finn absurdly ordered his loyalists and guards to join forces with the obsidian monster to quell the rebellion. Die! Felder, charging left and right, seized an opportunity and led his guards straight at Lord Finn. Stop him! Stop him! Lord Finn cried out in alarm. 7 or 8 squire knights charged towards Felder, all elite warriors possessing battle aura. Lowering his stance, Felder thrust his spear. Years of combat experience allowed his spear to deftly deflect the enemy knights' shields, piercing their hearts like a venomous snake. Felder's battle aura surged, unleashing his fighting skills as he swung his spear horizontally. Whoosh! The spear swept across, spraying blood in a fan shape. The 4 charging squire knights were severed from their bodies by the overwhelming force, flung away like sacks of potatoes, and crashed heavily to the ground. Wanting to slay even more enemies, Field's guards had already swept through the road ahead. "Mama!" Lord Finn cried out in alarm, clinging to his horse's neck, trying to escape into the Obsidian army for protection. "You Queen's lackey, trying to escape?" Lightning whirlwind slash. Field drew his bow, shot. The arrow flew like a meteor. Thud. The obsidian monster beside Lord Finn had its head blown off by the arrow. The headless monster wildly swung its claws, tearing Finn off its back as he galloped past. Claws pierced his thigh, blood gushing out. "Aya!" Finn screamed in agony, "Get out of here! I'm one of yours!" The surrounding obsidian monsters, startled by the blood, pounced, tearing Finn to pieces, a gruesome death. "My lord, a divine archer!" The surrounding soldiers were stunned. Finn, sprawled on his warhorse amidst the chaos, had been stopped by their lord, yet he had still managed to die so horribly. Invincible, utterly invincible. The lord is so creative. Field, would you believe me if I said I missed, that I was aiming at Finn? With Lord Finn dead, the loyal soldiers of the Queen, without command, scattered and fled. Most of the Imperial army defected on the spot. The Imperial militia, cooperating with the Nightfall army, quickly shattered Obsidian's right flank. Power is fading. The domain's enhancement continued to weaken. Countless orbs and combat techniques rained down on Windfall, the damage accumulating until her divine power rapidly drained. The spy sensed the danger, absorbed a group of Obsidian people, restored Windfall's life, and urged her to slaughter. The Wind Disaster sword light flashed and darted with exquisite precision, repelling the small scorpions and Rosalia on either side. It was about to unleash a divine technique to annihilate the ground army. Sizzle. A violent bolt of lightning shot into the sky, transforming the heavens into a rolling pool of thunder, unleashing the full power of its 6th-tier divine strength. The great thunder dragon, having completed its advancement, arrived with an exaggeratedly voluptuous figure. The instant its opponent advanced, Field had already chosen its new thunder spirit. "My dear sister, you killed me once, yet you still failed to destroy the world." The great thunder dragon, Felice, licked her lips, her fleshy legs crossed, her thunderous wings swaying behind her. "It's time to repay your humiliation and become my spoils." "Who are you?" The Wind Disaster irritably flicked its sleeve, proudly twirling its sword, utterly disdainful. Fafreya's mature face slowly turned cold. "The dead don't need to know so much. I wanted to kill you for a long time, I dreamed of it." With that, her domain erupted. Chapter 1394. Domain. Sacred Ruins Thunder Abyss. Destructive trait. Eternal Domain. Gains full buffs without requiring allies, greatly increasing divine skill power. Destructive Domain. Felice can manipulate the thunder spirits within the Thunder Abyss to kill enemies. Other traits are the same as Felice's. New divine skill. Thunder Transformation. Effect. Can condense thunder spirits and divine artifacts, transforming them into different magical beasts, gaining massive attribute bonuses. Note: if previous divine skills produce thunder in the form of magical beasts, this bonus can be obtained. The moment the Thunder Abyss bloomed, lightning danced across the entire sky, a terrifying oppressive force, as if an abyss had descended from the heavens, making it difficult to breathe. The moment the wind and thunder domains touched, they linked together, erupting into a decisive battle. Countless people looked up at the sky, deeply shocked. Their lord was incredibly cunning. He had actually managed to escape with so many powerful warriors. This is Nightfall's last remaining fighting force. Field felt the pressure. Rosalia and Little Scorpion had both suffered considerable injuries in the previous battle. He still needed to keep them alive to cleanse the corrupted land and annihilate the obsidian monsters, tasks that would backfire on Faberia, whom he couldn't handle. Therefore, Faberia's final battle against the windstorm was crucial. Add points like crazy. Field used all the divine seals he had accumulated, even shattering his beloved holy sword. All of it was added to Faberia's artifact. Artifact. Heavenly Rank Thunder Spear. Description. A calamity artifact after advancement. Its power is terrifyingly immense. Do not look directly at it. Buff. While greatly increasing its destructive power, it can effectively paralyze the enemy's movements. Choosing to strengthen the artifact is the safest option. Sometimes, enhancing skills increases the consumption of divine skills, and the effects aren't immediate. Oh! Finally, a wise choice. While cursing, Felice felt the lightning spear undergo a qualitative change and smiled with satisfaction, her fingers tracing the rabbit. Looks like it's time to give Field some favor. Like taking him hunting, massacring a city or something. Nonsense. Wind Disaster frowned, feeling utterly bewildered, his hands flashing with sword light. Even with one divine skill sealed, I can easily kill you. Huh? Useless thing, you once possessed my power. But you can't even destroy the world, you're not even as good as my bratty little brother, who can at least amuse me. Lightning Serpent slithered, and Felice raised her hand, conjuring a lightning spear, the goddess's mark radiating light. 6-tier divine skill, Lightning Tide Overload. Her aura surged. Activating Lightning Tide Overload, Felice could reduce the consumption of one of her divine skills while minimizing its cooldown. Heh, I thought you were so powerful. Too slow, double wind. Wind Disaster slashed with both swords simultaneously, and in an instant, a gentle breeze and a hurricane swept in, containing countless invisible sword lights filled with killing intent. Watch out. Rosalia, back on the ground, replenishing her life by slaughtering the obsidian golems, hurriedly warned. She had been stabbed countless times by Wind Disaster, but luckily she was the invincible corruption, her life force at its peak, so she wasn't too afraid of pain. Sizzle. In the instant lightning flashed, Phyllis's voice rang in Wind Disaster's ears. Your attack speed is like a lowly's. Phyllis flashed to Wind Disaster's side, and the moment she spoke, divine power surged into her lightning spear, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful strike. Bang! A gust of wind blew wildly. The Wind Calamity's divine shield trembled violently, lightning creeping along it, insidiously burrowing into her limbs and bones, relentlessly ravaging her body. It can actually ignore the shield and inflict damage. As she retreated explosively, Wind Calamity unleashed a barrage of wind blades, a slight ripple in her heart. I can't take it head-on, I have to block it. The observer sensed something was wrong. Wind Calamity, created using the flesh and blood of living beings, had its combat power replicated, but it was still flesh and blood, more susceptible to negative status effects. Without the support of the world's will, its flesh and blood became its weakness. Freya sneered, once again activating her lightning flash, dodging the wind blades while rapidly pursuing. The lightning spear, gleaming with red and purple lightning, exuded overwhelming pressure. Wait. Why is Wind Calamity's artifact so much stronger than other calamities of destruction? The observer felt shocked and confused. Perhaps I should have collected the Thunder Scrolls and studied them. The playful smile that had been constantly on Phone's Eye's face gradually disappeared. 6-tier divine skill, Gentle Breeze. A gentle breeze blew in all directions. This divine skill was both offensive and defensive, capable of repairing divine power shields while simultaneously striking all surrounding enemies. The seemingly harmless breeze was actually a dense web of sword light. Forget dodging or moving, even teleporting would result in being struck by the continuous sword light, causing damage. The same old trick, outdated. Fei Fu Lei neither dodged nor evaded, raising her thunder spear. The spear, originally 2 or 3 meters long, suddenly transformed into a thunder abyss that stretched across the heavens and earth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword light poured forth, relentlessly striking the thunder spear, erupting in dense explosions. But every time the sword light weakened the thunder, the surrounding swirling lightning would compensate, endlessly replenishing it. While parrying, Felice secretly activated the resentful Thunder Dragon divine skill, but didn't use it immediately. Wind Calamity charged forward at lightning speed, unleashing his Wind Flower long sword, which Felice dodged with a flick of her wrist. Let's see how long you can defend and dodge. 6-tier divine skill, Eye of the Wind. Wherever Wind Calamity's gaze fell, hurricanes gathered across the sky, suffocating stray lightning, while sealing off escape routes. Then attack! Please, don't die too quickly. Parrying the scattered Wind Flower sword, Felice lunged forward, terrifying lightning erupting across the sky. Felice's spear technique was not only fast, but also incredibly powerful. A dense barrage of spear shadows pierced through. Wind Calamity withdrew his Wind Flower sword, thrusting out 2 swords, frantically parrying and attacking with his unpredictable blades. Clang, clang, clang. Sword light flowed, spear shadows flashed, wind and thunder surged, and the sky mended the spatial rifts. Both exchanged blows in midair, neither having time to unleash offensive divine skills, relying entirely on instinct. While Wind Disaster's swordsmanship was powerful, Scarlet could dodge with her teleportation ability. After 160 rounds of combat, neither had gained the upper hand. Clang! Suddenly, Wind Disaster's hand trembled slightly. Tiny flashes of lightning crackled between her snow-white fingers. The moment the numbness struck, coupled with the fatigue of continuous battle, Wind Disaster's sword strike faltered for the first time. Despite her desperate attempt to recover, it was too late. I told you, my dear sister. Don't die too quickly. I want to savor the process of hunting you down. Scarlet's lips curled into a seductive smile. 6-tier divine skill. Annihilate the Thunder Dragon. A storm of lightning swept across the sky, and Scarlet suddenly transformed into a ferocious Thunder Dragon. This time, it was no longer a pure energy Thunder Dragon, but rather possessed a faint physical form. Roar! The moment the Thunder Dragon appeared, Scarlet immediately activated Thunder Flash, bypassing her flight path and striking Windstorm directly in the face. The divine power shield shattered instantly. Chapter 1395. A single strike shatters the shield. The previous Resentment Soul divine skill greatly amplified the damage of this attack. Combined with the Thunder Transformation and Overload divine skills, the multiple enhancements made Fifulia's damage astonishingly high. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder roared through the sky as Fifulia continuously transformed into a Thunder Dragon, relentlessly striking and crashing into the enemy. Each impact unleashed a dazzling burst of lightning. Pure lightning, condensed from the power of destruction, tore through Fengzai's body, drilling into its limbs and bones, constantly causing paralysis. What? Fengzai's destructive power was ferocious, but one wrong step led to another. No. How is this possible? The observer couldn't believe it, but could no longer manipulate Fengzai to fight. Instead, it noticed Fengzai's life force rapidly draining away. The storm-like attack quickly crushed Fengzai, completely engulfing it in the rolling tide of lightning. The power of the Wind Calamity is mine. Sensing the demise of the Wind Calamity, Felice felt no sorrow for the deaths of her kind. She gave a dazzling, cold laugh, her magical ring unfurling behind her as she attempted to absorb the Wind Calamity's power. A duel ensued between calamities of destruction. The victor would gain everything from the vanquished. Discovering she couldn't absorb it, Felice frowned slightly, muttering in confusion, "Why isn't there any reaction?" Buzz? The Wind Scroll unleashed a powerful gravitational pull, drawing back all the goddess's mark belonging to the Wind Calamity. Then, the Wind Scroll tumbled and fell from the sky. "Come here." With a seductive flick of her finger, a lightning serpent carried the scroll into Felice's hand. She fiddled with the scroll in confusion, grumbling, "It's a fake after all, a waste of my effort. Let's give it to Field as a toy. We can't take advantage of him for nothing." Bavaria shook her head helplessly, chuckling with a captivating charm. "What a waste of a tool. It's all right. The Chaos Calamity has revealed quite a few trump cards. This pawn isn't entirely useless." The Spienger slowly materialized, its large eyes gleaming with intense resentment. "Field, enjoy your brief victory. I'm not in a hurry. The more you struggle, the more delicious you be." An eerie red light emanated from it, enveloping the heavens and earth, obscuring its location from everyone's perception. Tentacles wriggled, and a portal like the gaping maw of an abyss opened. The Spienger was about to escape silently. Buzz! A black and red comet streaked across the sky, leaving a dazzling trail, striking the Spienger precisely. Its body trembled, the portal shattered, and the Spienger was frozen in midair, completely exposed. "Don't even think about running, you ugly monster." The little scorpion, prepared from the start, charged forward, its graceful tail piercing the eyeball with a devastating thrust. Roar! The spying man was terrified, unable to break free. Its momentum plummeted, and it quickly transformed into a fist-sized, ugly little monster with eyeballs. Captured, hee. The little scorpion landed, satisfyingly removing the spying man. This is the thing that killed so many people. The fallen brain worm? Field was taken aback, quickly saying, "Quickly, contain it. It might be useful for the quill pen." Roar! The spying man was defeated, and the obsidian monster on the battlefield let out a painful scream. Various twisted organs slowly contracted back into its abdomen, and to everyone's astonishment, the enemy reverted to human form. Even the monstrous corpses were dissolving and dissipating, their twisted organs vanishing. It was as if everything before had been a dream. What happened? Grommash, completely naked, staggered to his feet, clutching his head. After rubbing his eyes, the scene before him froze him in place. Of the original 80,000 obsidian soldiers, only 20,000 to 30,000 remained, all exhausted and weak. The Nightfall army, covered in blood, surged forward in a dark, oppressive mass. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowed freely. No. Grommash felt his blood freeze, utterly cold. How could we lose? We shouldn't have lost. We had the goddess's protection. We surrender. Let us go home. Grommash roared hoarsely. Surrender? Please. What? I want to go home. I have children. We're innocent. The obsidian soldiers begged for mercy, kneeling down. The gruesome scene held no sway over Field. He brandished his sword and roared, "Leave a few officers for questioning, the rest are torn to pieces. Cut off their heads, I build a mound of skulls. Kill!" Nightfall's soldiers surged forward, unleashing their fury and pent-up frustration. As the sun set, the beautiful, magical moon hung high in the sky, yet the sounds of slaughter never ceased. The Obsidian Expeditionary Force was utterly crushed. The recapture of the West was now a foregone conclusion. The wood in the campfire crackled and popped. The food in the cauldron sizzled and bubbled, the surrounding skewers of roasted meat emitting an enticing aroma. Cheers! For wounded soldiers clinked their wooden cups together in a light-hearted cheer. The greatest perk of being a wounded soldier was the ability to drink. "Haha, I can't believe I'm still alive." The bearded soldier chuckled. "Unbelievable. We actually defeated a shape-shifting demon. I have to brag to the tavern maids about it," the bandaged demi-human said, grinning as he drank. "I can't believe we're fighting alongside demi-humans and corpses." "Goddess above." A Westerner, who had just joined the army, exclaimed. Hiccup. "That's nothing." A Nightfall soldier hiccuped. "Nightfall also has elves, mermaids, and even moving steel machines. I think our lord could be king." "Right, after conquering the West, we can't still call it Nightfall." "Don't think about that. Eat up. So many monsters died, it'd be a waste not to eat them." Cheers echoed from outside the tent. Field let out a long sigh, put the wind scroll in his hand into his spatial ring, and turned to look at Grommash, who had been captured. "Please, release my people and soldiers." Grommash, hanging weakly in midair, pleaded, "They pose no threat to you." "Are you kidding me?" Field asked with a blank expression. "Even as a monster, they're no threat?" "Hoggy Obsidian, you're lying from the start. Let him wake up." "All right." Silverclaw eagerly stepped forward, took out a clamp, and clamped it tightly on little Grommash. "What?" Grommash screamed, spitting everywhere. "Please, let my people leave. I promise they won't come back." "No, I'm very hospitable, they're welcome. You should know that corpses can be fed to magical beasts to produce saltpeter." Field picked up his teacup, and the nobleman Van Law took a sip. "Tell me about the Obsidian Empire and the mysterious goddess. I'm curious how you made your fortune." Chapter 1396. Grommash immediately began spouting nonsense, boasting about the Obsidian Empire, what a great nation it was, how it rose to power through wisdom, how many sages and heroes it had. Before he could finish 2 sentences, Silverclaw picked up a whip, dipped it in healing potion, and lashed Grommash like a spinning top. While in excruciating pain, his injuries actually improved somewhat. He was truly a master of torture. "Don't talk nonsense. Many of you are being tortured," Field reminded him with a grin. "My territory is rich in healing potions. Torturing you for a year or 2 is more than enough." "Damn it." Grommash's mentality exploded. Which official of the Griffin Empire wasn't extremely polite to him? Even during the war between Obsidian and the Empire, both sides maintained friendly exchanges and mutual respect. But this Field was simply a devil. He treated ordinary people and nobles alike the same. Brutal. Why would anyone follow such a ferocious demon? The people of Nightfall were all madmen. Left with no other choice, Grommash revealed the history of the Obsidian Empire. It turned out that 350 years ago, the continent where Obsidian resided was a fertile region, rich in resources, but rife with powerful magical beasts. The Obsidian people were originally composed of numerous tribes, protected by the St. Aesop Empire, which worshipped 2 major pantheons, the stars and wisdom. The St. Aesop Empire was extremely civilized and benevolent, providing food, shelter, and protection to the surrounding barbarians, orcs, and greenskins, and striving to educate them. Especially the princess of the St. Aesop Empire, pure as a flawless gem. To teach the barbarians about courtly matters and order, the princess took them to the palace and the astrological observatory to study. The young, intelligent, and powerful Obsidian chieftain learned quickly, even discovering the messenger of a mysterious goddess through astrology. How magnificent! Unbeknownst to her, the princess had fallen in love with their chieftain. At a tea party, while the guards were away, the princess confessed her love to him and became pregnant with the Obsidian chieftain's child. This act greatly angered the despicable empress of the St. Aesop Empire, who arrested and executed the chieftain. Fortunately, the St. Aesop empress was forgiving. She did not execute the chieftain's child but treated him as her own. "And then?" Field asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The new chieftain who gradually grew up is our Obsidian king. He conquered Queen St. Aesop, the princess, and the entire royal family with his happiness and benevolence, thanks to the power bestowed upon him by the mysterious goddess." Later, with the unwavering support of the Saint Aesop Empire, the Obsidian Empire was born. The Saint Aesop people later disappeared due to their complacency and decadence. Grommash said proudly, but we Obsidian people grew rapidly, inheriting their knowledge and becoming incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, the environment of our homeland is deteriorating rapidly, forcing us to seek new land. Field's lips twitched. He thought to himself, this guy must have embellished the events, or perhaps he doesn't even know the specifics. Field speculated that the Obsidian people exploited the goodwill of the people. They transformed the queen and princess into something unspeakable, then hollowed out an empire. Of course, it was just speculation, and he couldn't just make things up. That'd better be the case. Field scoffed. That means I still have a whole bunch of experience packs to eat. What did you say? What do you mean? Grommash didn't understand the meaning of experience packs, but he sensed Field's murderous intent. Continue the torture. Field snapped his fingers. Silver Claw, extract as much information as possible. When it's about time, execute him in public. Field, don't go. Release my people. Let them return to Obsidian. Grommash glared angrily. I have no interest in wasting my breath on you invaders. Besides, my manpower and food are precious. No. You devil, you die a horrible death. Shrugging, Field ignored Grommash's roar and swaggered away. After visiting the wounded and tending to his injured chosen ones, Field returned to the camp. Field looked at the map on the table. Next, we need to defeat the queen and pull her off the throne. However, we must wait until the West is stable and our military strength is restored. Nightfall had suffered heavy losses in this battle and needed time to recover. My lord, Miss Quill requests an audience, a knight announced loudly outside the tent. Oh! Quick, invite her in. Field rushed out of the tent, only to bump into Quill. Unlike usual, Quill looked sickly, her demeanor weak and frail. She could easily play a Lin Dayu character in another world. Did you overuse your divine power? Field was heartbroken and pulled her into the tent with concern. Just kidding. Quill was his only reliable ally. What a load of rubbish. The hero Queen Yamung, all those loud slogans about the good of the West. Did she even show up for his duel with Obsidian? Bullshit. I'm fine. Quill forced a smile onto her pale face. Gone was the domineering and eerie aura of a calamity. Now she looked like a refined, cultured young lady. You didn't kill the spider, did you? I needed to research new knowledge. Quill blinked, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. No, but in your current state, don't even think about it. Field bluntly stated, I'm afraid you'd be attacked by the outer gods. Believe me, the chances are very high. Based on his past life's experience, researching H creatures would end badly. Especially when the girl was alone and injured. After a moment's thought, Quill nodded in agreement. You're right. You stay with me for now. Once you recovered, you can take the spider. Field patted Quill's head, food and lodging included. Quill covered her mouth and chuckled, you're quite nice. I trouble you for a while then. She herself hadn't expected the calamity, amplified by the outer gods and the world's will, to be so powerful, forcing her to fire 5 arrows in quick succession, causing her life to plummet. Sigh. A dizzying sensation washed over her. Feather was surprised to find herself being kept by Field and hurriedly asked, What are you doing? I saved you a seat. Field casually pushed aside the clutter on the table and placed Feather on it. She sat down, picked up the battle report, and placed it on her snow-white lap. Perfect bookshelf. Field nodded in satisfaction, casually giving Feather's calf a couple of playful tugs. You? Feather's long, flowing hair cascaded down her back. Her eyelids slightly closed. After a moment's hesitation, she hinted, Don't you think I used you all? Huh? Field scratched her head sheepishly. I don't know. Anyway, my goal was to defeat Obsidian, and now that's perfectly achieved. Do you have other plans? Feather chuckled, resting her chin on her hand and muttering softly, So stupid. In fact, Field had been wary of her all along. Black Feather had kept her sword-wielding technique hidden, precisely to guard against the quill pen, fearing it might unleash a devastating attack at the last moment. Fortunately, their cooperation hadn't broken down. Chapter 1397. Field, what are your plans next? Quill asked curiously, resting her chin on her hand. Send troops back to defend Morningwind and the Northern Territory, and thwart the Imperial Army and Dragon Tower's attacks. Field answered decisively, reclaim the Azure Sea, Thousand Lakes, and Verga, and develop them properly. Fool, Dragon Tower is nothing to fear. Quill lazily sat up, lightly tapping her snow-white feet, kicking off the flag symbolizing Dragon Tower on the map. Dragon Tower is nothing but mercenaries who have taken bribes. I left my methods in the seas. Dragon Tower only blockaded, not attacked. Their empress is dying, and she never wanted to be your enemy, only forced by pressure from all sides. And you, attacking enemy ships directly, your methods are crude. Now that Obsidian has been defeated, they have no reason to stay. Back then, Field destroyed many Dragon Tower warships in order to annihilate the enemy. The Quill stroked his smooth chin. I suggest you take advantage of the Empress's lack of heavy garrisoning and send troops to reclaim Kozai, swallowing up all 4 western provinces. Furthermore, your slaughter of the Obsidian will soon make you infamous. Field worried, but Kozai is mountainous and occupied by the Empire. I'm afraid we don't have enough troops to control it. You surrendered Imperial officials. The Empress doesn't know about your victory over Gramesh. Believe me, you become the target of everyone's wrath. Mountain provinces are crucial for defense. Besides, Kozai has many Obsidian people. Don't leave any trouble, wipe them all out. Deceive if you can, corrupt if you can't, get the benefits first. The Quill's advice was shrouded in a sense of calamity. Field understood the importance of eliminating the root of the problem and gritted his teeth, saying, that's how it will be, but corrupting the entire province is absolutely out of the question. My lord, these are the spoils collected during the battle. Vivian personally brought over a treasure chest. We only had time to count the artifacts. The other supplies are still being tallied. Oh! Artifacts. Field was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to open the chest. A gleaming green light emanated from it, making Field's appetite turn off. 1 6th-tier artifact, Gramesh's sword. 2 5th-tier artifacts, and 8 artifacts below 4th tier. All were products of the mysterious goddess. Giving them to subordinates or chosen gods was impossible, as there was a risk of contamination, but breaking them down into divine seals was quite good. He could keep them to enhance his own chosen gods. Excellent, at least it makes up for the deficit. Field nodded in satisfaction. The next day, Field sent the Great Thunder Dragon and Silver Eyes back to support Morning Wind. Field himself, along with Imperial officials and 5,000 troops, went to capture the province of Kozai, the border between Songhai and Kozai. In the dead of night, under a dark sky, a large crater not far from the pass was filled with corpses, and had not yet been filled in. Hector, the officer stationed at the border pass, paced anxiously on the city wall. Sir Hector, what are you agonizing over? Lulai, the 5th-rank chosen one stationed in the city, glanced at Hector with a puzzled look. Stop pacing, you're getting on my nerves. Don't you Western nobles have any composure at all? No wonder you were easily defeated by the hero king's rebel army, Obsidian. Spineless cowards. Her Majesty the Queen's willingness to restore your titles is already a great favor. 2 Imperial guards appointed by the Queen mocked, their faces filled with deep contempt. Hearing this, Hector's face turned green. The West's suffering stemmed from the Griffin Queen's incompetence. How could the Westerners be blamed? Faced with an army of 80 or 90,000, Field was likely doomed to defeat. Hector was filled with worry. His white hair looked particularly desolate in the cold wind. He sincerely hoped that the young knight he had once sponsored, the one who dared to guard the north, could defeat the enemy. Whoosh! The sound of armor plates clashing and hooves pounding the ground rang out. Soon, a legion of several thousand men surged in. As the army drew near, it became clear they were wearing Imperial uniforms. Lord Finn's banner, they are our men. The Imperial Guard looked down from their high vantage point, their gaze sweeping over the troops. Open the door. It's me. An Imperial officer burst from the legion, shouting upwards, we won. The Nightfall army suffered a crushing defeat and fled in disarray. The Obsidian people have been severely wounded. Lord Finn, we came here to report the news. Also, our 6th-tier chosen one has fallen in battle. Her remains must be transported back to the territory for a confession ceremony before the goddess. Open the door now and prepare the banquet, or I whip you all. The Imperial officials shouted with great enthusiasm, their acting superb. After all, everyone around them had sided with Field. If anything went wrong, they would be the first to die. Hearing of the Nightfall army's crushing defeat, the Imperial guards were overjoyed, feeling a sense of relief. Hector's face turned deathly pale. She shook her head and sighed, utterly despairing. The Imperial guards looked around, recognizing many of the officials, and, not daring to offend them, decisively opened the door. Lulai, the 5th-tier chosen one, however, frowned slightly. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. The Nightfall army easily crossed the formidable border pass. Heh, quite efficient, didn't disgrace our Imperial army. 2 Imperial guards leisurely jumped down, swaggering over, about to speak. Blackfeather and Rosalia simultaneously attacked, killing both Imperial guards. Kill! The Nightfall army suddenly launched an attack, seizing the pass and massacring the Imperial garrison. Many of the guards, still asleep, were cut down by the intruding Nightfall troops. Damn it! They're Nightfall soldiers in disguise. Lulai explained in shock. Field actually defeated the Obsidian Man. Goddess above, how is this possible? We must report to the Empress, and have the Empire prepare as soon as possible. Instead of rushing down to fight, she concealed her aura and hurriedly ran to a nearby room. As a warning, the major border passes had beacon towers forged from zero-tier divine artifacts. Nightfall, come quick! A chosen one is sounding the alarm. Hector roared hoarsely, channeling his battle aura, my wife. We must stop her. Hector's wife was merely a third-tier chosen one, quite old. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate for a moment, unleashing her full power with a third-tier divine skill, blasting it towards the beacon tower while simultaneously lunging at Lulai. I didn't expect there to be a traitor. You're courting death. Lulai was filled with shock and rage, so angry she felt like vomiting blood. She uttered a soul-searching question, what are you after? You've been bewitched by the demons. She had originally planned to escape silently after lighting the beacon, but she hadn't expected to run into a traitor. Die! A fierce wind swept in, and Lulai unleashed her divine skill, killing Hector's wife in just 2 moves. Ha ha ha, the corrupt rule of the Golden Griffin family is doomed. Hector wildly brandished his long sword, charging towards the Imperial army. Field will avenge the fallen Westerners. Chapter 1398. Spears clashed, swords flew. Hector was quickly cut down by the Imperial army, lying in a pool of blood. Heh. Spitting blood, Hector looked at the Nightfall leaders charging towards him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. We won, father. I defended the family land from foreign enemies. The beacon tower was destroyed, and Lulai hurriedly tried to escape, but was mercilessly killed by Blackfeather, who arrived just in time. With the border passes falling, Field advanced like lightning. Just as the Quill Pen had said, the Empress hadn't had time to deploy a large army after reclaiming the territory. But there were many Westerners like Hector. They had had enough of the Empress, Obsidian, and the Hero King's brutal rule, and were doing their utmost to provide Field with supplies and soldiers. Even if Field was suspected of being a demon or a calamity, they didn't care. How much worse could it get? Along the way, small numbers of Imperial troops surrendered at the mere sight of the Westerners. It wasn't until Field recaptured most of Kozai's territory that news of Nightfall's victory over Obsidian spread widely. Griffin Royal City. The Empress was curled up on her soft bed, her long, snow-white legs and arms embracing a white velvet pillow, her chest rising and falling gently as she slept soundly. Field, surrender. Hee. Surround you. Glory. Hoo. Unification. Hee. In her dream, she personally led her legion to annihilate Field, the Empire's last and most ferocious rebel leader. She decisively declared Field defeated, watching him kneel and beg for mercy, kowtowing and admitting his mistakes. The Empress felt a surge of satisfaction. Thump thump thump. A rapid knocking came at the door. Your Majesty, urgent military intelligence. Came a panicked voice from outside. The Queen, still half asleep, lifted her head, chuckled twice, wiped the drool from her mouth, and mumbled, what is it? I'm so sleepy. Urgent military intelligence. Field has annihilated Obsidian's 80,000-strong army, killed Lord Finn, and swept through the province of Corsair in one fell swoop. What? The Griffin Queen's eyes widened suddenly, and she jumped out of bed, nearly tripping over the soft mattress. She staggered, her delicate toes curling. Her loose white nightgown couldn't hide her trembling, a tremor caused by rage. How could this be? How could this be? The Griffin Queen, hastily throwing on a silk robe, jumped out of bed and stormed out the door. How could it be so fast? Field attacked the province of Kozai, and no one raised the alarm? Your Majesty. That's the truth, the maid stammered. The Westerners surrendered too quickly, even helping Field stabilize the situation. The Dragon Tower agreed to unite and attack Field. But after receiving the news, they fled immediately. After hearing the news, Franmaya threatened war against us unless you hand over 2 million gold coins. The nobles of the Central Plains are demanding supplies and gold coins from you, preparing for war. A rebellion has broken out in the east again. The annual raids by the demi-humans have begun again. The elves condemn us for eating magical beasts and plants and want to attack us. A barrage of explosive news arrived, each one potentially devastating. Field wasn't the only enemy of the Empire. Buzz? Holding her forehead, the Empress felt her head buzzing. She froze, speechless for a moment, only her face flushing red. "Shut up. Stop talking, stop talking." "What?" The maid sobbed softly. The atmosphere was oppressive. "Wait, then, has the prince's army captured Morningwind?" After a moment's hesitation, the empress, knowing the answer in her heart, still asked persistently. "I don't know. The ministers are already on their way to the palace." The servants were almost crying with fear. Damn it, Field, how could you be so annoying, ah?" The door slammed shut, and the sound of things being smashed echoed from the empress's bedroom. Soon, the ministers arrived at the palace. Although it was night, the matter was extremely urgent. For western provinces, for northern provinces, plus the northern border, a total of 9 provinces, just in terms of area, they were already on par with the empire. The impeccably dressed Griffin Empress strode to the throne, her gaze sweeping across the scene. All the nobles and ministers were present. Their worried expressions eased the Griffin Queen's mind somewhat. Fortunately, these reliable and patriotic nobles and ministers had arrived in time in the middle of the night. The empire still had hope. "Your Majesty, Field has once again demonstrated his terrifying offensive capabilities. We cannot imagine that after defeating an army of 80 or 90,000 in one fell swoop, he still has the strength to launch a blitzkrieg and break through Kozai. This is simply unimaginable." A general commanding a large army looked troubled. "We cannot even predict how many troops Field still has. After all, for a normal person, the possibility of winning a battle and then attacking and siege is almost zero. I seem to recall that Field served in the Imperial Army." The Griffin Queen, her face grim, bit her lip and said coldly, "Why didn't anyone mention his offensive capabilities back then?" The crowd lowered their heads, speechless. "It's all your fault for going against the Ross family. How about sacrificing my daughter? With her looks, maybe she can persuade Field." A nobleman rubbed his hands together and promised him a dukedom. The chief minister retorted, His Majesty bestowed upon Field a stunning beauty from the royal family, and Field still insisted on rebelling. "You can forget about it." The crowd nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves, even if the queen herself married Field, he might not be willing to accept a kingdom with 9 provinces. Enough, it's too late to say this. Seeing the nobles' dejected expressions, the Griffin Queen didn't want to scold them too much. Maintaining balance was far more important than venting emotions. The Obsidian are nothing but a bunch of barbarians. It's not surprising they were wiped out. I can wipe out the Obsidian with 30,000 Imperial troops. The Empress crossed her long, white legs, encouragingly saying, Field's victory over the Obsidian must have damaged his own foundation. Your Majesty is right. Everyone nodded in agreement. What should we do now? The Empress asked. Unite? A seasoned diplomat immediately stepped forward. After Field occupied the West, he massacred the Obsidian. The Empress was stunned. Field didn't enslave the Obsidian? No, this short-sighted, brutal executioner killed every single Obsidian. He even brutally ordered that an Obsidian's head could be exchanged for 3 copper coins. The 4 western provinces are now filled with blood and desecration. It's a living hell. Ah! The crowd gasped in shock. Truly a demon. Hearing of Field's ruthless methods, even the queen felt a chill run down her spine. Field's methods of slaughter are known to the Dragon Tower, Franmaya, and even the elves, all of whom are filled with indignation. The diplomat raised his fist. It's time to unite and form an encirclement. Chapter 1399. This suggestion is exceptionally apartment diplomacy, and political maneuvering are the true swords of the wise. The nobles nodded in agreement. Which noble wasn't related by blood? Lords of different provinces and countries often shared blood ties. However, blood ties alone weren't enough, interests had to be sacrificed. There were even instances where the kings of 2 countries, brothers, fought each other. For the Griffin Empire, establishing an encirclement around Field wouldn't be too difficult. Unite to deal with Field? The Griffin Queen frowned slightly. Hearing this news, she showed no excitement, but instead fell into thought. It's indeed not difficult for the major empires to unite and annihilate Field. However, what happens after Field is destroyed? An empire overwhelmed by internal strife might be divided among the various countries. Even if it wasn't divided, using the Griffin Empire as a chessboard, the fierce battles between the various countries would inevitably affect the central region. A whole host of forces have sent troops in. Field is finished. What about himself? What about his family? Shaking her head slowly, the Griffin Queen hesitated. I reserve my opinion on this. It's best not to ally with other countries unless absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, you can't hesitate. The chief minister was startled and quickly stepped forward to advise. If Field recovers, it'd be much harder to eliminate him. Heh, who said your majesty should take action? A handsome blood elf in a scarlet robe stepped forward with a cold laugh, scanning the crowd with eyes that looked down on ants. His chilling gaze sent shivers down the spines of the nobles. This strange blood elf, after joining the Empire, had kept a low profile, so why had he suddenly spoken up today? I suggest, your majesty, that you extend a friendly gesture to Field, sue for peace, and then subtly sow discord between Field and other nations. For example, suggest that Field intends to reclaim the southern part of the Empire. The blood elf confidently raised the corners of his mouth. Let other nations form an encirclement and fight Field. Meanwhile, we can quell the rebellion, repel the demi-human invasion, and accumulate strength. A good suggestion. The Griffin Queen nodded. Previously, they fought Field to the death, because he was the weakest and easiest to eliminate. Now, his ferocity and brutality are known throughout the Storm Sea from the Dragon Tower. To continue fighting him would seem foolish. Then, how do we sow discord? Do you think it's that simple? Elf, are you dreaming? A foreign minister angrily asked. This is your duty. The blood elf scoffed. Besides, Field's ruthlessness has already unsettled the surrounding kingdoms. No nation will allow a rising power to threaten their interests. That's it. The queen lowered her long, crossed legs, brought her toes together, and said solemnly, withdraw the army attacking Morningwind and hold the central region. After the decision was finalized, many nobles sighed in regret. The chief minister's expression was uncertain. He was about to say something. By the way, the Griffin Queen said with a pained look, what about the Obsidian Army's disastrous defeat? Their elderly, women, children, and wounded? They will obviously be wiped out by Field. An advisor shrugged. Too cruel, utterly devoid of humanity and chivalry. Biting her lip, the image of Field in the Griffin Queen's mind worsened, resembling Field's past life as Dongjua. Have the Twilight Province rescue as many Obsidian people as possible. We can use them to build an army and restore production. The Queen shook her head, lamenting that Devil Field will never understand that people are the foundation of rule. Moreover, doing so can restore the reputation of the Griffin Empire. Let other countries know that we and the Nightfall territory, though both of Griffin blood, are completely different. The chief minister was stunned for a moment, then laughed with delight. Ah? Haha, Her Majesty is merciful. Although the Queen accepted the Obsidian people to use them, it was exactly what he wanted. Hee. Fantastic. You high and mighty, arrogant Kuan woman, sooner or later you become a wooden pillar like the hero king, kneeling at my feet. The chief minister rubbed his hands together, drooling with excitement, praising in his heart. Long live the mystic goddess, at this moment. The Spire of Knowledge, the Elven Council. The Demon King's invasion of surrounding nations has intensified. The Demon King's army has crushed the Feather People, and the Elven Holy Judgment Army has suffered heavy losses. The Corruption Calamity has completely destroyed the Spider Demon Empire. The 8th-tier demon beast Chosen One, the Spider Queen, has fallen. Fortunately, our elven race has awakened the Archer Warrior, and with the goddess's protection, the Upper Council has ordered us to recruit more soldiers and acquire more resources to strengthen our defenses. 2 elven counselors, clad in noble blue robes, read the battle report to the assembled elves. While the awakening of the Archer Warrior was exhilarating, the news of the calamity befell the demon race was anything but joyful. The men of our tribe are already few and far between. The Moon Elf counselor said with difficulty, our territory is almost entirely populated by women. My brother's wedding is in a month. I don't want him to be sent to the army before he even sees his bride. By the way, another war has broken out in Moon's car. A fellow named Field, seemingly controlled by Calamity, is frantically slaughtering the Obsidian men. We should intervene. The crucial point is, his territory is high magic land. A high elf scoffed, the life or death of the Obsidian men is none of our business. They're just lowly humans after all. Humans dare to eat magical beasts, they deserve to be killed, all of them should be wiped out. They even eat plants. A forest elf gritted his teeth. To the elves, magical beasts were their family and companions, plants were their family and home. Humans eat both, purely defying nature, twice as deserving of death. Dragon Tower, the northern border of the Griffin Empire, both possess abundant magical energy. It's time to save nature from humanity. A high elf slammed his fist on the table. Dragon Tower, the northern border, which should we choose to deal with? Our army isn't enough to fight on all sides. The elves discussed amongst themselves. With Field occupying the 4 western provinces, the nations of Dragon Tower, Franmaya, the Holy Light Church, and Silverwing all began to take action. The Dragon Tower fleet lifted its blockade and withdrew from the sea. The Imperial Army, that attacked Morningwind also retreated. Surprisingly, no large-scale battles broke out on the Morningwind border. Instead, numerous diplomatic exchanges and banquets were held. The two sides remained in a stalemate. Thunder Dragon's attack came up empty-handed, failing to fulfill its desire for a satisfying battle. Meanwhile, Field ordered Blackfeather to lead an elite force to annihilate the Obsidian people in the west. He himself returned to Nightfall territory first, completed the compensation work for the fallen, and then immediately summoned Yunner to inquire about the situation in Morningwind. Coo. A chubby gray magical chick landed on Field's shoulder. Chapter 1400. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. After receiving permission, Sir Yunner entered the room. My lord, Yunner greeted awkwardly. It's a pleasure to see you, Sir Yunner. Please have a seat, don't be shy. Field chuckled and asked directly, I thought the Morningwind defense line would be a bloodbath, but it didn't even start. Tell me, how did you manage that? That's simply amazing, Field explained sincerely. Yunner waved his hands repeatedly, saying modestly, It's not as exaggerated as you imagine, it's like this. It turned out that the Imperial Army had taken a long time to assemble. Before even launching an attack, their own officials, at Yunner's behest, sent fine wine and precious magical beast horses as gifts, demanding negotiations. Subsequently, diplomatic negotiations and 2 banquets were held regarding the ransom of Yunner and his chosen ones. After agreeing on a price and a location, Yunner led his army in a ruthless ambush of the Imperial troops, who came to take over. Completely exposed, Yunner, after establishing a kinship with the Imperial Army, traded captured Imperial officials and nobles for slaves. Minor skirmishes continued, with negotiations and banquets, dragging the situation out until Field returned to reinforce. They lost much fine wine and food, but gathered 2,000 or 3,000 refugees. Huh? Field was dumbfounded, scratching his head sheepishly. You can fight like this? Siege warfare is inherently difficult. A siege lasting a year or 2 is normal. Yunner shook his head, not to mention, the 2 sides are related by blood, and I know many people in the Imperial Army. In this era, normal warfare typically involves prolonged probing and sieges. 3 6-tier defenders, with ample food supplies, are indeed a formidable opponent. Field, don't let me influence you, Yunner stroked his beard. I can do this because I genuinely don't kill nobles, and I never engage in massacres. The implication was that his reputation was too overwhelming. No one would negotiate with him. By the way, has the information about the Obsidian Man turning into a monster spread? Field inquired. Publicity is crucial. It spread throughout your territory. I saw it every time I passed through a village. Yunner nodded. That newspaper you invented is quite interesting. Messengers and newsboys not only sell newspapers, but also project the contents of the image stones. But other countries. Yunner shook his head regretfully, stating bluntly, the contents of image stones can be easily altered with magic. Using this as evidence to evade the vigilance of surrounding countries is likely a waste of gold. Image stones are expensive magical products. The publicity campaign had cost a considerable amount. It's all worth it, the publicity is important. Field took a sip of his black tea. Let the other countries think what they will. It's worth noting that Field only publicized the Obsidian people as monsters, making no mention of outer gods or the bizarre. He was afraid the powerful and wealthy would be curious, so he proactively introduced this thing. By the way, Lord Field, Yunner said, looking constipated, you already possess 9 provinces. It's time to elevate your territory to a kingdom, or at least a duchy. Many nobles who have pledged allegiance to you hold titles even higher than yours. Indeed, on the Moonsar continent, there are even kingdoms with only 1 territory, yet possessing 9 provinces, and nominally still barons. That's rather understated. Nodding in approval, Field stroked his chin. The duchy, what's a good name for it? After Yunner left, the already impatient Great Thunder Dragon swaggered in, its graceful movements captivating. Seeing Fafreya, Field immediately tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, adopting a melancholy posture. Sigh. Your brother Field has carried too much. Who understands? It's all tears. Chuckling twice, Fafreya lazily reclined on a lounge chair, her toes dangling, and spread her arms. Feeling sad? Come here, let me hug you. Okay. Eyes shining, Field lunged forward. Fafreya activated her lightning flash, instantly dodging, leaving Field empty-handed. You're really taking advantage of my grace, acting recklessly, even having blasphemous thoughts. With her snow-white toes resting on Field's back, Fafreya proposed domineeringly, but seeing how tired you are, I reward you by having you hunt with me, to kill a chosen beast for fun. No problem, I also want to get some fresh air, But wait until I'm done with this busy period. Field snapped his fingers. Picnic, barbecue, camping, and hunting. But Freya's tone was indulgent, patting Field's head. Little guy, I command you, hurry up and get busy. He just got up. My lord, your afternoon tea. Here's a letter from Miss Blackfeather, Vivian. A maid knocked and entered, respectfully placing the tray. After checking the inkpad, Field opened the envelope, his hard-earned good mood instantly shattering. What do you mean, Franvia? The Griffin Empire, accepting and protecting Obsidian refugees. Are you really that good to your own people? Field's pupils dilated in shock, his back teeth practically grinding to powder. If the Obsidian people were to gain a foothold, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he had recaptured the province of Kozii, and with Blackfeather's interception, almost no one could escape into the Griffin Empire. Most fled to Franvia. And they were mostly small fry, not much of a threat, just annoyed him. Send someone to the Griffin Queen with a warning letter, and also send her the recording stone. Tell her I'm willing to exchange her officials for the Obsidian people. Rubbing his temples, Field sighed. Restore our strength as soon as possible. Deal with the Griffin Queen. We can't let her continue to erode the Empire's foundation. He opened the second letter, a rough report on Western resources compiled by Vivian. It only focused on key resources. Some light industrial and agricultural products were insufficient even for their own consumption, so they weren't considered important. Songhai, the land is fertile, already ruralized and no longer urbanized. Thousand Lakes, magic gems, still being tallied. Staff's ships. Vilga, rare fish, magical plants, still being tallied. Kozii, basic ores, iron, tin, lead, etc. As the territory grows stronger, we need to develop high-level products and a complete industry chain. Field stroked his chin. Some low-level gadgets aren't enough. Most importantly, we need to build interprovincial teleportation portals, and preferably a railway system. Teleportation portals are easily blocked by divine power. They're fine for normal use, but in critical moments, we need physical means, simple and brutal. Thinking of this, Field slapped Faviria's thigh. Right. Quill, you promised to design a staff for me. Gugu? Hearing this, Quill lazily flew down to the ground, transforming into human form. She yawned. So what type of staff do you want? Summoning, illusion, support, or a destructive staff, all offensive. Chapter 1401. Aren't you considering defensive and support magic? Featherpin sat on the table, swinging her legs, and advised, your army has almost no defensive magic, especially against the power of holy light. Your corrupted legion is slaughtered like ants. I want them all. Field made a grabbing motion with one hand. Humans are so greedy. Featherpin rolled her eyes coquettishly, feigning anger, then lifted her leg. You know what I mean, right? My leg's sore. Got it, totally got it. Field looked at Featherpin, who had a look of complete confidence on her face, and was furious, but still held her leg, massaging it incessantly. Featherpin, you rich lady, are you feeling better? It smells so good, so smooth. I've been in a great mood. Featherpin revealed a cheerful expression, her eyes secretly glancing at the disgruntled Thunder Dragon. So this is what it feels like to bully the opposing lord in front of the Chosen One. Being caught in the act is incredibly exciting. Then about designing multiple staves for me. Field raised an eyebrow. Don't even think about it. When did I agree to that? With a sly wink, Quill decisively refused. I only help you this once. Ugh, you bad woman, you're wasting my feelings, aren't you? Field's expression instantly changed, almost fainting with anger. Design me a hypnotic stave, effective against chaos. Turn those arrogant beings into wooden pillars that only crave little Field. Humph. What a strange request, but with my forbidden knowledge, it's definitely no problem. Quill reached into the void and pulled out a thick, black tome. After seriously flipping through it for 2 minutes, Quill couldn't take it anymore, shoving the tome away, and angrily rebuked, How dare you? You really dare to dream. The great Thunder Dragon, silently enduring the woman's intrusion, stared in shock, its eyes widening. A new understanding of Field arose within it. Brave, incredibly brave. Daring to challenge an 8th-tier Chosen of Calamity, Feveria felt even more respect for her lord. Field quickly changed the subject. Then let's stick to offensive methods. Kill all the enemies before they can act, and we won't need to worry about defense. Humph. Glancing at Field, the quill pen reluctantly flipped through the tomes. After 10 minutes of deduction, it used magic to construct a beautiful 3-dimensional blueprint. This will do. With your abilities, you can barely manage it. With a push of its hands, a black gothic staff with silver patterns materialized. The top was shaped like a demonic horn, guarding a teardrop-shaped gem, The staff's core. Spiral, scarlet magical flames flowed around the staff, incredibly dazzling. Blueprint. Chaos Bloodweeping Staff. Tier 3 to 8. Effect 1. Significantly increases damage of destruction spells and reduces casting time. Effect 2. Infused with magic, it allows the user to cast Crimson Bullet through the staff. Effect 3. Dispels magic, weakens the opponent's spell resistance, and can also damage chosen, chaos calamity, and magic immune creatures. Blueprint. Tier Stone plus Blood Type Beast plus Soul Stone of the Dead plus Magic Metal plus Magic Wood, and a large amount of auxiliary materials. Requires the construction of a special magic pattern. Awesome. Field explained softly upon receiving information about the staff. Although he was only a Tier 1 mage, he could see that the stats on this thing were ridiculously high. The Imperial Standard Staff, compared to the quill pen design, was like the difference between a wooden sword and a steel sword, a generational gap, and the stat difference was enormous. Not to mention the Bloodstained Staff, which comes with a built-in enhanced basic attack. I already tried my best to reduce costs, and the materials are easily replaceable, Quill shrugged. As the Lord, you should be able to handle the rest, right? No problem. Field nodded. A blood-type magical beast, the bloodstream shark he's seen before, would suffice. With the chosen one of the Navy, he could easily catch some sharks to raise. Magic wood was available on the floating islands, and magic metal was available from the black iron of Nightfall territory, no problem either. I didn't expect. Your staff design would be effective against chaos as well. Field exclaimed in surprise. My knowledge doesn't allow me to create garbage. It's that simple. Quill crossed his arms proudly, head held high. By the way, what is a soul stone of the tragic dead? Field asked, puzzled. It's about extracting the souls of living beings and putting them into magic cores as materials. Quill smirked, enticingly. It's a type of soul magic. Surely some of your army's mages possess it. That's easy. Field's eyes lit up. Perfect for making use of waste. A hint of appreciation flashed across Quill's face as he nodded in agreement. Yes, actually, animals, even magical beasts, will work, though their numbers are low. After finalizing the staff's design, Field sent Red Sail, a naval darling who had pledged allegiance to him, to capture bloodflow sharks. Next, I need to think of a way to quickly restore life to the Western lands and make use of them. He pondered the Western affairs for a long time. Frustrated, Field opened the Nightfall Territories interface and found that while his cities were constantly expanding and the population was increasing, Nightfall Territories' development rate was increasing very slowly. Clearly, they hit a bottleneck. Although the city's current development speed far surpasses that of surrounding countries, Field is still dissatisfied. By the way, Quill, what exactly is the use of territory power for the Chosen Ones? Field asked curiously. When the Chosen Ones are far away, it's probably difficult to replenish territory power. It's not that simple. Quill shook its head repeatedly. Territory is crucial for contracted Chosen Ones. Once a territory develops to a certain level, it can transform into a divine imprint projection, providing divine power and buffs remotely. Territory is a powerful means for living beings to suppress calamities. In the past magical era, there were 9-tier Chosen Ones who possessed unique 9-tier territories with inexhaustible divine power, defeating our 17 attacks. Different types of territory. The benefits to the Chosen Ones are also different. The Quill Pen, as she spoke, realized something was amiss. Why am I a calamity saying all this? She began to speak vaguely. I'm not a living being, I don't know much. You have to figure it out yourself, but it's very important. Sigh, knowledge monopoly. Unable to get any more answers, Field gritted his teeth. Sooner or later you be singing out what you know with a whoosh. Farming is indeed the most important thing, Field reminded himself. I can't forget the core territory, I have to farm hard there too. Slapping his forehead, Field suddenly remembered that he had a decent artifact that he hadn't used effectively. Divine Tree. Candlefire Dragon Breath, Tier 4, effect. Increases the concentration of divine power in the surrounding area by a tiny bit, periodically grows dragon breath fruits, and provides a boost to dragon creatures and aura units. Having this strange artifact on me makes me uncomfortable. I should just use it up sooner rather than later. Letting the Quill Pen rest, Field secretly shattered the Tier 6 strange artifact, pouring all its energy into the Candlefire Dragon Breath tree. Chapter 1402. Divine Tree. Candlelight Dragon Breath, 6th tier, Source, Goddess of Dragons. Description. A breathtaking 6th-tier divine tree, exquisitely beautiful. Effect 1. Increases the concentration of divine power in the surrounding area, making the naturally stronger subdragon eggs and dragon eggs hatch nearby even more powerful. Effect 2. Grow 6-tier dragon breath fruits, which can convert battle chi into dragon battle chi, greatly enhancing combat power. It also enhances the power of the breath attack of dragons and sub-dragon magical beasts. In his palm, the purple tree, resembling a candlestick, had faintly visible dragon phantoms around it. Just holding it, Field felt his battle chi leap with joy. I can build a dragon nest around this tree, and then wholesale dragon knights. After admiring it for a moment, Field took the candlelight dragon breath tree to the garden that Starry Night Castle was expanding. Just kidding, a lord can't mistreat his subjects, and he certainly can't mistreat himself. A divine tree must be planted in his own garden to elevate his prestige. Choosing a corner of the garden, Field placed the dragon's breath tree. Squeak! Roar! The moment the roots touched the ground, a dragon's roar echoed, and the tree suddenly grew taller and stronger, transforming into a stunningly beautiful tree shimmering with intense divine power. Purple light shimmered, exuding an imposing aura. Although it was planted, it was still essentially a divine artifact, and since he was the owner, he didn't need to worry about it being dug up. Next, it's time to go west and farm, especially the Songhai province. It's a barren land, but its geographical location is excellent. Songhai borders the north, and he's surrounded by his territory on all sides, making it very unlikely to be attacked. It's considered the core of the region. Field plans to have the Minister of Agriculture, Charlotte, transform the entire Songhai province into a magical territory. Never mind, it's better to investigate in person. And have Cao ask the native inhabitants of Songhai what local specialties they have. After a moment's thought, Field abandoned his random thoughts and went to find the Great Thunder Dragon, preparing to head to Songhai province. The commotion in the garden immediately attracted the attention of the castle maids. They were astonished and then excitedly gathered around, their faces filled with admiration. Wow, what beautiful trees! I never seen anything like them before. Miss Scissors, may I have a picnic here? Lord Field, you are truly blessed by the goddess. The new maid, twirling under the tree, her skirt adorned with her fitted maid's outfit, exuded a sunny charm. Can I have one of the steamed crabs in the pot? The new canine maid, biting her finger, longed for food. You're all so spoiled by the lord, the head maid, Scissors, said, hands on her hips. Don't just lung around here taking advantage of the lord's kindness. Go make fruitcakes and sweep the courtyard. The lord is indeed kind, but he spends too little time in the castle. I wish I could serve him every day, hee. Get to work, Scissors emphasized. All right. The servants dispersed dejectedly. Field was transferred back to Raven Guard and, with his air force, went to the Sea province for an inspection. Not long after they left, the Silverwing Empire's caravan, after passing through layers of checks, gained entry into Nightfall territory. My lady, we're almost at Nightfall territory. The caravan's female leader, Isra, bowed respectfully to the figures in the carriage. I told you many times, Miss Isra, you don't need to call me my lady, just call me Mr. Hodge. A man with a large belly and a greasy face put down his chicken leg and straightened his napkin. The Griffin Empire isn't peaceful. Even if we don't get involved, there are risks. You're right, Isra smiled. As one of the most influential caravans in Silverwing, her status and power meant she wasn't afraid of powerful officials. But for businessmen, it's best not to offend anyone. I really had enough of this journey. The Griffin North is so poor, only Morningwind is decent. Hodge waved his hand impatiently. I think your majesty doesn't need to waste time with Field. His reputation is terrible, a ruthless executioner. Given the North's poverty, Field's annihilation is just a matter of minutes, Hodge stated confidently. But in reality, it wasn't. Isra dismissed Hodge's opinion. Rumors circulated that the North had suffered a devastating war, but their journey had been unusually smooth. There were no bandits, refugees, or corpses everywhere, and many cities were more prosperous than her hometown. Hodge was simply a powerful minister who had lived in the capital for many years, and had a very high standard. As news of Field's defeat of Obsidian spread, the Silverwing Empire reacted cautiously, sending caravans and officials to investigate the situation within the Griffin Empire. Hodge shook his head dismissively, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it, since we are already here, let's just consider it a trip to the countryside, to chat with that ruthless peasant Field. His words suddenly caught in his throat. What is it, Mr. Hodge? Izira was startled, following Hodge's gaze to a towering, colossal fortress in the distance. The border fortress, constantly being upgraded, was incredibly magnificent, its surface covered with cannons and magic towers. The entire place was decorated in a uniform black Gothic style. Even more terrifying were the ravens transformed into dragon-like beasts, their ferocious forms constantly swooping and darting about, their undisguised evil aura making one wonder if they had stumbled into a demon king's castle. But the land in front of the demon king's castle was entirely covered in crops, cattle, sheep, and hard-working farmers, a pure pastoral scene. Wait a minute. Just a wall away, yet the scenery is completely different. Goddess above, what a magnificent fortress. Isra turned her head back and forth, making sure she wasn't seeing things, then covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Even our Silverwing Empire's St. Horse Fortress, which defends against demi-humans, isn't this huge? And that monster in the sky? A chosen beast? Or an evil chosen beast? How could Field control it to serve him? How could it possibly be more magnificent than Saint Math?" After a moment of silence, Hodge reacted, straightening his posture. "Let's go into Nightfall territory and see. I bet Field has put all his money into the defense of the capital's outskirts." After passing through gates and inspections, the group had just entered Nightfall territory. An extremely dense magical energy rushed towards them. The mages protecting the caravan exchanged shocked glances. "A high magic land, such a pure high magic region," the mages exclaimed. Even without them saying it, Hodge could see it. The crops and fruit trees on both sides of the road were all magical plants. We have them in our capital too, what's the fuss? Miss Isella, tell your guards not to make a fuss. Which capital doesn't have them? Hogg raised his chin, looking at everyone with a disappointed expression. "They're just magical plants and trees, I'm tired of seeing them." In fact, only a portion of Silverwing's capital is magical land. Low and medium magic lands make up the majority, and are controlled by high-ranking nobles. As expected of Lord Hogg. The mages nodded hastily. Chapter 1403. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment. Just as the group was about to leave, they were stopped by a clerk accompanied by guards. Unfamiliar magical beasts are not allowed into the city. Please board them here. Also, please pay the boarding fee. The Silverwing group exchanged bewildered glances. Why? Hogg frowned deeply. What about our goods? Besides, I don't want to walk. Rent our livestock and magical beasts, very cheap. The clerk pointed to a spacious animal pen nearby, filled with horses and magical beast mounts of all kinds. What's the difference? The first thing that came to Hogg's mind was extortion. In the Silverwing capital, the powerful and wealthy always found ways to extort money. As His Majesty's favorite minister, he often did it too. I understand. Hogg arrogantly pulled out 3 silver coins, his tone seductive. Let us go. No. We Nightfall people will never be swayed. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, their hands trembling as they shook them. They were joking. Lord Field had just returned to the territory and dismissed a batch of corrupt clerks. Lord Field didn't say it, but everyone knew the territory had a secret disciplinary organization. Besides, 3 silver coins, who were they looking down on? The clerk patiently explained with a smiling service attitude, foreign magical beasts can easily collide with people or spread diseases. Of course. They could also make money. Nightfall had so many livestock, no need to waste them. All right. Hogg awkwardly took back the silver coins. The feeling of being refused was unpleasant, and he immediately found fault, saying, "We Silverwing people cherish freedom and flight. We travel by Pegasus. I don't ride anything that can't fly." Having said that, Hogg, his beer belly protruding, finished speaking. The other Silverwings in the caravan, even those who didn't own any Pegasus mounts, proudly puffed out their chests, a sense of superiority welling up within them. Flying magical beasts were precious. Even Field himself probably didn't possess one. This was clearly a way of making things difficult for them. The caravan leader, Isra, was just about to offer the clerk a way out. No problem. The clerk's face lit up with joy, and he quickly agreed. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Then, to everyone's bewildered expressions, Nightfall soldiers whistled, and a huge flock of flying magical beasts flew in. Blood eagles, griffins, wyverns, one after another, fierce and robust magical beasts, carrying comfortable little seats on their backs, even equipped with windshields. Hogg rubbed his eyes, completely dumbfounded, opening his mouth twice, unsure of what to say. Rent a bloodhawk, 1 gold coin a day, a griffin and a wyvern, 8 and 15 gold coins a day respectively. The clerk rubbed his hands together expectantly. How many do you want to rent? You dare rent them to me? I dare not ride them. Looking at the fierce wyvern with a sword scar on its face, drooling over him, Hogg just wanted to slap himself. No thanks. Please rent us some magical beast horses. In the end, Isra swallowed her pride and took the initiative to defuse the situation. Oh! Shaking his head regretfully, the clerk reminded him, Nightfall territory is no-fly zone, and reconnaissance magic is prohibited. There are 6-tier chosen magical beasts patrolling. If you get shot down, don't blame me for not warning you. Field has always adopted a strategy of actively learning all the technology of the territory, but never sharing it. So strict. Mounting their horses, the Silverwings set off on the road. The wind-chime wheat and frosty candy trees along the way were beautiful, and many elven slaves were working in the fields. A water sprite with azure hair and a gentle appearance used magic to water the crops, occasionally glancing enviously at the human farmers. Besides magical plants, grapes were the most abundant crop, and the villagers loaded the ripe grapes onto carts. After years of cultivation, Nightfall territory showed no signs of corruption. Look at this grapevine, it's a bit different. Could it be? Several farmers whispered among themselves around the grapevines, and upon seeing Hogg and the others approach, they immediately gathered the grapes. Field, daring to use elves as slaves. Good heavens. The Silverwing group's expressions were complex. Their country was already overwhelmed dealing with demi-humans. They couldn't imagine the scene of angering the elves. Not long after, a huge, advanced city appeared before them. Castles, towers, corridors, complex and dense architecture, griffins gliding low overhead. The Silverwing group was completely stunned. This is a city of miracles. The Silverwing mage slammed his staff into the ground, knelt on one knee, and prayed devoutly. Is our capital city this beautiful too? A mage asked Hogg curiously. Hogg couldn't help but feel nervous, of course. It's even bigger. A hot air balloon with a banner that read Cat Girl Milk Tea Shop rose into the air. Please come and visit, meow. A cat-like demi-human wearing a playful short skirt and a bow tied at the waist bounced over and promoted the shop to the crowd. By the goddess. The Silverwing members almost exploded on the spot. Holy crap, a Hakimi. No need. Isella's lips twitched, a storm raging in her heart, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. To the Silverwing people, a dangerous and cold-blooded demi-human assassin was acting cute and silly in the Nightfall territory? Want to try some new snacks? Free, meow. The cat girl offered him grilled squid with both hands, the sauce perfectly glossy. Hogg wanted to refuse, but it smelled so good that he critically picked up a skewer and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Hogg's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Then, looking around in astonishment, he asked, Hey, Catman, what's that flying thing in the sky? You mean a hot air balloon? The cat girl stroked her smooth chin. I don't know either. It's a product of the Nightfall workshop. I guess it was designed by Lord Field. Lord Field. You demi-humans call him Lord too? Hogg was dumbfounded. No, how did Field do that? What kind of hypnotic magic did he use? Teach us. Of course, I love Lord Field the most. I really want to have kittens with him. Wiping her drool, the cat girl grabbed her ear and wailed in pain. Unfortunately, I failed to become Lord Field's maid. The Silverwing crew shuddered. To them, demi-humans were pure aliens, and for Field to dare keep a demi-human maid was blasphemous. The journey that followed allowed everyone to witness the luxury of Nightfall territory for the first time. The entire city was almost entirely paved with concrete and stone slabs. Even the worst houses they ever seen had stone floors and wooden planks on the second floor to save money. Buildings lined the wide roads, with designated areas for magical beasts to roost in. Knight's prized battle aura equipment, considered family heirlooms, was readily available in shops. On the streets, there were hardly any beggars. Almost everyone had a rosy complexion. While the capital of the Silverwing Empire was larger, its prosperity paled in comparison. The only saving grace was that Nightfall territory had very few high-ranking nobles, resulting in far fewer magnificent manors compared to their own capital. Hogg boasted about the food along the way. I take back my previous opinion. Nightfall territory is truly impressive. Chapter 1404. I'm even thinking of buying a manor in Nightfall territory. Hogg pulled out his cutlery, painstakingly wiped the grease from his mouth, and let out a satisfied burp. How about we try? Hot pot later. As you command, sir. The caravan members were also eagerly anticipating the meal. It's getting late. Let's go to the castle to deliver our visiting cards, Izira reminded them. Let's find out Field's opinion on our Silverwing Empire. The group had barely arrived at the outskirts of Starry Night Castle when they were stunned by the scene before them. The candlelight dragon breath tree, with its ethereal dragon soul, radiated a powerful divine light. A large number of the surrounding citizens knelt in worship. My God, a divine tree, a true divine tree. The Silverwing people trembled with excitement. A strong sense of destiny compelled them to kneel devoutly and begin to pray. Praise be to the goddess, you have bestowed upon us all things. Many civilizations and kingdoms of living beings were born around divinely chosen plants or artifact plants. For example, the elven civilization arose around the world tree. Field is incredibly lucky. Who would have thought that a divine tree could be born from corrupted land? And judging by its appearance, it's of a very high level. Hog was so jealous he wanted to cry, but could only sigh at the tree. Meanwhile, in the Thousand Lake Sea, a swarm of sharks went berserk. Hundreds of blood-flow sharks, with scarlet markings and ferocious appearances, charged wildly through the water. Stop them! This is the first task Lord Field gave us. We can't fail! Red Sail, a newly joined naval chosen one of Nightfall territory, unleashed a surge of divine power, forcefully spreading his arms wide. Splash! The seawater parted, the blood-flow shark swarm was separated, and they scattered in all directions. We can't disgrace the Westerners. Another naval chosen one, Ruo, expanded her senses, carefully identifying each shark. I heard there will be supplies, but I don't know if it's true. Red Sail laughed heartily. Who cares? Anyway, Lord Field is tough enough on foreign enemies. I like that. That's right, the Lord has avenged our blood feud, found it. Rua's eyes narrowed, and she poured divine power into the seawater. As if it had come to life, the seawater violently pushed the blood-flow shark's beast king, forcing it out, a ferocious beast that had reached the 6th level of life. It twitched twice in panic, and the 6th level blood-flow shark spat out billowing red light, shooting towards Rua. Bang! However, the combat power of a 5th level chosen one was more than enough to deal with non-divine power units. The bloodlight struck the divine power shield, and was completely deflected. Stop struggling. With a savage grin, Red Sail rode the waves, attacking the blood-flow shark with both hands. Bang! 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 Each punch landed squarely, landing 17 or 18 blows until the beast was shaking its head, half-dazed. Hopefully the water prison will be built soon, haha, I don't want to be a monster keeper. Enveloping the blood-flow shark king in a water sphere, the two unleashed their pressure, intimidating and subduing the shark horde. They then released the old, weak and sick. In the end, they harvested over 300 sharks, including 73 extraordinary sharks. The ocean is rich in resources. Capturing a horde of beasts often yields a huge harvest. Mission accomplished. Let's go! The two hummed a naval tune and rushed towards land. Wait, that island over there. There are several buildings. Red Sail squinted. There's even a castle on it. That's strange. Where did the castle come from? It's probably an island the queen abandoned. It's not really useful anyway. The useful ones were taken by the elves. Lua reminded them, they're probably survivors from the west who escaped to the island. Let's bring them the good news. Wait. Before they could finish speaking, both of them became wary. The sound of waves crashing came from afar, and 5 Dragon Tower warships sailed in aggressively. But their target wasn't the two of them, but the unfamiliar ships heading north. They're merchant ships from small countries. Red Sail and Lua exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. On the Dragon Tower ships. Heh, where did these merchant ships come from, daring to steal our business? The Dragon Tower captain sneered coldly, and heading north, they can't possibly be doing business with the elves. They probably want to trade with Field. They're courting death. Order the pirate flag raised. The Dragon Tower warships quickly lowered their flag, raised the pirate flag, and charged straight at the merchant caravan. With their 6-tier naval chosen ones and powerful warships, the Dragon Tower fleet quickly swallowed up the pitiful merchant ships. They looted the ships and their cargo, killed a crew and threw them into the sea, then hunted down nearby beasts. While maritime trade was a lucrative business, the competition was fierce and brutal, and attacking rival merchant ships was commonplace. But attacking and fishing off the coast of the Empire was a clear sign that they didn't take the Field and Griffin Empire seriously. No wonder we rarely see merchant caravans from other countries. The Dragon Tower people probably started this tactic a long time ago. Damn it, we must report this to Lord Field. The two men in Red Sail remained hidden underwater, not daring to utter a sound. After the Dragon Tower fleet left, the two men carried the Shark Beast King and ran. Meanwhile, Felder, riding a dragon, circled the vast ocean, gaining a general understanding of the local area. He found a village ruin and set up camp, a campfire rising. A fertile plain, with several magical farmlands, and relying on the sea, if properly developed, it's paradise on earth. Holding a map, Field nodded in satisfaction. Transform the entire vast ocean into a high magic region. The only problem is there's no one. Wild beasts outnumber humans, the quill chuckled. When you creatures fight each other, you're more ruthless than the calamities. That's your chaos, we destroy the calamities, killing them cleanly. The great thunder dragon beside him shook its finger, causing the giant rabbit to sway wildly. Then I truly thank you. Field was speechless, cutting a piece of venison to roast, without people. It's simply impossible to build secondary and tertiary industries in the short term. Even basic processing is impossible. Population migration isn't something that can be done overnight. First, transform the Songhai province into an agricultural base. Field had a plan in mind, and it will be extraordinary agriculture. But planting only bell-shaped wheat is too monotonous. It will be detrimental to development, and will also affect Nightfall territory. Products, industries, and industrial chains, these are the order of development, crucial for the future development of the territory. It's not about copying Nightfall territory's model, and making the whole country rich. If every city grows salt, iron, and wheat, then everything will be ruined, everyone in the related industrial chains will be wiped out. Feather Pen, I want to plant some extraordinary fruit trees, vegetables, and grains. Field asked, do you have a way to get more extraordinary seeds? Ask me? Feather Pen pointed to itself, eyes wide, looking completely bewildered. A living person asking a natural disaster how to farm. After a moment's hesitation, the quill pen spoke, however, when it comes to understanding and utilizing magical plants, elves are the absolute masters. Elves wouldn't sell me seeds. We'd probably start fighting as soon as we met. Field shook his head repeatedly. Then suddenly his eyes flashed. Chapter 1405. If they won't sell, that's fine. I can just rob them. Field chuckled. The elves have raided the Empire countless times, forcing the Queen to cede territory and sue for peace. We retaliate in kind, plundering the elves. We take their resources and enslave their people. I agree. The Great Thunder Dragon agreed without hesitation. She was itching to start another war. The elves are powerful. A war with them isn't a good idea, the quill advised. Don't let victory go to your head. It's really a precarious situation. Field sighed, her head aching. None of the surrounding countries are easy to deal with. And my strategy against the Obsidian people has already angered them. I expect we'll be besieged soon. Her birth point was terrible, surrounded by powerful enemies. The corruption, the Dragon Tower, Franvia, the elves, and the Griffin Empire. Caught in the middle? She was caught in the middle. Not a good person either way. Seeing Field's dejected look, Feather chuckled. I told you not to go plunder, and you really didn't go? I do have a plan, but... Feather lazily slumped onto the camping blanket, crossing her long, snow-white legs to cheer me up. Come on, here we go again. Field waved his hand dismissively. Your brother Field would never bow and scrape. Go play somewhere else. Feather listlessly revealed his plan. The Dragon Tower was able to spare the trouble of intimidating you because you, for your own benefit, alleviated the Dragon Tower's predicament. The elves and the Dragon Tower showed signs of reconciliation because you bore the pressure. Now that the Dragon Tower and you are subtly hostile, it's time to stir up the situation, return the pressure, and perhaps even add fuel to the fire. A sly sneer ripped through the air as the quill pen whispered a sinister plot into Field's ear. You're doing this. Fine, I go back and prepare. Field clapped his hands and chuckled coldly. After surveying the vast ocean province, the group returned to Nightfall territory. Reporting to your excellency, Lady Red Sail requests an audience. A merchant caravan from the Silverwing Empire wishes to engage in trade with you, stating the amount is substantial. Before they could even settle into their seats, the clerk respectfully stepped forward to report the news of the past few days. The caravan? Have them wait in the hall for a moment, and bring Red Sail over. A short while later, Red Sail entered the city hall, hastily bowed, and hurriedly said, Sir, we completed the shark-catching mission. We encountered the Dragon Tower fleet, those greedy bastards disguised as pirates. They're currently in our waters, intercepting merchant ships and harvesting extraordinary resources. Seeing Red Sail nearly explode with rage, Field assured her menacingly, Don't worry, I make the Dragon Tower people pay a bloody price. The Dragon Tower was indeed disgusting. They avoided direct confrontation, instead using various underhanded tactics that made people feel uneasy. Red Sail was taken aback. She knew Field was tough, but she hadn't expected him to be this tough. She felt both admiration and worry. If it were the Griffin Queen, she probably would have backed down. Sir, I was just mentioning it, but in a naval battle, we're probably no match. Red Sail, sweating profusely, tried to calm Field down. "Leave it to me." Field waved his hand with a smile. "Please train the sailors and gather resources from the nearby waters. Oh right, there's an island not far from Thousand Lakes with a castle on it. Perhaps you could send someone to take a look." After reporting, Red Sail went about his own business. "May the goddess illuminate your future, Lord Field." Hogg, from the Silverwing caravan, strode into the town hall, gave Field a foreign noble salute, and presented him with a jeweled holy artifact. A quick glance revealed it to be a plain, unrefined ornament. Field gestured to his clerk to bring him a limited edition perfume as a return gift. He wouldn't give a supernatural item just to show off. He saved where he could, and spend where he could. "Lord Field, I notice many demi-humans in your territory." Hogg tugged at his collar, lowering his voice to warn, "They are dangerous and cruel. I know your concerns." Even though the other man tried to conceal them, Field easily saw through his act. He was just a nobleman in disguise. After a moment's thought, he deduced the other man's intention. The Silverwing Empire feared that after he seized power, the demi-humans would join forces to attack it. Field immediately reassured him, "The presence of demi-humans in my territory doesn't mean I'm hostile to humans, much less to the Silverwing Empire. If the goddess has mercy, and I can save the Griffin Empire, then I will certainly ally with your country to resist the demi-human raids." Hearing this, Hogg was overjoyed. A wise move. "Will you support my country's fight against the demi-humans?" I hope to purchase some weapons and armor." Hogg hesitated for a moment, testing Field. "No problem." Field forcefully suppressed his joy. "Whether ordinary or extraordinary, as long as you exchange them for gold coins and magic cores, you can sell them. And slaves, Imperials, demi-humans, I want them all." Perfect. He had just seized a large pile of scrap metal from obsidian. With a little repair, it would be fine. Although the quality was poor, he wouldn't have trouble selling it cheaply. As for firearms and standard equipment, forget about it. And wine from Nightfall territory. Hogg clapped excitedly. With the willingness to sell equipment to him, Field was undoubtedly supporting humanity. Field frowned slightly. "But, can you trade across the Griffin Queen's controlled territory?" "Gold is everything." Hogg patted his belly. "We have smuggling channels. You don't need to worry about a thing." Soon, a contract was reached. Field exchanged 800 sets of ordinary armor, 100 sets of Tier 3 aura armor, a batch of swords, spears, and halberds, and 50 barrels of wine, for spices, silk, rare and extraordinary materials brought by the Silverwing caravan, as well as 3,000 slaves, 1,000 Tier 3 magic cores, 50,000 gold coins, and 200 high-quality warhorses. The transaction was to be conducted in multiple stages, not all at once. "Need soap, perfume, or glass?" Field rubbed his hands greedily. "And happy beans." Hogg sighed. "Sorry, our situation doesn't allow for leisure. I just keep my love of good food and wine." "Is it that serious?" "Yes." Hogg nodded seriously, sharing the situation in Silverwing with Field. Silverwing borders both the Demi-Human Alliance and the Griffin Empire, but the borders are vastly different. It's no exaggeration to say that Silverwing is being crushed by the Demi-Human Alliance like a mountain. Worse still, Silverwing is entirely grassland, plains, and farmland, offering no natural defenses. Mineral resources are located in the north. Workshops can't be built there, they'd be burned to ashes by the demi-humans immediately. The slightly safer south is only suitable for farming and herding. Field nodded knowingly, thinking, no wonder they keep asking for weapons and equipment, giving me all sorts of random things. How's the demi-humans' fighting strength? Chapter 1406. They are demons from hell. Hogg's teeth chattered. Dogs, cats, rats, rabbits, and other lowly demi-humans are everywhere. They pounce on you with a piece of wood. Our knights can kill 100, but another 100 will immediately take their place. Wolves, pigs, lions, and the like are the backbone. They have extraordinary legions and powerful chosen ones, capable of fierce battles with our knights, with each side winning and losing. Dragon demi-humans are the strongest, but fortunately, their numbers are small. I also heard there are insected demi-humans. God, this damned world. And the heretics have already conquered many small countries, and are bordering our easternmost part of Silverwing. Hogg was on the verge of tears. The Silverwing Empire has indeed made many sacrifices for humanity. And it's not just Nightfall territory that is suffering attacks from various countries. All living beings are engaged in chaotic warfare. Field gave a thumbs up. If I have the chance, I visit Silverwing. After seeing Hogg off, Field pondered when to revive the windstorm to bolster their forces. He wasn't in a hurry to revive the windstorm, because it would disrupt the life lock that suppressed corruption. The Moonmark's corruption calamity hadn't produced any 7th or 8th tier corrupted chosen ones entirely thanks to the life lock suppression. A hasty revival might mean the corruption in the north would unleash its full force almost immediately. His own chosen ones hadn't fully recovered yet. He couldn't afford to be reckless. I need to expand the army and train stronger forces. The surrounding countries will soon take action. 30,000 elite troops are definitely not enough. Also, the architecture in the west could be slightly innovated. The vast land is sparsely populated and vulnerable to monster incursions. Feeling immense pressure, Field clenched his fists. Send the order. The nightly tournaments in all regions will proceed as scheduled. The champion knights of each province will receive Dragon's Breath fruit as a reward. Spread the word that our merchant fleet will soon set sail to explore shipping routes and recruit experienced guides. Having given the orders, Field called Rosalia, and they mounted their horses and leisurely strolled through the night, relaxing. The two soon left the city and arrived at the farmland outside. So many grapes, it feels like I'm back in my childhood. Rosalia placed her hands behind her back, closed her eyes, and let the breeze sway her skirt, savoring everything. Thank you, Field. I never imagined that after becoming a calamity, I could still see this beauty. This isn't just my effort alone. With a sigh, Field suggested, My lady, what do you think of the duchy's name? How about Dawn Duchy? Dawn and Night complement each other. I approve. You can ask your other sisters. Rosalia nodded in agreement. Reaching this point has far exceeded my expectations. She tiptoed. Hey! There are so many people gathered over there. In the distant vineyard, 2 farmers were arguing, surrounded by onlookers. These golden grapes, I grew them. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly me. I deserve the Lord's reward. The 2 farmers spat as they wrestled, only to be separated by patrolling guards, while the villagers cheered loudly. What's going on? Riding a tall horse, Field strode in majestically. Good day, Lord Field. The people immediately became obedient, kneeling respectfully to greet him. My lord, it's good news. A guard ran over carrying grapes. The goddess has bestowed a blessing. This grapevine has become an extraordinary plant. Oh! Upon hearing this news, Field's eyes lit up, the gloom brought on by external forces vanishing. He took the grape offered by the guard. The grape was pure gold, and in the sunlight, one could see exquisite, embroidered patterns inside. He took out the tree of wisdom to examine it. Fruit, golden cup grape, tier 1, rare, description, a variety cultivated by Charlotte, imbued with the territory's abundant wealth and magic, becoming a rare and extraordinary species. Perhaps, it was blessed by the goddess of wealth. Effect, extremely delicious. Possesses an unforgettable aroma, suitable for winemaking, and those who consume it are less susceptible to disease. Defect, extremely low yield. Field nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, supernatural animals and plants seem to have different divine systems. How did they come about? Is it really because Nightfall has so many gold coins? Anyway, next year Nightfall can plant new varieties of grapes. Protect this grapevine, and send some to the apothecary Leia to see if it has any medicinal value. Yes, sir. The guard responded loudly. My lord, then. The quarreling farmer hesitated, leaning closer, desperately shielding his face from the mud. Growing a magical plant will surely bring you a reward, Field smiled. No, I planted it. The bearded farmer shouted, jumping up immediately. Field smiled mysteriously, speaking in a seductive tone, simple, I reward you with 10 gold coins each, 5 for each of you, isn't that enough? Praise the goddess. The bearded farmer exclaimed joyfully, while the other farmer stood dumbfounded, his face flushed red. Heh, but those who don't work don't eat. Let's follow the laws of the Nightfall, and take him back for questioning. Field abruptly changed the subject, about to lead the 2 away. Let me judge. Rosalia drew her gluttony greatsword, her beautiful face turning cold with a sneer. If I kill you, I can absorb your memories. Perfect, I can also gain knowledge of cultivating extraordinary plants. The bearded farmer, terrified, cowed out repeatedly, My lord, please don't kill me. I lied. I didn't plant them at all. If you want to kill someone, kill him. He planted them. Humph, daring to deceive the lord. Rosalia's lips curled into a smirk, her imposing aura palpable. I punish you with 10 lashes to teach you a lesson, and you also have to pay 5 gold coins. The other's reaction matched her initial assessment. Field took out 10 gold coins and rewarded the hard-working farmer on the spot, leaving everyone impressed. After playing in the fields to their heart's content. I almost forgot, Field. Rosalia put one hand on her hip. I'm now a 6th-tier warrior, enough to advance you to a 6th-tier battle-chi knight. The war may have ended briefly, but danger lurks everywhere. Having extra survival skills is always a good thing. Rosalia possessed a rare ability that could help a lord advance. Field had barely cultivated battle chi, yet he somehow managed to reach 6th tier, and in the most perfect state, without any flaws. If word got out, countless people would be green with envy. Thank you for your trouble, miss. Field grinned, rubbing his hands together. 6th tier battle chi. From now on, wouldn't he have to thoroughly dominate his girls? Let them experience what cruelty truly means. Back in his room at Starry Night Castle, Rosalia activated her bloodline, channeling it into Field's body, rapidly transforming every cell. Every cell surged wildly, frantically absorbing battle chi, then condensing and compressing the vast ocean of battle chi. Field's aura soared, breaking through to 6th tier without any hindrance. Chapter 1407. Is this 6th tier battle chi? I feel like I could crush a magical beast's head with my bare hands. Field concentrated slightly, the sound of the wind amplifying rapidly. Every sound in the entire castle, even the rustling of maids unbuttoning their clothes, reached his ears. Interesting. Casually taking a step, Field felt as if he were wearing spring shoes, leaping up and crashing headfirst into the ceiling. A hole was punched in the ceiling, eliciting a gasp from the maids. Field looked up, bewildered, surrounded by maids changing clothes. Master. The maids were dumbfounded. After the initial shock, they were torn. To cover themselves or not. If they covered themselves, they feared their master hadn't seen enough. If they didn't cover themselves, they feared their master would find it uninteresting. Ahem, I'm inspecting the castle's quality. You all go about your business. Embarrassed, Field shrank back into his room, clenching his fist. I just gained this power, and haven't fully adapted yet. But Starry Night Castle definitely needs expanding with extraordinary materials. Rosalia looked weak and chuckled wearily. Practice some more. I'm too tired, I'm going to rest. Strengthening a lord's life level is exhausting. Just as she was about to leave, Field smiled slyly and grabbed her arm. Why are you leaving? I can use you to test my newfound power. Huh? Rosalia's pupils dilated. Field's battle aura surged, shattering his pajamas and revealing perfectly sculpted muscles. His aura-enhanced physique caused Rosalia's pupils to widen in shock. If I don't do something, won't your weakness be wasted? With that, Field embraced Rosalia, holding her tightly all night. On the other side, with the reconquest of the West, Field's territory bordered Franmaya, a powerful regional state. A small Franmaya border town, Onsek. A biting wind howled. Please, gentlemen, have mercy. Maisie cried. Her legs, kneeling on the ground, were numb. She had once had a pair of shoes, but they had been stolen by a drunken Franmaya man and thrown into the river. Despite her long search, she could never find them again. As a beggar, not even a serf, she could only pray desperately, hoping the Franmaya would show kindness. The only remaining child huddled on the ground, shivering with cold. Heavens, those filthy Griffin people, so ugly. The Griffin people are all cowards, slaughtered by our Night Lord. I will become a squire and conquer lands. Hey, can't you just go back to your own country? Parasites. A well-dressed Francovian boy and girl passed by, scoffing with disdain. After the Empress ceded the south of the empire, most of these subjects became slaves and beggars, which was not surprising. Maisie dreamed of going back, but she didn't even have shoes. Returning to the empire was impossible, and the border wouldn't allow her passage. The beggars, insulted, could only bury their heads even lower. Woo! A horn sounded urgently. The subjects and beggars on the street instinctively looked towards the city gate. The sound of galloping hooves filled the air, as an elite blue legion rapidly poured into the city. Get out of the way, you beggars! Don't get in my way! Soldiers in blue uniforms dragged and beat the beggars aside. Camille, the chosen one dressed in a deep blue saintly gown, wielding a divine weapon that combined a gun and a staff, rode a pure white warhorse and hurried into the city. Heavens, the chosen one! Why would someone like that come to us? Goddess above! The young boy and girl whispered excitedly. Seeing Camille approach, they tried their best to adopt a humble posture. Their gaze swept over them. Camille's proud face finally settled on the beggar. They are people from the Griffin Kingdom? Yes, sir, the local lord quickly explained. These lowly trash are spoils of war we obtained after defeating the Griffin Empire, along with some southerners. The Griffin Empire had fought against the Franmaya and Hero King's allied forces, and was defeated, ceding territory. These people can't even cultivate the land properly. They don't deserve to be serfs, the lord laughed. For the sake of the holy light goddess, I didn't execute them. Camille's expression was complex, and he murmured softly, Griffin Kingdom people. These trash, these beggars, naturally pose no threat. But it's hard to imagine that Field, also a griffin, had become a hidden threat, prompting His Majesty the King to send her to investigate. Was Field truly a threat? Would he retaliate? Or was he simply a complacent individual? Lady Camille, Obsidian refugees have been discovered at the border. The priestess, accompanied by several papal knights, rushed to report. We go see immediately. Turning their horses around, the knights set off and quickly arrived at the border. The moment Camille and her men reached the border, everyone, including the border residents, stared wide-eyed, their blood freezing in their throats. Boom! The neighing of hooves echoed as countless heavily armored knights, their black robes fluttering in the cold wind, embroidered with ferocious wolf, dragon, or sword motifs. Of course, the most gruesome sight was the long string of severed heads hanging from the horses' necks. A horde of Obsidian refugees cried and screamed as they fled. Damn it, the Nightfall Lords are hunting down refugees. The Franmaya Knight roared, no chivalry whatsoever. Before he could finish, a squadron of dragons swiftly flew in, and the Nightfall Lord mages on board chanted a spell, magic, soul-stealing mark. An eerie magical light enveloped the large group of refugees. Soul magic. Blasphemy, what blasphemy? The priestess and the papal knights, witnessing this, felt their blood boil and nearly exploded on the spot. The evil spells that dark magic wizards secretly used were being used so freely by the Nightfall Lord army? Cherish your combat training, boys. Those below the third rank shouldn't have a chance to attack. Kill! Show no mercy. The Nightfall Lord officer waved his hand the instant the mage finished casting the spell. The young knights, now apprentices, lowered their armor and launched a terrifying assault with excited anticipation. Aura energy swirled, cannons fired, and lances charged. Countless obsidian golems were slain, their souls extracted and transformed into valuable soul stones. By the goddess. Camille's pupils dilated, her hands and feet turned icy cold. The Aura Knights and mages unleashing their carnage before her were excessively young, mostly first or second-tier novices. But their ruthlessness far exceeded her expectations. In that instant, Camille was absolutely certain Field was a brutal demon, and he would seek revenge. Revenge against Franmaya. Lady Camille, we must do something. We cannot let these demons slaughter the innocent. The priestess urged hastily, the goddess of light is weeping. Camille felt a headache coming on. Crossing the border was an act of war. If it were Griffin Kingdom territory, killing a few people across the border wouldn't be a big deal, diplomacy could easily resolve it. But, crossing the border of Nightfall territory. Chapter 1408. Camille knew in her heart, Field was no pushover. Her strength was unknown, but he was certainly capable of biting. After a long period of contemplation, she finally made up her mind, unleashing her 6th-tier divine power, but she didn't move an inch forward. The instant her immense divine power erupted, a black comet hurtled towards them from afar. It was Blackfeather. Franmaya, do you want war? Surrounded by sword light, Blackfeather asked coldly, his undisguised killing intent instantly suppressing the restless Franmaya. The church members fell silent. They are innocent. We are all living beings, one family. Taking a deep breath, Camille said slowly, please spare their lives. Blackfeather couldn't help but cover her mouth and sneer, what about the enslaved Griffin people? Did you spare their lives? Of course, we are true knights. Camille proudly raised her head, unlike a witch like you. They hadn't actually attacked them, they had simply captured them as slaves or withheld food. Frozen to death, starved to death, exhausted to death, that was the goddess's will, it had nothing to do with them. Don't you have any morals or conscience? Exactly. They invaded you, but forgiveness is a virtue. Let go of your grudges. Revenge is bad for everyone. What? This is terrible. A bunch of barbarians. The goddess will surely punish them. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Say what you want. Too lazy to waste words, Kuroba remembered Field's instructions and immediately smiled, suggesting, want to save them? Sure. Exchange them for Griffin Nation people, or gold coins, or resources. His is this. The French team faltered, falling into an awkward silence. Aren't you all very kind? Exchanging money for people isn't unreasonable, is it? Blackfeather blinked twice. This is all Field's scheme, trying to exploit our sympathy to gain our resources. How wicked. This devil must not be allowed to succeed. The nobles of Franmaya were the first to refuse. Whether it was slaves or resources, it was all their money. They were just making a few appeals to demonstrate their prestige and benevolence. They wouldn't actually take the money. What about the Church of the Holy Light? Camille looked at the priestess with difficulty. You know, the Church of the Holy Light has no money at all. It's all used to help the poor who are about to get through the winter. After a moment's hesitation, the priestess, without batting an eye, firmly refused. Besides, the Obsidian people don't believe in the Holy Light. Our resources are for the lambs of the Holy Light. This was a very skillful way of speaking. While refusing, she also promoted herself, and the surrounding onlookers looked even more devout. Camille couldn't find fault with it. You're a 6th-tier chosen one. You must have a substantial fortune, right? Black Feather shrugged her snow-white shoulders, counting on her fingers with a dazed expression. I saved up so many gold coins. Why would I buy refugees? I have enough servants and serfs at home. Camille was speechless. Buying the refugees back would be fine if the Obsidian Empire redeemed them, but otherwise, they'd be stuck with her. She needed to save more gold coins for her daughter's dowry, preparing for her advancement. I got it. Camille looked at Lord Onsek and ordered, Aren't there many Griffin Kingdom beggars on the streets? Send them to those demons. Ah! Lord Onsek was on the verge of tears, cursing inwardly. I despise your tombstones, and sure enough, good things never come my way. Gathering beggars, and sending them to the border. What sounds like a simple sentence hides the immense manpower, animal power, and energy expended, as well as the crisis brought about by the influx of refugees, only a lord truly understands. But how could this embarrass a 6th-tier chosen one? Looking at the expectant gazes of the nobles and priests, Lord Onsek sighed, I obey your command, my lord. Please continue to look after me in the future. We help them too. They are all homeless children. Surprisingly, many of the onlookers from Franbaya were kind and simple-minded. They contributed their meager savings to the ransom, and even a kind old man brought his only cow. The transactions lasted all afternoon. Blackfeather released 820 refugees, ransomed 769 Griffin Kingdom citizens, and received over 100 gold coins and a large quantity of agricultural products. Afterward, Blackfeather ruthlessly slaughtered the remaining enemies. Their deaths are partly your fault. You are not innocent. With a casual remark, Blackfeather vanished, leaving the Franmaya with a beautiful, retreating figure that evoked gnashing teeth. My lord is truly amazing. Just as you said, those guys don't care about the lives of mere fodder. Blackfeather, flying away, couldn't help but marvel at her lord's brilliance. She had shifted the moral burden onto the other side. The Franbia's moralistic performance and potential conflict had all been averted. Releasing a few obsidian monsters was harmless. There were many border areas. Some would inevitably escape. Besides, Nightfall territory was bound to clash with Franbaya. Praise the goddess, praise the Griffin Queen. Maisie, a bewildered refugee from the Griffin Kingdom, felt dizzy after receiving a pair of shoes and a bag of food. She had actually been rescued? And even given some food? She pinched her cheek, wondering if she was dreaming, or perhaps a ridiculous dream. You should thank Lord Field. The Griffin Queen won't save you, a novice mage from Nightfall cheerfully reminded her. Oh, thank you, Lord Field. Maisie quickly corrected herself, shouting excitedly, and a chorus of cheers erupted from the refugees. Meanwhile, in the small town of Franbaya, the atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Goddess above, send more people. He's dying. Poor child, why did you have to suffer like this? This damned war. May the kingdom of holy light descend. The cries and prayers of the surging refugees, the busy nuns and herbalists, mingled with the stench of blood, staining the sky red. At this moment, Nightfall. Field had finalized his expansion plan. The Nightfall territory's aura units would increase from less than 4,000 to 8,000. The ratio would be 1,000 Air Force, 3,000 cavalry, and 4,000 infantry. Excluding existing soldiers, the remaining troops would come from the western and northern 8 provinces, as well as new aura knights from the Nightfall Territory Academy. For some reason, the people of Nightfall Territory seemed to awaken aura or magic very easily, which made it possible to gather 8,000 men. The mage units would increase from 1,000 to 2,000. The remaining mages in the territory were busy with research and other work, so further expansion was not possible. Snow is about to fall, which is why the surrounding countries haven't rushed to pressure us or attack. We must take advantage of this time to implement our plans and strengthen our power. Field rubbed his eyes, pondering, to raid the elves, I need more warships that can conceal themselves. He unconsciously glanced at Shipwreck Bay on the map. The fleet buried by the Empress. Perhaps, it is time to rise from the dead. Chapter 1409. Field finished organizing the books, and ran to the border of the newly conquered Dragonblood territory. Roar! The rotting corpses growled as they approached Dragonblood territory. Before they even stepped into Field's territory, the ferocious rotting corpses froze in place. It wasn't a miracle, it was controlled by the little fat dragon, Ophelia. Ophelia lay on a sun lounger, 2 dragon-winged great demons beside her, serving her tea and water, looking incredibly dashing. My dear Miss Ophelia, how's the Corruption Legion's recovery going? Is it fully recovered? Field grinned and leaned closer, his gaze lingering on her full breasts and perfectly curved legs, a feast for the eyes. Unfortunately, this woman was a female CEO, a pure workaholic, too rational. It's still early, don't rush. Holding a poetry collection, Ophelia didn't even look up, simply turning the pages, a pure, aloof goddess. Fortunately, she was sensible enough to move aside, making room for Field. After sitting down, Field rubbed his chin a couple of times and started spouting nonsense. Recently, I've been researching the relationship between the Chosen Ones and Lords, and I discovered a shocking secret concerning a qualitative change in skills. Want to hear it? Tell me, you lowly lord. Ophelia put down her poetry collection and tilted her head curiously. It's this. A kiss from the Lord will grant a qualitative change in skills. Field painted a grand picture in the air. Actually, this qualitative change is unlocked through affinity. Ophelia couldn't help but chuckle, kicking Field with her leg and scolding, "You're such a cockroach with a head full of bad ideas, always talking nonsense." I was actually looking forward to it. If you want a kiss, just say so. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Ophelia leaned in and pecked Field on the cheek. Don't bother me. Ophelia waved her hand with a smile. Busy. Great, not a waste of money. Field was secretly pleased with himself. He decisively dismantled the artifacts he had obtained from previous battles and added all the points to Ophelia. The soul link fluctuated, and the surrounding divine power gathered towards it. Huh? Ophelia sat up in surprise, looking at Field with the eyes of someone looking at a monster, full of disbelief. How is this possible? My skill has undergone a qualitative change. Divine skill, fusion will, effect, can personally create a unique, gigantic corrupted creature, currently, Abyss corrupted battleship, qualitative change effect, from 1 to 3. Invincible, Field said proudly, hands on his hips. With 3 corrupted battleships, there were many more things he could do, and he wouldn't feel bad if they were destroyed. So, darling, it really can advance to a divine skill? There's no information about this in my chosen inheritance. Ophelia seemed to have discovered a new continent, her corrupt nature exposed, looking at Field with a greedy expression. Because you're awesome, brother Field. What would happen if I bit you? A glint flashed in her eyes. Ophelia had already seen through Field's trick, her hands making a grasping motion. Ahem. Just kidding, don't scare me. Field waved his hand comically, urging, come with me, let's build 2 more corrupt warships, they'd be very useful. The saying goes, 10 years for an army, 100 years for a navy. Building large warships themselves was simply impossible with the territory's current capabilities. Even if they did build them, it would take several years. Field knew all too well that the time travel dramas he watched in his previous life, where battleships and aircraft carriers were built in months, and rockets in 1 or 2 years, were all nonsense. Trying to do that was a pure waste of money. He summoned his chosen ones from the Nightfall faction, and recalled Silver Eyes to his side. The group arrived at Shipwreck Bay in the Thousand Lakes Sea. To save money, the Empress had scuttled the Imperial fleet. This was the site of its sinking. Let's go down and take a look. Field unleashed his 6th-tier battle aura, forming a massive protective shield, and plunged into the sea. The moment he reached the surface, shipwrecks, numerous heavy warships piled up on the seabed. Their sheer scale was astounding, vaguely forming a floating city, utterly awe-inspiring. Various sea fish swam and darted among them, and the waterlogged griffin flag still fluttered. Nearly 100 ships. That spendthrift Empress, she really dared to sink them. Field laughed angrily. Exactly, so foolish. 2 of the Navy's chosen ones exclaimed, blowing bubbles in frustration. The Imperial Navy of yesteryear, through generations of effort, used extremely rare and heavy materials. Look, sir, most of the warships still gleam with extraordinary brilliance. With a slight sensory inspection, Field was surprised to find that 4 or 5 ships, even their keel structures, were made of 6th-tier materials. Wild extraordinary resources are dwindling with each use. That's the Holy Lion, its armor is extremely thick. It withstood an afternoon of bombardment from 4 enemy ships and wasn't sunk. That Stingray over there was equipped with the most advanced magical equipment, But unfortunately, it was all dismantled and sold for money. Oh. Field nodded repeatedly. These warships, in fact, had all that could be dismantled been dismantled. The hulls weren't dismantled purely because of the high cost or the pointlessness. Even with keels made of 6th-tier materials, if dismantling went wrong and damaged the original grain of the material, it would be a wasted effort. Fortunately, there wasn't much to worry about with corrupted ships. Find 2 of the best ones and convert them into corrupted warships. With Red Sail, a former Imperial Navy officer, the group quickly found 2 heavy warships. Ophelia's thoughts stirred, and the abyss arrived, extending countless corrupting tentacles to envelop the warship and continuously spawning rotting corpses. 5th-tier divine skill, fusion of will. Corrupting divine power surged, quickly enveloping the sunken ships in a gray mist, transforming them into a massive gray cocoon with flowing crimson patterns, like blood vessels. Next, all that was needed was to wait for the ships to hatch. The enormous commotion immediately startled the creatures of Shipwreck Bay. From all the sunken ships, massive amounts of fish surged out, scattering in all directions. Wow! From one of the sunken transport ships, more than a dozen mermaids rushed out, all with angry expressions. The coral reefs have been dug up. What? Those despicable thieves! A beautiful mermaid with a colorful tail rushed over, pointing angrily at the busy crowd. Thieves! Upon seeing the corrupted scene in the distance, the colorful mermaid froze. Ah, corrupted monsters! Just as the colorful mermaid was about to escape, she was imprisoned by divine water currents and swept up to Field. Also captured were all her companions, all with identical colorful scales. Colorful mermaids? Field glanced at the mini-map and said regretfully, "They're just ordinary creatures. I thought they were chosen ones." Looking at the timid mermaids, Field questioned, "Who are you? Don't eat us." The mermaids were actually crying in fear. Field instinctively backed away. This was the ocean, who knew if they had wet themselves in fright. "Don't be afraid. Answer my questions obediently." Field soothed them in mermaid language, asking again. Chapter 1410. As a 6th-tier battle-chi user and a 1st-tier mage, even though Field hadn't systematically studied foreign languages, memorizing some Dragon Tower and mermaid languages wasn't difficult. Of course, in Nightfall territory, Field would still teach everyone the official language. The colorful mermaids, wiping away their tears, stopped crying upon hearing mermaid language, and looked at Field and his group with confusion. "We are the rainbow-scaled mermaids. Our holy maiden allowed us to settle here and rebuild our home. These logs, we cultivated coral and seaweed on them. Can you please not destroy them?" The boldest mermaid blinked her clear eyes and pleaded, "Without seaweed, we starve. The coral is our money, you can't take too much." Field chuckled, a sly smile playing on his lips. "This place is the territory of my Dawn Kingdom, though it's not officially established yet. You are the invaders, seizing my land. Bad fish, invading the dragon's territory. Eat them." Silver eyes flashed, revealing delicate fangs, and then bared her claws. "Are really?" The mermaids were stunned. "But our holy maiden allowed us to cultivate here." "Where is the holy maiden?" Field asked anxiously, rubbing his hands together. "She hasn't returned. It's been a long time." The mermaids shook their heads. "We can't find her." After some questioning, Field understood the situation. It turned out that this group of mermaids was a branch of the mermaid race. Their original seas were attacked by the Demon King, so they fled here hoping to find protection from the elves. However, their saintess, the chosen one, disappeared without a trace when she went out to explore. "Human, can you help us find the saintess? We can give you lots of beautiful seashells and corals." The mermaid's eyes were full of anticipation. As they spoke, the mermaids brought over the corals. "These were cultivated for us by the saintess." "Extraordinary materials?" Field's eyes lit up. He took the corals, and used the Book of Wisdom to examine them. Material: crystal coral, Tier 3, description: a material composed of coral polyps cultivated by the chosen ones. Uses: rare water magic, alchemy material, can be used as ocean currency. Field then examined the seashells, and found that besides being pretty, they were of little use, just the mermaid's currency and bunny smocks. "Alright, I help you look, but I'm not sure if they're alive or dead. Don't damage my ship, go to Dawnfall territory, your kind are there. The saintess won't be able to find us when she returns, no way." The mermaids shook their heads repeatedly. "We can teach you how to cultivate crystal corals, but we won't leave." Hearing this reply, Field didn't press them any further. Under the cover of night, protecting Ophelia, they spent 3 days corrupting the chosen warship. Thump, thump! The sound of a heartbeat echoed in the trench. After the gray cocoon trembled to a certain extent, it suddenly extended sharp claws, tearing the cocoon apart. Two ferocious corrupted warships emerged. Tentacles and sharp teeth filled their form, resembling leviathans from the abyss, utterly terrifying. Field glanced at the panel. Their abilities were exactly the same as the abyss. Only the armor thickness and the number of cannons were slightly different. Monsters. The mermaids were too frightened to move, looking at Field with terrified eyes, both respectful and fearful. As a backward and kind race, they couldn't even imagine that such a massive and terrifying killing machine existed in the world. Let's call them Abyss 2 and 3. Without much thought, Field named them. They surfaced. Field was about to lead the fleet back when his gaze unconsciously drifted south. Ms. Redsail, I remember you said there's an island over there with a castle, right? After receiving confirmation, Field recalled the direction the mermaid Saintess had gone, which seemed very close to the island. The island is also our territory. There's no reason to ignore it. Field immediately led everyone there. As soon as the island came into view, Field was surprised to find a large number of ornately decorated small boats anchored around it, their flags a motley collection. This isolated island seemed to have quite a few people, but it was unclear what they were doing. Those aren't warships anchored here. How strange, there's such a bustling place in the west, yet nobody knows about it, not even a single documented record. Field's eyelids closed slightly, a surge of curiosity rising within him. Don't disturb them yet, let's get closer and scout. He ordered the corrupted fleet to remain hidden in the water. Carrying the gluttony great sword and wearing silver eyes, Field silently swam to the island. After his battle aura evaporated the seawater, Field gazed at the dock. The people disembarking from the ships were all elegantly dressed nobles, wealthy merchants, and people from various countries. Their faces were devout, and they chatted and laughed as they entered the island. They were definitely not smugglers or soldiers. They seemed more like people attending a banquet. The island's buildings were magnificent, the castle walls adorned with exquisite reliefs, showcasing the island's powerful lord. Opening the minimap, Field couldn't make heads or tails of it, only knowing that there were quite a few people. Field, what are we going to do? Silver Eyes peered in curiously. Let's sneak in and take a look. Field shrugged matter-of-factly. Ribbit, we don't know them. Silver Eyes exclaimed in surprise. If we just barge in, we'd be kicked out, won't we? Field, you're so mean, sneaking into their banquet to steal food. They barged into our island without permission. I didn't send a fleet directly, I was being too kind. Field flicked Silver Eyes' forehead and pulled out a robe. Good girl, hide well, or wait for me outside. Silver Eyes pouted angrily. No need. Those wretched familiars, they actually think dragons are in the way. Saying this, Silver Eyes patted her dragon horns. Activating her divine power, her dragon horns and tail transformed into a silver blue light and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Silver Eyes transformed from a dragon woman into a charming human lowly. You can actually turn into a human? Field exclaimed in shock. Scum. Silver Eyes lowered his head and bumped into Field. My true form is a dragon. Whether I'm a dragon man or a human, it's just a transformation. So how are we supposed to blend in? Just walk in. Field grabbed Silver Eyes' hand and swaggered into the crowd, nodding and smiling at them. As Field expected, no one noticed anything amiss. Following the crowd, Field passed through magnificent gardens and entered the island's castle. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the island of light of the ape family. May the light of well shine upon you. Just as they entered the castle square, they heard an aged but powerful voice. The ape family? Field was startled, immediately remembering the young man who had followed the hero king, Yamung. It was Marco of the ape family. It was also the ape family that had bought so many transport ships from the Imperial fleet. The banquet and ceremony will be held tonight. Have a good time. Chapter 1411. Happy birthday, Sir Yape, may you live a long life. The guests offered their blessings with laughter. Have you all had a good time? The elderly figure on the second floor raised a glass to everyone before turning and returning to his bedroom. Immediately afterwards, the melodious sounds of the lute and flute began to play softly. Following the flow of people, Field entered the castle. The magnificent Yape Castle was several times more luxurious than his own Starry Night Castle. Luxurious furniture crafted from extraordinary materials, and beautiful men and women chained in cages, were using alluring dances to seduce every dignitary attending the banquet. Of course, these things were far less eye-catching than the divine artifacts displayed in the hall. There were 12 divine artifacts displayed in the showcases. They came from all over the world, and the aura of many of these artifacts was something even Field had never seen before. Wow! Field walked forward in a daze, his pupils dilating in shock. I thought I was rich enough, but there are actually nobles here, even more extravagant than me. What's even more absurd is that this place isn't far from the Thousand Lakes province. In this era of war and chaos, there's actually such a paradise. These are all third-tier or lower divine artifacts. Silver Eyes pressed her face against the cabinet, then turned and bounced around playfully, saying, "These things are nothing to you. Give me 100 pieces later. I want to decorate my dragon's nest too. They're so beautiful. I want them. I want sparkly things." Silver Eyes tugged at Field's robe, starting to act cute and plead. The dragon's greed is awakening. Pressing Silver Eyes' head down, Field reminded her, "Go and plead with the great Thunder Dragon. She says she's the lord of the Nightfall territory. You better subdue the little sun too. After you do, I build you a jeweled dragon's nest." Silver Eyes scratched his dragon horns, only to find they were already put away. He could only awkwardly say, "Wait until I eat more and become a fully grown dragon, then I definitely win." They even brought out a third-tier artifact to display, which means they have plenty of good stuff. Field stared intently at the display window. Where did the Yape family get such a vast fortune? "I forgot to tell you, my foot slave. A merchant in Dawnfall has made a fortune and wants to move to Dragon Tower." Rosalia's voice rang out. "What should we do?" Although making money is his ability, running away with the money will affect the territory's development. "No problem, I have plenty of ways." Without panicking, Field reassured Rosalia with his mind. "Let's deal with the immediate issue first." "Right. Let's get the food first." In the blink of an eye, Silver Eyes grabbed an apple pie and a chicken leg from the table and devoured them. His gaze drifted to the guard in the corner. Field leisurely stepped forward. "I want to talk to you, to ask you some questions and satisfy my curiosity." "Young sir, I work for money." The guard sized Field up, noticing his noble adventurer-like attire, and hinted, "Unless you can compensate me for my losses with gold coins." He produced a gold coin. Field asked, "The Griffin Empire is at war. Aren't we afraid of being caught in the crossfire while we're holding a banquet?" What's there to be afraid of?" The guard accepted the gold coin and stuffed it into his pocket. "With the Dragon Tower fleet protecting us, what's there to fear? Besides, the western part of the Empire is in complete chaos." Dragon Tower again. Field was puzzled and handed over a second gold coin. "The Dragon Tower will protect Sir Yape. Why?" "It's simple, because our Lord gave us plenty of benefits. Our Lord transported many ships and valuable materials to sell to the Dragon Tower." "Oh, and ships and intelligence too." The guard waved his hand dismissively. "Back then, the Imperial fleet had just set sail. The Dragon Tower received our intelligence. The Empress, repeatedly defeated, smashed the ships in a fit of anger, even selling the flagship to the Dragon Tower people. Our Lord extracted a huge amount of profit from it, living the high life. But the good times didn't last long. The Obsidian people kill anyone they see, so they can no longer steal resources to sell. Now they can only do things like selling stolen goods and smuggling. Fortunately, our Lord's influence is strong, and dignitaries from various countries are willing to attend his birthday banquet." The guard looked nostalgic. "Back then, I could get 5 silver coins a day as hush money. By the way, why are you asking all this?" The guard suddenly gave him a strange look. Field cleared his throat, rubbed his fingers, indicating he wanted money. A curious guard gave Field a gold coin. "I'm asking these questions to gather evidence." Field lowered his voice and answered honestly, "My fleet has already surrounded the island, ready to blow it to bits." "Don't be ridiculous, I'm not easily fooled." The guard rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "The Yape family has a guardian deity, and their youngest son, Marco, is Iming's right-hand man. A 6th-tier chosen one, someone you can't afford to mess with." Field coolly boasted, "What Iming? Seeing me, she's only fit to kowtow respectfully." "Who are you? Why are you acting so arrogant?" The shocked guard asked again, pulling out another gold coin. "My name is Cal, the champion knight of Corn, the #1 expert in Nightfall territory, and Lord Field's servant." Field lied. "Really?" The guard instinctively pulled out his long-saved gold coins. "Fake." Field accepted the coins and strode away. The guard, left bewildered, sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. The drawing room was packed with wealthy merchants and dignitaries from various countries, all dressed in opulent attire, their jewelry at least solid gold rings. But at this moment, most eyes were fixed on Silver Eyes. The girl Silver Eyes manifested as possessed a pure and innocent charm, like a lotus flower in the banquet. Her perfect face and slender figure easily evoked a protective instinct. Recently my family has built the largest pleasure palace in the world, located in White Soul territory, France. Everyone is welcome to come and enjoy it. A handsome young man, wearing a light blue noble's hood, strode out. It's Jules, the son of a Franco-Vietnamese merchant. Someone recognized the young man and exclaimed excitedly, "Is your Aunt Camille a 6th-tier chosen one?" "Sorry, I'm a low-key person, and don't usually mention her," Jules said, head held high, a smirk playing on his lips. A person has to rely on themselves. A 6th-tier chosen one? My God. The crowd cast awe-inspiring glances. With a 6th-tier chosen one as a relative, no wonder he's rich and powerful. Even the wealthiest merchant wouldn't build a palace for pleasure. Raising his glass to the crowd, Jules no longer concealed his purpose and approached the silent Silver Eyes. "Beautiful lady, please allow me to compose a poem for you." Jules spoke in a melodious tone, trying to ingratiate himself with Silver Eyes. "Huh?" Silver Eyes turned around, bewildered. The evening breeze crushes the tulip blossoms, vows fall into the soil and grow. Jules recited the poem with great emotion, using all the knowledge he had acquired throughout his life. Chapter 14:12. The poem was very long. Silver Eyes, being a kind-hearted metal dragon, couldn't understand it and found it quite boring. However, she remained polite, eating her grilled meat while listening to the poem. "Well then, beautiful young lady, why don't you dance with me?" Jules, feeling quite self-satisfied, gave a noble bow. "Please." Silver Eyes shook her head vigorously, directly refusing. "I don't like poetry, I like eating. I'm not going." The banquet guests, This girl was practically insane. The noble youth before her had relatives who were even 6th-tier chosen gods, wielding immense power. There was no reason for her to refuse. Jules froze, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Her charm had failed her? "Then could you do me the honor?" Another elegantly dressed young man approached, raising his hand in invitation. "Miss, let's dance. Tonight, I take you to see the stars. It's Noah, the heir of the Yape family." "Wow, so handsome, so gentlemanly." "My goodness, the Yape family sells so many tear stones, enough to build a castle with gold coins. Noah has so much money, this girl is so lucky. I heard he was saved by a mermaid, it's like a fairy tale." The crowd cast expectant glances. Silver Eyes' nostrils twitched slightly, her brows furrowing. She sensed a powerful resentment and a bloodthirstiness. As a mithril dragon with a high moral compass, she could sense that the other party was a vile scoundrel. Get lost. Without any politeness, Silver Eyes showed no mercy, releasing a slight aura of authority. Noah took 2 steps back, his expression one of surprise and uncertainty. If he didn't like dancing, fine, but why intimidate her with his aura? Wait, her aura is so strong. She's definitely a chosen one, I misjudged her. Noah quickly retreated. Seeing the 8 family members falter, coupled with Silver Eyes' domineering display, the other dignitaries, who had originally wanted to strike up a conversation, immediately wilted. She looked like a pure young girl, but she turned out to be an iceberg. "Let me try." Field pushed through the crowd, adjusting his cuffs. "I also know a little about poetry, and a little about dancing." Everyone looked at Field, his exquisitely crafted black noble coat paired with a gold-patterned shirt. Even his belt was made of extraordinary material. While working for the benefit of his subjects, Field didn't neglect himself. A long sword symbolizing his status hung at his waist, and the sword on his back was even more mysterious, wrapped in cloth. Thanks to the enhancement of his dragon battle aura, Field had a perfect figure and fair skin. Many of the female guests at the banquet cast burning gazes at him, while the men looked displeased. Poetry? Dancing? Jules glanced at Field, his face full of disdain. A lowly thug with weapons, at best a knight, even if he's a nobleman. Both he and Noah, 2 nobles, had failed to invite him. What was he anyway? Just as he was about to mock him, Noah stopped him, saying in a playful tone, "Since you want to embarrass yourself, we don't need to stop you." "Ha, Sir Noah, you're right." The 2 stepped back, giving Field space. Clearing his throat, Field began to recite. "Quack, quack, quack. That's a duck quacking. Quack, quack isn't a duck, it's the water's quack. Croak, croak, croak. That's a frog croaking. Croak, croak is a dragon, beautiful as bubbles. Men stand, women squat. We all know how to use the toilet, that's impressive." After Field finished reciting, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Silver Eyes spat out the food in her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. How could she not be happy that her lord praised her? Where did this idiot come from, daring to defile the art of poetry? Jules roared, pointing at Field's nose. A vulgar fellow like you dares to step into such a high-class banquet. A useless man like you is unworthy of the chosen one, Noah said with equal disdain. You're just a country bumpkin, you dirted the floor tiles. The banquet guests all expressed their contempt. However, applause rang out, and Silver Eyes, her eyes crinkling with joy, praised, a good poem, I like it very much, thank you. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears. No, why should I? Field sighed, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said with a touch of nonchalance, sigh. I'm the #1 poet of Moon's car. Masters are lonely, but unfortunately most people can't appreciate it. No, it's quite interesting. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Silver Eyes walked up to Field's side. Anyway, I like it. Who cares what others think? Let's go dance, Silver Eyes invited. I don't know how, can you teach me? Okay. Field reluctantly agreed, pulling Silver Eyes towards the dance floor. No. Jules was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Such a beautiful chosen one had actually been seduced by a bizarre poem. Even more terrifying, the chosen one had invited him. The chosen ones he usually encountered all treated him like a pile of dung. Noah was extremely annoyed, but feigned generosity, smiling at the crowd. Hopefully, this guy won't step on anyone's shoes while dancing. Haha, the clown's farce is about to begin. Jules quickly chimed in. However, once Field entered the dance floor, he was a completely different person. I teach you. Field recalled some aristocratic dances, and then led Silver Eyes into a dance. His own dance skills were utterly non-existent. But Rosalia knew them. Her authentic, retro, yet absolutely perfect dance quickly became the focus of attention, dominating the entire audience with its showy style. Her silver skirt billowed like flowers, flowing, dynamic, and elegant. Under Field's guidance, Silver Eyes danced gracefully. My God, that's amazing. Who is that man? This scene is like a princess and knight from a fairy tale. A mysterious knight, I must have an encounter with him. Many female guests felt a surge of heat, while Jules and Noah were both anxious and annoyed, feeling like clowns being constantly toyed with. The song ended, and Field and Silver Eyes bowed. Silver Eyes' cheeks flushed, her usual carefree demeanor replaced by a gentle look in her eyes as she looked at Field. As a dragon, certain thoughts were beginning to awaken within her. Thank you. Silver Eyes' slender legs bent inwards with girlish charm, swaying back and forth shyly. You're so kind, master. Of course. Field shrugged. Go eat your roast meat. Silver Eyes turned and took a few steps, then suddenly turned back, giving Fields a big hug before running away shyly. Rosalia, who was controlling Field's dance, fell silent. Why should I help? Rosalia was filled with regret. Hello, handsome gentleman. A woman in a red dress walked gracefully over, asking in a deep, affectionate tone, want to chat for a bit? Field was barely holding back, secretly gloating. Wow, what a lucky day. Chapter 1413. The woman who came to invite Field was alluring. While her looks were only a 7 out of 10, her attire was captivating. A long silk skirt, revealing her entire back and half-hidden rabbits on either side, peeked out from under her trousers, adorned with tiny pearls, in the gentle breeze. The fabric she wore wasn't even enough to make a scarf. What's your name, my lovely little knight? The woman said, her captivating eyes fixed on Field. Just call me Spice. Cow. Field sniffed. He could indeed smell an intoxicating fragrance. He opened his mini-map. She wasn't marked on anything, undoubtedly a chosen one. In fact, in this season, only a chosen one could withstand such revealing clothing. Feeling slightly emboldened by the chosen one's initiative, Field asked, What country are you from? Want to dance? You never guess, Spice chuckled, shaking her head and leaning closer with fiery eyes, her pointed bunny swaying back and forth. Come with me, there's something fun. This lowly nymph is strange, don't blame me for not warning you. Humph, if you dare mess around with her, you're dead today. Rosalia's icy voice rang out. She was furious. First, that despicable silver lizard, only fit to sit at the same table as her corrupted dragon, forced her lord to dance with her. And now this wicked woman allergic to clothes, she's no better. Ahem, I also sense something's off. Field rubbed his chin, calming the agitated Rosalia, and followed. With a 6th-tier bodyguard, Field was curious about the other's intentions. They arrived at the corner of the castle stables. The Spice, with her alluring gait, glanced left and right to make sure no one was watching, then gracefully turned around. A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and suddenly she struck, ripping off the bunny's armor. Holy crap! Field craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was too sudden. Wait, sister, you could at least wait until my young lady isn't around before trying to seduce me, right? Buzz buzz buzz. What made Field break out in a cold sweat was that the gluttony great sword behind him was showing signs of going berserk, its chilling killing intent sending shivers down his spine. How about it? Spice struck a seductive pose, grinning. I be blunt, I don't care about looks, money, I don't care about anything. I just like young men like you, strong and energetic. Foreigners really know how to play games. Field, embarrassed, waved his hand without hesitation, refusing. Sorry, your brother Field is a man of principle. Please allow me to refuse. Oh. Hearing this, Spice trembled, becoming even more excited, pressing closer. That's my type. Tell me, how many gold coins do you want to make you abandon your morals? Hurry up, please, I can't hold back anymore. Spice wiped his drool. Give me gold coins? Seeing her submissive look, Field took 2 steps back, his appetite gone. Calm down. He chuckled coldly. Seeing Field unmoved, Spice's smile slowly faded, her divine power imperceptibly shifting. Field pretended not to notice, but secretly mobilized Rosalia's power. Since you. Spice pressed on, about to break off all pretense, her slender hand with long nails pressed against little Field. Good heavens. Spice's pupils dilated in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. What had she encountered? A human possessing such immense power, even more terrifying than an orc. Decisively withdrawing her divine power, Spice took 2 quick steps back, feigning disappointment as she waved her hand. If you're not even willing to do this, then forget it. Phew. A bewildered Field wiped away cold sweat. Bye-bye. Although the other party was somewhat monstrous, it hadn't attacked her, so there was no reason to kill it. Field decisively left. Watching Field's departing figure, a strange smile crept onto Spice's lips. How wonderful. The threat I planned to kill first, I never expected it to possess. Keeping it until last, it'd be delicious. Her snow-white skin twitched. Beneath Spice's beautiful exterior, a monster seemed to lurk, causing her to twitch occasionally. Back in the banquet hall, Field picked up a cup of Dragon Tower's magical tea, took a sip, and said, "What's all this fuss about? Gather some more information, and once it's ready, we take this island." Rosalia, hidden within the great sword of gluttony, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. She had assumed that so many chosen ones clung to Field because of his status and wealth. How pitiful. Some were even offering themselves up. Hey you! She had only taken a sip of tea when several angry voices rang out. Field turned around. There were 5 people, all wearing holy light ornaments, 3 papal knights, 1 priest, and 1 chosen one. What is it now? Field raised an eyebrow, his hand unconsciously reaching for the sword at his waist. I smell the stench of demons. The chosen one, dressed as a nun, stared intently at Field. I can't be wrong. Wait, why are there holy light church people everywhere? Field was speechless. This isn't a proper place. What are you, a nun, doing here? I'm here to track down demons and to suppress something. The church's chosen one shook his head slightly. You're human, I can sense that, but you have a demonic aura. Please cooperate with our investigation. Let us see what's wrapped around your back, the priest commanded sternly. Please cooperate with the investigation. Haha, I knew this guy was strange, turns out he's a demon. Jules, Noah, and the others who had previously pursued Silver Eyes gathered around, revealing smug smiles of anticipation. Investigate? Sure. Field had already planned to wipe out everyone on the island. Without further hesitation, Field drew her great sword, gave a sharp jolt, and the cloth tore open, revealing the scarlet gluttony great sword. Just the eerie demonic eyes on the blade made it clear it was no good. A top-tier divine artifact. The church's chosen one was horrified. His 4th-tier divine power erupted uncontrollably, forcing him to retreat repeatedly as he stared at Field with terrified eyes. This young man, who looked to be only in his early 20s, actually possessed such a divine artifact. Your divine artifact is too evil. The priest's eyes lit up, and he commanded authoritatively, purify this artifact. Have it suppressed by our church. Imprison it, and we won't pursue the matter of you using a demonic weapon. Pursue the matter? You're not worthy. Field sneered disdainfully, beckoning arrogantly with his finger. Come on, pursue me then. You're courting death. The church knights unleashed their battle auras in unison, all of them 4th-tier battle auras. Caw! Don't bully him. Silver Eyes flashed to the scene, shielding Field behind him, his killing intent surging. You keep watch for me first, I practice a bit. Field's hands were itching to fight. The sword whistled through the air. 3 knights attacked Field simultaneously, their 3 battle-chi swords weaving a dazzling sword light that enveloped him. Faced with the attack, Field unleashed his 6th-tier dragon battle chi with all his might. Chapter 1414. The moment the powerful dragon battle aura erupted, a series of explosions erupted into space, like the roar of a mighty dragon. Field swung the gluttony greatsword, unleashing a single strike that seemed to carry the weight of mountains and rivers, creating a flurry of sword shadows. Take this. A crimson sword light flashed. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the well-trained papal knights, despite their 3 battle techniques, couldn't even withstand a blink of an eye before being sliced cleanly and vanished. One sword strike shattered 3 battle techniques. The residual power of the sword aura remained undiminished. The papal knight's armor, affected by the sword energy, emitted a series of metallic tearing sounds. The church's chosen ones cried out in alarm and immediately intervened, activating holy light to envelop everyone. The 3 papal knights still suffered severe injuries, feeling as if they had been struck by a demonic beast, their bones and internal organs displaced. They vomited mouthfuls of blood, their bodies flying backward uncontrollably. By the goddess above, he actually defeated the church knights. A 6th-tier battle knight? Are you kidding me? So young and already a 6th-tier warrior? He must come from a powerful family. How many empires around here have such strength? I never seen him before. Heh, so what if he's a 6th-tier knight? He's no match for a 4th-tier chosen one. This guy's courting death. You forgot? That pretty little girl was with him. She'd probably stop and save her. The crowd discussed in shock, retreating in fear. Especially Jules, who had been waiting to see the show, his eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. In Fremia, the Knights of the Holy Light Church not only held high status, but were also incredibly powerful. Such strong individuals were wiped out in a single blow. Fortunately, the Chosen One intervened. This guy is doomed. That was too ruthless. We were just conducting a routine investigation. The Chosen One was furious. If she hadn't saved them in time, her companions might have been killed. She immediately conjured her divine weapon, a military saber. You must be a demon's lackey. I am your father. Undeterred, Field's battle aura surged, frantically channeling it into the gluttony greatsword, unleashing a barrage of slashes at the Chosen One. The intricately carved floorboards were ripped apart. The sword aura crushed everything in its path. The Chosen One parried relentlessly, each block leaving deep footprints in the ground. Damn, such terrifying power. The Chosen One's body went numb, her blood surging. Seizing the opportunity, she preemptively gathered divine power and thrust out. 4th-tier divine skill, divine finger. Although a 4th-tier Chosen One would find it difficult to deal with 6th-tier battle aura. But even that difference in power wasn't so great that it forced her to activate her divine skill first. Danger. Field appeared to be fighting alone, but in reality, he had the divine power shield of the little scorpion Disha, and Rosalia's support. The opponent's swift attack, in Field's eyes, wasn't even that fast. Abruptly deflecting the opponent's divine skill, Field used the recoil to swing his great sword in a wide arc. A series of sharp explosions echoed in the air, as the gluttonous greatsword smashed directly into the opponent's neck. Bang! The sound of flesh slamming against flesh rang out, and the church's Chosen One was sent flying like a magnificent cannonball, splitting through the walls, landing in the castle garden, shattering walls and trees along the way. Air currents shot out, and dust billowed. The scene, with its maximum impact, left an indelible memory in the minds of the banquet guests. Countless gazes, filled with awe, fear, and hostility, fell upon the black figure wielding a great sword, emerging imposingly from the dust. Field slapped away the dust, gracefully twirling his sword. Can't distinguish good from evil? Trying to catch demons, huh? Use them as sex toys for your brother. Cough cough. Stepping out of the castle hall, Field was about to give chase. Stop! All of you. Noah of the ape family, leading a large number of guards, stormed into the courtyard. Today is my birthday. I don't want to see too much violence. An elderly nobleman, his face wrinkled, his hair white, yet exuding youthful energy, stepped onto the second-floor balcony of the castle, looking down at the figure. Young man, don't rely too much on force, it's the most useless thing. Peace and wealth are my lifelong pursuits. Who are you? Field, carrying his great sword, wasn't intimidated by the man's profound aura. Had you come here and don't even know who I am? Sir Yape looked at Field with the disdain of someone looking at an ant. Young man, it's better if you don't know so much. He is Earl Yape, the most brilliant schemer in the Griffin Empire, though he is no longer loyal to the Griffin Empire. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for him, how could we have made such a fortune? All the guests showed him respect. A lackey of the devil, how dare you blaspheme me? The church's chosen one, scrambling to his feet from a pile of rubble, glared angrily at Field, but a hint of retreat crept into his heart. What kind of monster is this? Sir Yape, with impeccable manners, glanced at the crowd indifferently. Enough. Give me some face, all of you stop. The guardian light of our family will soon descend. Prepare for the ceremony. Fine, I give you face, sir. The church's chosen one, seizing the opportunity, glared at Field with resentment and sheathed his weapon. No way, who do you think you are? A piece of trash who betrayed his own people and compatriots. You dare to ask me to look at your face? A discordant voice rang out. Everyone in the room stared at Field in shock. Field made a friendly gesture, sneered disdainfully, and was about to call for his fleet. You? Sir Yape nearly fainted with rage, wanting to order his guards to seize Field. Splash. The ebb and flow of the tide, the sudden movement of the water, abruptly interrupted everyone's actions. It's the light of wealth. What light of wealth? It's the lamp of wisdom. Heavens, thank goddess. The guests seemed to have instantly forgotten, ignoring Field and Sir Yape, and began to pray devoutly, each one trembling with excitement. How could this be? This month's miracle has arrived ahead of schedule. I deal with you after the ceremony. Sir Yape glanced at Field and rushed downstairs. Watch out, Field. I sense a colossal creature approaching. Rosalia warned hastily. Splash. As the sound of rushing water continued, the already dim sky turned completely black. Then, a warm white light slowly rose from the sea, making the water even clearer under its pure glow. But upon closer inspection, the surrounding fish were scattering in panic. The light of God truly exists. The dignitaries and guests all bowed in worship. Sir Yape seized the opportunity to proclaim, "Open your minds and bodies to feel this light. It will bring wealth and wisdom." Ah! Field gasped. While possessed by Rosalia, he could clearly see the lives and souls of the kneeling guests being absorbed by that light. Beneath the sea lay a gigantic anglerfish monster with 4 limbs, formed from gold coins and flesh. Chapter 14:15. I can feel the goddess blessing me. The guests were overjoyed. Every time they returned from a banquet, they felt exhausted. But in the days that followed, whether playing dice or investing in caravans, they could make a fortune. Sir Yape looked at the crowd with a mocking expression, thinking to herself, a bunch of fools blinded by wealth. About 5 minutes later, the people at the banquet who had been praying felt intensely tired, making them unable to kneel steadily. Unable to suppress their initial piety, they looked around restlessly. Why isn't it over yet? Sir Yape's shrewd eyes darted around, and she quietly retreated, nodding to the church members, "Thank you for your help. With us here, nothing can harm the Lamb of Holy Light." The chosen one of the church was extremely confident. She activated her divine power, unleashing a powerful holy light, while the knights prayed loudly, their voices filled with sanctity. Hiss, hiss. The holy light, touching the monster's radiance, immediately erupted in a scorching sound. Roar! The sea trembled violently. To everyone's astonishment, the enraged anglerfish monster burst forth from the surface. Its enormous body was even 2 sizes larger than the castle. The moment its terrifying, skeletal face fixed its gaze on the crowd, the guests were terrified. You, how did you get out here? Sir Yape retreated hastily, utterly horrified. More. The anglerfish monster let out a distant, ancient roar, stretching out its gigantic hand to grab a large number of guests, along with floor tiles and dirt, stuffing them all into its mouth and swallowing them whole. Damn Griffin Kingdom bastards, what is this thing? You old fool, you better give me an explanation. This is a trap. The Yape family deserves to go to hell. The guests shouted as they fled. No, don't worry, the messenger has eaten his fill. He should be going back soon, Sir Yape stammered, his gaze glancing at the church's chosen one. Eating a chosen one should surely fill him up. Go back to hell. The church's chosen one unleashed a divine skill at the monster, but only left a ripple on its divine power shield. Sixth rank? The church's chosen one froze in midair, trembling violently, muttering to himself, why did it use to run away as soon as it revealed its holy light? Wait, sir, didn't you say the monster was only? A foul stench filled the air. The anglerfish monster shoved its ugly face directly in front of the church's chosen one. It opened its gaping maw, its mouth filled with human arms, enough to drive anyone mad. Countless arms reached out, pulling the church's chosen one into its mouth. After a series of piercing screams, the energy fluctuations of the holy light completely dissipated. By the goddess! The guests cried and fled, and the merchant ships at the dock were about to set sail. Sir Yape, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, dropped all pretense and roared, urging, "Guards, stop those who are fleeing. If they get away, we're all doomed." This time it killed so many people, it couldn't even satisfy a 4-tier chosen god. It must be about to bestow upon our family the greatest favor. Yes, that must be it. Yape roared excitedly, his fists clenched tightly. His family had secretly worshipped the monster for over 300 years, always in a win-win situation. They brought in the powerful and wealthy, allowing the monster to absorb their life and souls. The monster, in turn, helped them prolong their lives and bring them wealth. "Kill them! Kill them! Great guardian!" Yape shouted, encouraging the monster. "What is this thing?" Field nimbly leaped to a higher position. An ancient sea demon, Skullion, was defeated by wicked humans during its invasion of the Sun-Moon dynasty and sealed in the sea. A seductive laugh echoed from the darkness. "I thought Skullion was still alive and wanted to awaken it. Unexpectedly, it has been corrupted by the goddess of wealth." The spies who had previously seduced Field walked out with alluring steps, completely naked. Strange things kept sliding down from places too dangerous to look at. It seems he failed to seduce her, so he changed targets. Of course, it could also be several. The goddess of wealth corrupted? Field wondered if he had misheard and repeated. It's become a gold coin servant. The backward Moontar continent has never encountered such a monster before. Spice wiped her mouth. But it doesn't matter, all of you Moontar will soon become demon food and slaves. With that, Spice no longer concealed herself, she forcefully pulled her hands apart, her sharp nails piercing her skull. Rip! Accompanied by a disgusting peeling sound, the woman who was originally beautiful and alluring instantly transformed into a disgusting, shriveled parasitic demon. A demon! Silver Eyes exclaimed, "This time it really is a demon." The parasitic demon hopped around twice, flicking its tongue at Field. "Inferior creature, it's your honor that I taken a liking to you. Come! Please win my favor." Please put your skin back on, please." Field gagged twice, thankful he hadn't fallen for it, it was just too ugly. "Inferior creature, what kind of expression is that?" The parasitic demon roared in fury. "Just a worthless human, utterly defeated by the demon army, yet you dare to look down on me. I will make you submit." The parasitic demon unleashed its 5th-tier divine power, and pounced on Field. Its speed was astonishing, reaching him in the blink of an eye. "Let me beat it up." Silver Eyes' divine power erupted, and dragon horns, and a dragon tail uncontrollably coalesced, transforming her back into a dragon girl. Her seemingly weak fist slammed out, yet it produced a sharp sonic boom. What? A dragon? The parasitic demon's astonished face had barely appeared when it collided head-on with Silver Eyes' fist. It was as if flesh and blood were colliding with steel at high speed. A muffled bang resounded, and blood spurted from the parasitic demon's mouth and nose. It was sent flying backward at an even greater speed. 5th-tier divine skill, Dimensional Dragon Slash. Her right hand unleashed several consecutive air slashes, an invisible spatial attack tearing through space and hurtling towards the parasitic demon. Brick and stone fragments along its path were sliced apart by the extremely sharp blade. 5th-tier divine skill, Demonic Flame. The parasitic demon spat out 3 purple fireballs in quick succession. A series of dazzling explosions erupted in the air, but the subsequent dimensional dragon slash sliced through the explosions, striking the parasitic demon's body. A sticky cutting sound rang out as the parasitic demon's chest caved in, 7 or 8 ribs shattered, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. But as a demon, her vitality was extremely strong. Such severe injuries did not affect her speed at all. The parasitic demon flew low, grabbed 2 unfortunate creatures, and began to devour their necks. Talent, common to demons devouring. Effect, consuming living creatures accelerates recovery speed. Its body transformed into a black shadow, the parasitic demon still trying to grab and devour people. Silver Eyes refused to tolerate it. She charged forward fiercely, slapping her hands together and sending large sections of the ground flying. Chapter 1416. 2 beams of light, silver and black, clashed repeatedly, creating dazzling explosions in the air. The sea surged, and the massive impact even stunned many guests. That girl is actually a dragon in disguise. So powerful. The fleeing guests, witnessing this scene, were all shocked as they watched the fierce battle in the sky. Damn it, the dragon race was tricked by a fool. She should belong to me. Noah of the Yape family stared intently at Field, his teeth clenched with jealousy. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Right, the guardian god is on our side. Kill that fool, and maybe I can snatch the spoils. Just like that stupid mermaid back then. With a cold laugh, Noah immediately shouted at the anglerfish monster, Great guardian god, quickly kill that **** over there. Before he could finish shouting, the enormous ancient demon Skarion reached out a huge hand and grabbed Noah. Help! Father, save me! Noah screamed like a pig being slaughtered, yelling for help at his father. He never expected that the guardian, who never attacked his family, would capture him. Huh? Sir Yape was dumbfounded. Realizing the situation was out of control, he shouted at Field, Get the chosen one to save my son. I give you unimaginable rewards. Alright, I save him right away. The destruction caused by the monster was already severe enough. Field chuckled and unleashed the gluttony great sword. A crimson sword beam shot out, tracing a dazzling trajectory through the air, striking Noah squarely in the abdomen. Noah screamed in agony, vomiting blood uncontrollably. He wouldn't die anytime soon, only able to wail loudly. You? Sir Jape's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, completely unprepared for Field's deadly intent. How dare you plot against a nobleman? You will suffer the cruelest torture. Although he had originally planned to use Field, intending to kill him later and seize the artifact, Field hadn't fallen for his tricks and had even murdered his son, which he couldn't accept. You bastards, I'm killing you all. So many people have died in the West, and you deserve a share of that. Field sneered, noticing a ship trying to escape. He immediately activated his mind, using the corrupted black crows to call for the fleet. Whoosh! 3 massive corrupted warships cleaved through the waves, quickly deploying to form an encirclement. Their fleshy sails looked incredibly sinister in the darkness. That's... The nobles on the island were shocked. Merchant ships that had just left the dock were immediately seized by the corrupted warships. Roar! The ancient demon Skarion roared, lunging at the abyss. Whether demons or gold coin servants transformed by the power of wealth, they are all living beings, enemies of calamity. Let me deal with you. The gluttony great sword, which had been wielding Noah's sword, unleashed countless streams of blood, transforming into a beautiful silhouette. Rosalia raised the great sword, her killing intent palpable, and pierced the monster's skin. Dragging the gluttony great sword, Rosalia raced towards the monster's head, flesh and blood exploding in her wake. Divine skill, golden roar. Description: a powerful breath attack. The more gold coins consumed, the stronger the breath. Boom boom boom. The corrupted warships of Nightfall territory launched a coordinated attack. Hundreds of gray-white magical projectiles, interwoven like a dense array, bombarded the ancient demon relentlessly. Under the barrage of fire, the ancient demon opened its massive maw, golden light rapidly gathering in a vortex, accompanied by a howling wind. Corrupted dragon, assist. Rosalia had already charged above the monster's head, tearing space apart with a slash behind her. A corrupted dragon, equally massive as a mountain, burst forth from the void with overwhelming pressure, slamming into the ancient demon's head. Boom! The ancient demon, about to exhale, was forced to lower its head by the terrifying weight of the corrupted dragon. The golden roar technique relentlessly bombarded the ground. Die! Rosalia's long dress fluttered as she transformed into a ferocious beast, relentlessly slamming down on the ancient demon's head with simple chops and smashes. With each sonic boom, large amounts of flesh, blood, and bone fragments splattered from the ancient demon. The corrupted dragon raised its arms high and slammed them down. Ugh! With the combined assault of the human and the dragon, the ancient demon's gaping maw, which was exhaling, was slammed shut. A powerful energy shockwave reverberated within the ancient demon's mouth before exploding. Half its face was blasted apart by its own golden roar. Golden blood splattered. The ancient demon screamed and collapsed, its massive body shaking the entire island. Pathetic. 6-tier divine skill, endless slash. Rosalia unleashed a massive sword aura, the spreading energy ripples seemingly capable of cleaving the world in two. Empowered by the Avatar's assistance, the corrupted dragon also unleashed endless slash. A cross-shaped sword aura slashed downwards. The wave-like sword aura moved slowly, dazzling and beautiful, easily slicing through the ancient demon's divine power shield and tearing through flesh. The aftershocks of the sword aura pulverized the surrounding vegetation and rocks. My god! What kind of combat power is that? Probably 6th rank. My god, I can actually see a 6th rank battle. How lucky! She's slaying a demon. She must have been sent by the goddess to save us. The survivors, just watching the battle from a distance, had their eyes stinging with blood, yet they couldn't bear to look away. What shocked them even more was that the seemingly powerful ancient demon was so easily suppressed. Ah! Sir Yape took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily, repeating this several times. But the comical tension on his face grew increasingly serious. His legs trembled more violently. The panic in his heart was unimaginable. Because he knew that the chosen one who had suddenly appeared and suppressed the ancient demon. It was summoned by that young man's great sword. Who is he? Sir Yape stared intently at Field in the distance, a nameless fear gripping him. Could he be a spy for the Griffin Queen? How come I never knew the Empire had such a powerful figure? The Griffin Queen, whom he had completely outmaneuvered, actually possessed such methods. She must have discovered his actions, which is why she sent her subordinates to kill him. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. A soft, sluggish sound of flesh and blood rang out. The ancient demon was sliced into 4 pieces, its disgusting entrails spilling onto the ground, emitting a metallic stench. Residual divine power coalesced, slowly forming the shape of a divine artifact. It's over already. How long did it even last? Field was taken aback, never expecting such a massive monster to be so weak. A flash of light. The parasitic demon, covered in blood, retreated, its heart aching as it looked at the dead ancient demon. The pain was excruciating. Just as she had said before, the ancient demon Scarillon, after his death, was indeed infected by the goddess of wealth and turned into a gold coin servant. But it was a beneficial infection. Gold coin servantes were a crucial resource desperately needed by various powers. They were weak in combat and easily made deals with others. She could have tricked one into coming home and obtained a massive amount of resources. Who would have thought the Field would intercept it? Die, demon! A low growl rang out. Silver Eyes seized the opportunity, transforming into a giant dragon and unleashing a breath of silver frost.